Good evening. Thank you. Thank you for your patience. We appreciate you allowing us to get more prepared for this than we could. I'd like to start with a roll, Madam Secretary. First of all, I'd like to call the Planning Commission. I'd like to call the Planning Commission meeting of January 14th to order. Will the Secretary please take roll?
Commissioner Benavides?
Present.
Commissioner Verino?
Here.
Commissioner Alderete?
Here.
Vice Chair Contreras-Leo?
Here.
Chair McLaughlin?
Here.
Commissioner Cano?
Here.
Commissioner Nguyen?
Here.
Chair, you have quorum.
Thank you. Would you all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? Angie, would you lead us?
Place your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Angie. First item I'd like to cover is I'd like to welcome two new commissioners to the Planning Commission. This is their first meeting, David Benavides and Angie Cano. Welcome. We are now going to take public comments for all non-agendized items. So if you'd like to make a comment on a non-agenda item, do so at this point in time. Non-agenda. Do you want to come up and speak?
Is the 2525 an agenda item?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. A non-agenda item. Hearing none, the public hearing is closed. We'll now move to the consent calendar. At this point in time, I'd like to have a motion on the minutes from the December 10th, 2018 Planning Commission meeting. Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Second?
Second.
Mr. Chair, I'll be abstaining as I was not present for that one.
Thank you.
I will be abstaining as well.
Thank you. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? 5-0. 2 abstain. We'll now move on to the business calendar. This is the time and place to consider item number 1, Density Bonus Agreement Application number 2018-01 to allow construction of a 93-unit multifamily affordable rental residential property located at 609 North Spurgeon Street. If you wish to address this item, please come up here and fill out a request card, and you will have 2 minutes to speak at this time. We have at this point in time 9 people that are going to be speaking on this item. Before we begin, do any of the commissioners have anything to disclose regarding this item? Hearing none, we'll move on to the staff presentation. Thank you.
Good evening, Chairman and Commissioners. This first item is a request for the approval of a density bonus agreement application for a mixed-use development proposed to be 100% affordable. The project would include 93 units, 92 of which will be affordable, and 1 will be a dedicated manager's unit. The project will also propose approximately 7,200 square feet of mixed-use space and approximately 2,500 square feet of a community center. It's important to note that the project was originally proposed as a mixed income project with 10% of the units proposed as market rates. However, the project has been modified upon review by the Community Redevelopment and Housing Commission to be 100% affordable. As proposed, the project will take advantage of waivers and concessions from development standards and through the density bonus agreement, both at the city and the state level. Because the project does not require a site plan review application, review and analysis of the project's proposed land use, site planning, and architectural design is not within the Planning Commission's purview tonight. The project site is located at 609 North Spurgeon at the northwest corner of the intersection of Fred Street and East Santa Ana Boulevard. The site is approximately 1.74 acres and is currently occupied by the Santa Ana United Methodist Church, with 2 existing church buildings fronting Santa Ana Boulevard and a large surface parking lot located on the northern half of the site fronting French Street. The site is zoned Transit Zoning Code with a urban neighborhood UN2 land use designation and has a general plan designation of urban neighborhood. The site is surrounded by single-family and multifamily to the north and south, and commercial uses to the west and east. In addition, the site is surrounded by the Logan, Downtown, French Park, and French Court neighborhoods, as seen on this slide here. The project will contain a 4-story building with 2-story townhomes and flats units over an I-grade parking area with a total of 102 parking stalls to accommodate residents, visitors, and staff. The project will include 31 bedroom units, 41 2-bedroom units, 22 3-bedroom units, ranging in size from 612 to 1,742 square feet. These next slides provide information regarding the proposed site plan and elevations. As you can see here, these are the elevations along Santa Ana Boulevard. Elevations along Civic Center. The California Density Bonus Law allows developers proposing 5 or more residential units to seek an increase in the base density for providing on-site housing units in exchange for providing affordable units on-site. Due to the project's 100% affordability rate, this developer can seek up to 3 density bonus concessions and unlimited waivers. In addition, the city's Housing Opportunity Ordinance allows developers to request up to 2 concessions to facilitate the construction of affordable housing. This next slide provides the maximum unit yield for the project site using the Transit Zoning Code standards and both the city and state density bonus. As you can see, the allowable number of units would be 94. The applicant is currently proposing 93 units. As mentioned, the developer is seeking waivers and concessions from the development standards through the density bonus agreement. Specifically, the developer is seeking concessions from building setbacks and architectural encroachments, and a waiver from the permitted building type and architectural type. Staff analyzed the developer's request and determined that when analyzed together, the 2 requested concessions could be avoided if the project were designed using a different site plan or constructed using a different type of construction. If the project were designed with a multi-level parking and or subterranean parking, or if the applicant used different building materials to construct a taller project, additional area on the site would become available to provide open space and parking, and would allow the project to meet the required front yard setback. However, these changes would increase the development costs and result in a project that would exceed the maximum permitted building height, resulting in the affordable housing project becoming financially infeasible due to the significantly increased financial implications of an alternative construction type. Additionally, staff has determined that the proposed project satisfies the purpose of the city's Housing Opportunity Ordinance and the state density bonus law. Specifically, the project will assist in accomplishing the goal of providing affordable housing opportunities and increasing the city's rental housing stock. Moreover, the project will provide for an economically balanced community by providing housing for different demographic and income levels. In addition, the project will be consistent with the purpose of the underlying zone and applicable designation in the general plan, and consistent with the character of the surrounding area. Staff would like to note that an initial study, mitigated negative declaration, was prepared for this project. The document went out for the 20-day public review on January 8th, and the public comment period closes on January 29th, prior to the City Council action at the City Council meeting on February 5th. The initial study, mitigated negative declaration, found no significant impacts that would be able to be, found no significant impacts that wouldn't be able to be mitigated to a level of less than significant. Based on the analysis provided, staff recommends that the Planning Commission adopt a resolution approving density bonus agreement application number 2018-01 as conditioned. I do also want to note that the project applicant is here in case the Planning Commission wants to direct any questions to them. That concludes staff's report. I'd be happy to answer any questions at this time.
Does the commission have any questions of staff? Lynette?
I have a question. So the application is just for the density bonus.
That's correct.
And in the presentation, it says it does not need to go through planning review. So that means that the actual attributes of the project are not subject to review at this time by the Planning Commission.
That's correct. I believe the language was site plan review application. This body is probably accustomed to seeing site plan review applications before, which requires a Planning Commission discretionary action. At this time, only the density bonus agreement is within the Planning Commission's purview as there's no site plan needed.
Very good. Thank you.
Any other questions from staff? David?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to clarify and follow up, there is no need for site plan review. Is that because due to zoning, it's the conversion of this property to go to housing, it would be a by right development?
That's correct. The Transit Zoning Code allows these uses. The density bonus application is needed to be reviewed by the Planning Commission because the project requires waivers and concessions. And as written in our municipal code, it requires this body to approve that. But as far as the Transit Zoning Code, it allows mixed-use development, housing, and retail.
So in essence, the property owner there can choose to change its use from what's currently their church that's there. They can go ahead and change it to housing development without any review or approval by this body or the city council, because that's already been
the application will require a review by the Planning Commission for the application. Subsequently, it's going to go to the city council for the actual density bonus agreement. That bonus agreement is for a 55-year, I believe, affordability timeline. So at this time, they wouldn't be able to change that.
I was asking, the question was asked of me on the way in, just the conversion of the use from a current church use to a housing use. And as you mentioned, the Transit Zoning Code allows that change in use. Correct. Today, I know that what we're talking about is that the density bonus is what this,
Yeah.
Do you want?
Sure.
Yes, it is a by right project. The zoning allows either a church or a residential project without any discretionary action required by the council.
Tonight, we're not.
Or commission.
Because it's by right, the commission tonight is not at all, we're not considering any type of permits for land use or for the project itself, because that's, again, by right.
That is
allowed.
correct.
Thank you.
Any other questions of staff?
At this point, are we allowed to go back to make it mixed, or is that set in stone? The advice that the Community Development Commission made to reduce it from mixed to 100% affordable housing, is that?
To clarify, are you asking about the mixed income versus 100% affordable?
Yeah.
I think that might be within the Planning Commission's purview if they would like to make a recommendation.
So to clarify, the answer is yes, you can. However, based on my understanding is, if correctly, is that based on the changes that were made by the commission, Housing Commission, the applicant has went ahead and structured their financing based on 100% affordable. So they have changed their financing structure as well for the project based on that recommendation at that time.
Okay. Well, can I add the recommendation to make it back to mixed?
You can make the motion.
Yeah. Okay. I would like to make a motion to bring it back to a mixed housing instead of 100% low-income affordable housing.
Okay.
At this time, there's you may want to continue to ask any planning commissioner questions and then open the public hearing and hear public
That's fine.
testimony on that.
Thank you.
Any other questions of staff? Does the developer want to come up and speak at all to this commission?
Hi, yes. Good evening, Honorable Chair and Commissioners. My name's Alexa Washburn. I'm Vice President of Planning with National Community Renaissance. Pedro did a terrific job summarizing the project, and so there are just two items that I would like to highlight. Is that this project is truly community-driven. It is the Santa Ana United Methodist Church and their congregation, which majority of them are residents of Santa Ana, who decided to consolidate their ministry on their North Grand campus in North Santa Ana and repurpose their downtown site. And they wanted to repurpose it to leave a legacy in downtown, hence the name Legacy Square, and to continue to serve the families of Santa Ana. It's the neighborhood, continue to serve the community. We've also held over a dozen community meetings, and it's actually at those community meetings that we heard there is the need for affordable housing. And so when originally we proposed mixed income, it wasn't just the Housing Commission, but it was also the community that supported 100% affordable. And so we did respond to that and changed our financing structure. Secondly, what makes this project different than any other development project or even any affordable projects that you'll see is the financing source that we are seeking. It's called Affordable Housing Sustainable Communities Grant. It's part of the cap and trade funding through the state of California. And what's unique about this funding is that a portion of it goes to build the 93 units of affordable housing, but then $4 million are being invested in the surrounding neighborhood. And they're being used to improve mobility improvements and urban greening. And those $4 million in neighborhood improvements were identified by the residents. We conducted a walk audit with Garfield Elementary School and the parents of the students there, and they identified safe routes to school, crosswalks, lighting that needs to be installed, bikeways, as well as urban greening, that's shade trees, a new pocket park at the Mortimer Triangle. So we will be implementing those improvements as part of our ASIC funding. And then lastly, I just wanted to add a personal note. I'm born and raised in Santa Ana. In fact, my parents still live in the house I grew up in, and many of the people here in the audience are actually their neighbors. So they're here to talk about the next item. But this project is personal to me as well. And so this is an opportunity to approve your first project, a true transit-oriented development that serves deeply needed affordable housing along the future OC streetcar stop. The OC streetcar route goes right along Santa Ana Boulevard. A transit station will literally be at the corner of our project, so our residents can walk out their door, hop on the trolley, walk to, it has a walk score of 98 out of 100, so the residents can run most of their errands, literally run or walk them. So it's a great transit-oriented development and meets the needs for deeply affordable housing for Santa Ana families. So thank you. And again, our team is here to answer any additional questions that you might have.
Does any of the commissioners have a question for the developer? Thank you, Alexa. Thank you. Okay. Madam Secretary, have we received any written communication on this item?
We have received one, and that was distributed to the commission just a few minutes ago.
Okay, thank you. We will now open the public hearing. If you have not filled out a card on this item, please come up and do so. The first person is Mike Rashani. Just for you, Mike, and for everybody else that comes up to speak, you have 2 minutes. The 2 minutes is going to be on the screen.
Yeah.
So please do your best to stay within
Yeah,
2
sure.
minutes. We
No,
have a lot of
I'm a
people.
property manager in French Park. I'm kind of concerned about the impact of parking space, because we're already having a difficulty with parking space, and I'm kind of concerned this development would cause additional burden to our tenants.
Okay.
That's it.
Thank you, Mike. Ivan Rodriguez. Ivan Rodriguez. Thank you.
Thank you, Council. My name is Ivan Rodriguez. I'm a native to Santa Ana. I'm also assistant pastor to the church that currently rents at this location. And speaking for our congregation, I know we're 100% against just the building of this project, just because, I know from just growing up in the neighborhood, I think the last thing we need is the removal of a church, in the community that would be preaching and teaching the Bible. And I think what would be best for the community is that the church would stay. And that's my word. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you, Ivan. Okay. Carrie Wright.
Thank you, Council, and my brothers and sisters in the audience. First, full disclosure, I am on staff at Santa Ana United Methodist Church. I also grew up in the city of Santa Ana. My family has lived and worked in this city for over 50 years. As part of this church, we are part of a legacy that has served Santa Ana for over 150 years. We would like to continue that legacy. The word that comes to my mind is tailor-made. We have worked with the community agencies. We have talked with folks in the community. We have talked with city agencies and worked to continue to adjust the plan to tailor fit the needs of Santa Ana. And we're asking to be allowed to continue to serve Santa Ana in this new way. We will have a church presence there, just not in the same way that we have it now. Thank you.
Thank you, Carrie. Ruben Espanda. Ruben.
Good evening. My name is Ruben Esponda. I'm going to address to you in Spanish. Is okay?
We're going to need a translator here.
Okay.
Okay.
He sido pastor en Santa Ana por los últimos 10 años. Yes.
I've been a pastor in the city of Santa Ana for the last 10 years.
Actualmente sirvo a Santa Ana United Methodist Church y también al Gethsemane United Methodist Church in Henninger Park.
I serve the Santa Ana United Methodist Church and the second
El Gethsemane.
Gethsemane Methodist Church in Henninger Park.
Y he visto la necesidad tanto de mis congregantes como de la comunidad que me rodea.
And I've seen the needs of our congregants as well as the people around our neighborhood.
90% de ellos son de bajos ingresos y pagan renta, como ustedes saben, rentas caras.
90% of them are from low income and pay very high rents.
Creo que el proyecto que ahora nuestra iglesia tiene y propone a la ciudad es ser parte de la solución a los problemas que estamos enfrentando de vivienda en nuestra ciudad.
I believe that the project that the church is proposing is part of the solution for addressing those issues in our city.
No es fácil para una iglesia decir vamos a cambiar el propósito por el cual tenemos este espacio, pero creemos que Dios nos ha ayudado a discernir la necesidad de esta ciudad y cómo responder a ella. Gracias.
I might need you to repeat that again. It's not easy for a church to make changes like these, but it's
otra forma de responder a la
but it's another form to respond to the necessities of the neighborhood.
Thank you.
And needs.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ruben. Adele DiPano? Adele?
Good evening, Commissioners. Martin Luther King Jr., whose day is coming up on Monday, once said that, he had a dream that all would be free and to be free at last. Although many would say that we are dangerously close to accepting the homeless situation as a problem that we just can't solve, we at Santa Ana United Methodist Church have a dream that one day our fair city will be free of homelessness and lack of affordable housing for its residents and those who wish to make Santa Ana their home. Yes, we are dreamers who are very much aware that movements that have shaped and reshaped the course of human history began as an action by a small group of thoughtful, committed individuals, visionaries who focus not on how bad things are, but on how good they can be. We at Santa Ana United Methodist Church have caught the vision of repurposing our downtown site into a complex of affordable housing as a way of responding to the #1 moral crisis facing America today. We have entered into a ground lease agreement with National Renaissance Corporation to develop our church property into a gift that will keep on giving for those who will be housed in its 92 residential units. I am here as the lead pastor of the church to ask the Planning Commission to hop on the bandwagon of church properties being repurposed into affordable housing. For us, this project is a new and exciting expression of our vision to be God's hands and feet in Santa Ana, a way to live out our calling to love God and love neighbor. I pray for your support of this worthy and much needed project in response to the crisis of homelessness and lack of affordable housing gripping our city and nation. Thank you.
Adele. Doug Gillen. Doug Gillen.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Doug Gillen. I have been a resident of Santa Ana since 1952. I am currently serving as the chair of the board of Santa Ana United Methodist Church, and one of the reasons we have named this project Legacy Square is because 3 churches here in Santa Ana, 3 United Methodist churches, merged about 8 years ago. Now, those 3 churches represent over 430 years of service here in the city of Santa Ana. One of those churches is Spurgeon United Methodist Church. They were formed here in Santa Ana in 1869. The first church, where this particular parcel is located, was formed in 1873. Now, the last unit of this particular congregation was formed by a bunch of German immigrants in 1879. Now, all of those dates are well before Orange County became a county. And that last group of German immigrants held their services for many, many years in German, their native language, their heart language. As we formed together as Santa Ana United Methodist Church 8 years ago, we realized that we had assets that we could use for our community. This particular project is one of those. And as we look to serve our community, this is a way that we can bring people together, give them a safe place to live, and also bring our community to a higher level of just a good community to live in. We thank you very much for your consideration on this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Doug. Nina Hive.
Good evening, everyone. Hi, my name is Nina Kiv, and I am a member of Santa Ana United Methodist Church. I am also their nursery director, and I myself have been in the affordable housing program for about 7 years now. I'm here to speak in support of this project because I know how it is to look for housing and to find the difficulty of finding a place to live. up till last year, I've been living, a family of 5 been living in a 1-bedroom until our application had been approved in one of the cities in Orange County. And 4 years it took for us to be able to move our family and our children into a place that will actually house us and give us a better living. This particular project and any affordable housing project I support because I advocate for low-income residents, and I know what they go through, and I know how they feel and the struggles that they go through in order to find a better housing especially for children. I have 3 kids. I'm a mother of 3, and I'm also a student. So we are trying our best in order to provide housing for our children. And this particular project, I know, will able to help a lot of families and will able to help the community in Santa Ana. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nina. Jeff Dickman.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the Planning Commission. My name is Jeff Dickman. I'm a resident of the historic French Park neighborhood and also a member of its Architectural Review Committee. We only received a notice about this project just a week ago, and it has a document associated with it that's 1,500 pages, 200 pages in the mitigated negative deck, the initial study, and then 1,300 pages of attachments. And it was, over the time people were coming back from holiday, many of us just saw the notice and just beginning now to review the document. We're not going to get the full 20 days. I would like to ask that the project be continued a couple of weeks so Historic French Park and others in the preservation community have an opportunity to review the materials. It's an expansive document to see if there's any comments. My quick look at the project tells me there's no historic preservation involved. There's a large antique church, which we would love to see stay on site. Don't see anything in the proposal that proposes any sort of reuse, adaptive reuse. No thought was given to that. We're very concerned about that. Historic French Park was a neighborhood under great change. All single-family homes, apartments were taking it over. Neighborhoods don't eat away at apartments, so apartments tend to eat away at neighborhoods, and that's what was happening. And that's what happened to the...
Please.
And that's what happened
Give the speaker courtesy of letting him speak. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And that's what happened to the French Court neighborhood, what happened to the Lacey neighborhood, and what the bulk of these people are here to talk about a little bit later is 2525 North Main. That's going to beat the living crap out of that neighborhood. We would like to have the opportunity to have a little more time to look at this very important document, to give thoughtful comments, to see if there's alternatives to removing a very important, significant structure to the history of Santa Ana's architectural history. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jeff. Debbie McEwen.
Thank you, Father.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. I echo Jeff's request saying, please, could you give consideration to tabling this for a bit? Truly, we are impacted. We're in that 500-foot sphere of influence. We were noticed one single time. We got nothing else. And we got it last week on a Tuesday is when I received mine. Jeff and I got it, I think we got it on the same day. So, Candida, I'd be interested in knowing why we were not noticed about any of these other meetings that have been mentioned. We can get to that later. One of the things that bothers me a lot is each time a developer comes to town, they tug at our heartstrings with the affordable housing crises and this perceived need that we somehow, the city of Santa Ana, must be doing all this providing. We need thousands of units. We've put in thousands of units. And now here, the more you ask for, the more we will be asked of. So it's just going to be this never-ending cycle of building. That being said, just in their desire to not follow any of the current planning codes. They want if I read it correctly, they want variances on all 4 elevations. They are trying to pack too much into a small space to their financial benefit and their delight. And I've heard the name community bandied around quite a few times, all the past speakers. Community. I've lived there for 30 years. I am community, and I don't agree with any of what was previously said. So which community are we catering to? There's got to be a balance. This is completely and entirely out of balance. Thank you.
Thank you, Debbie. Is there anybody else at this time that would like to make a public comment on item number 1? Hearing none, the public hearing... Oh, okay, come on up, please. Would you make sure that you fill out a card?
It's been filled.
It's been filled out? Do we have it?
Yes. Joel Solis. My name is Joel Solis. I'm one of the minister renters at the location. This is my dad, who I will be translating. He's a pastor who rents there now for 8 years also.
Okay.
Mi nombre es Adolfo Solís. Muy buenas tardes.
Good evening. My name is Adolfo Solis.
Soy presidente y fundador de la Gran Cosecha Sobrenatural.
I started the foundation of the church that we pastor there called the Supernatural Harvest Church.
Actualmente rentamos ahí en la Santana y el Spurgeon.
We rent there currently there on Spurgeon and Santa Ana.
Un hermoso templo.
A beautiful temple church.
Trabajamos para restaurar las familias.
We work to restore families.
Trabajando con los niños.
We work with children.
Los jóvenes.
Young people.
Tengo aquí a 3 de mis hijos.
I have 3 of my sons here.
2 de ellos son veteranos.
2 of them are veterans.
Yo también soy veterano de los 50.
I am also a veteran of the 50s.
Y ahora somos ministros.
We are now ministers.
Yo tengo aquí en Santana 52 años.
I've been living here in Santa Ana 52 years.
Y no estamos de acuerdo que se destruya.
And we are not in favor of the destruction
un templo
of a church temple.
Y creo que esta nación
and I think this nation
todavía está under God.
Is still under God.
God bless you.
God bless you.
Thank you. Once again, is there anyone else that would like to speak on item number 1? Yes. Okay, come on up.
Good evening, Chairman and the board. My name is Gabriel Hernandez. I'm one of the pastors at the First United Methodist Church. I've been a resident for Santa Ana for 50 years. It's going to be 50 years on May the 9th on my birthday. And I would like to tell you regarding for the planning, this is not a low income. The other buildings that are around the church, they're not affordable to our community, to our Latino people. And one of the things is that our church is trying to restore the Latino community and the community around the church. And by you guys taking a church, you're taking hope away from the community. You're taking away their faith. Instead of taking a church away from the community, why don't you guys take out a liquor store, the marijuana companies that are around our community that are actually destroying not only the Latino community, but the African American and the white people too. That's why I'm here, voice of the community, as a pastor. We have seen around the community families being restored, families being healed of cancer, couples being restored, young people getting their faith grown up again. And by giving you guys taking the church away, that's not right for the community. And I asked for the planning committee to consider that that the church stays for the community. I know that you guys, the planning committee and Mr. Chairman, you guys believe too. You guys go to a church. Imagine if they take the church away, you guys go to. And I want you guys to consider that as a pastor, pastoring the community, to consider that, to say no to this development. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to try for a third time here. Does anybody else like to speak at this time? We have somebody. Yes, you can. Please just name, if you could do your name and your address, that'd be great.
My name is Deborah Gillen. I have lived in Santa Ana with my husband since 1976, and I grew up in this community. I'm the chairman of the governance board of Santa Ana United Methodist Church, and I did not plan on speaking this evening, but I am concerned about some of the things that I have heard in the last few minutes. It is not our intention to leave the community without a Christian presence. There will be on-site resources through our church in the community center. There are several churches in the neighborhood as well. We are grateful for the people that have been renting there, but they have been renting. The church itself is in a deteriorating condition. The historic St. Luke's building has been red tagged and would cost us millions of dollars to restore and make it habitable again. And so after much discussion with the members of the church, both those who worship at the downtown site and those at Grand Avenue, we believe that this is the best way to serve our community, to provide homes for people so that their children can have a better start in life. We hope through this project to break the cycle of poverty by ensuring that people have safe and adequate housing. I know that I am unclear about why French Park did not know sooner, because we have held meetings at that location that I know were notified through the community. And so I feel badly that they are feeling as if they have been blindsided by this, but that was certainly not the intention. And so I hope that the commissioners will consider the greater good for this community, the rights of Santa Ana United Methodist Church to provide this place of ministry for future generations. Thank you.
Thank you. Kelly?
Good evening. My name is Kelly Reinberger. I live in Floral Park. I had no intention of speaking tonight. I thought there'd be a lot more voices from Park Santiago. They'll be much more directly impacted than I will. I haven't heard a lot of the practical complaints about traffic in general. I drive down Memory Lane on a daily basis multiple times, and when I sit there at the corner of Main Street and Memory, I look... Why is that the wrong comment? Yes.
Go ahead.
Are we good?
Go ahead.
Talking
We're
about
as good as what you're speaking about.
increased density increases traffic. That's my concern. And everyone's talking about low-income housing, and I'm thinking this is the most ridiculous place to put low-income housing, because the nearest walking grocery store is Mother's Market. And if anyone's gone in there, it's...
Okay, allow the speaker to speak, please. Give him the courtesy.
Okay, I apologize.
All right, Kelly.
Thank you for letting me know.
Kelly, we're going to move you over the stack, okay?
Where are we? Okay. All right, thanks.
Thank you. Luis.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't want to be a homeless church. Talking about homelessness, I don't want to be a homeless church. On one of the meetings, they said probably they would help us to relocate us. Like our pastor says, I do believe they talk about millions necessary to rebuild, but I believe there's quite plenty of Methodist that would be willing to donate $1, and I believe we'd raise millions to rebuild that place. I've seen some projects be done before. I've been part of some of the projects like that. I guess we just have to lose faith. We're not doing what we're supposed to. Go and reach the people. The homeless that were taken out from this place, they were living in the building right there with us in that building. So I believe that there's quite many Methodists that be willing to donate the money to rebuild that place as a historical place to worship God.
Thank you, Louis. Any other person that would like to speak at this moment, please say so. Hearing none, the public hearing is now closed. I can't believe it.
My name is Adelina Navarro. I'm a member of the church, and I want to say I'm a chaplain, and we help the community. Okay. We're going to the hospitals to pray for the sickness. We try to be a good impact in the city, and I think so. We need to keep the church. This is what I want to say. We need it.
Thank you.
God bless you.
Okay. Pause. Anybody at this point in time would like to speak on this item, please do so. Come on up.
My name is Joseph Sanchez, and I'm so grateful to Santana. I was one of the founding members of building the Trinity Broadcasting Network. I also was a consultant for the 49ers back in the day and the Rams. I just want to say that I've seen a lot of young men and women really grow because they were given the opportunity. And for me, now is NOW, no opportunity. Now is the time to give these kids and these people an opportunity. I traveled all over the country with these people, but in leaving, what I want to say is that we are the temple, we are the church, not a building, not a building. So I just want to say that working with the homeless kids all over the country, it's incredible. And to see people that have opened up their hearts, their compassion is filled, their passion is filled with compassion, and they're the ones that are able to make things pop for these young people. I'm a filmmaker now, and I just wanted to come and support because this is a city that gave me an opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Could you fill out a card, please? Thank you. Come on up.
I'm also a member, Chairman, and you all. Thank you.
Could you identify who you are? Just tell us who you are and where you live.
Amelia Leo Sanchez. I live across the street for where y'all want to build the homeless. Because I live there, I see everything that's going on. Daily, we're getting robbed, stolen, and I see these people, and I witness to them. And also, military ex-wife, 19 and a half years. So I know the other side. Please, this would be a disaster that you all are asking for. Because I live there, I know it. I've been here in Santa Ana 67 years, and I love it. And this would, believe you me, as I say, you've heard the clapping, you've heard our voice. And like the gentleman here said, you only gave us 1 week notice. Really, half the people couldn't even make it because of the weather and the traffic. But if you could give us an extension, we'd get petitions. Believe you me, most of the people aren't for this. This is a nightmare. Like I said, because I love to talk, so I go around evangelizing, and we're robbed. Ask anybody there at the 800 French Street. I'm talking 2-3 times a week. Our houses, our cars, it's a nightmare. And me, as a senior citizen, I'm scared to come out at night. I won't come out at night no more. I've been in my car when I've come home from Bible study at night, and they're trying to open my door. Thank God that I honk and I could shout, as you could tell. If it wouldn't be for the name Jesus, I'd be afraid to come out, even during the day. It's a nightmare there with these homeless people. I'm not judging them, but most of them are taking drugs. It's scary. And if you don't live there, you don't know what I'm talking about. Please listen to what we've all spoke. I thank you. God bless you.
Thank you. Yeah. Ma'am, would you please fill out a paper? Thank you.
Good evening. I just want to say that we're against you taking away our church. The church for me has helped me. I've been there since I was 17 years old, and it has changed me, and I don't want you to take away my church because it has helped me. When I came at that church, I was 17 and I was a teenage mom, and that helped me a lot because it helped me to stay away from. I was still going to school, but it also helped me to stay away from drugs and everything you see right nowadays in school. So I just ask you to please consider not taking away our church, because just like it has helped me, I know that it's going to help, and it's helping other teenage girls. If they're going through things, we know that we have a home there. We know that the pastors that are there, they help us, and they help us to grow. And we also give to the community because we have a lot of programs there, and we have like a dance program, which I'm part of it. And I teach the little girls, and when I got there, I thought that I couldn't do things, but that church has helped me to become a better person, and now I'm giving back to the community by helping those little girls, giving them an example that maybe you make mistakes, but with God's help and with the church, your life could keep continuing. And I just ask you that you please not take away your church. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Jessica? We have 2 cards here.
I'm going to translate for
Translate?
her.
Okay, that's fine.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Amalia Ventura.
Good evening, my name is Amalia Ventura.
Y yo soy directora de danza de la Iglesia Metodista.
She's the director of the dance program in the Santa Ana United Methodist Church.
Junto con Jessica, que es maestra.
With me being the teacher.
Trabajamos juntas nosotros para que las niñas, las jovencitas, adolescentes entren a este grupo de danza para que ellas se estén ocupadas en este ministerio, para que ellas no vayan a las drogas, a las pandillas, para que sean mejores ciudadanas.
Together we work to teach little girls that to stay focused on something, to be focused on dance instead of focusing, like if they have problems, they could just come and all their energy can be in the dance, and we help them to stay there, to focus on that and not being in drugs or being in other bad things.
Y no estoy de acuerdo en que se destruya la iglesia, porque es de bendición para la comunidad, y yo pido que al contrario nos ayuden para que tengamos seguridad con los niños que están participando en este evento.
We don't want you to take away our church, and we ask also the security from you, because we help these little girls to be safe, to teach them things instead of going out there and doing drugs and things like that.
Y para que en el futuro tengamos mejores ciudadanos en nuestra ciudad de Santa Ana.
and so we can have better citizens in the city of Santa Ana. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Once again, at this time, is there anybody else that would like to speak on item number 1? Could you state your name and address and then fill out a card, please?
Sure. I'm a property owner at 713 Spurgeon. My name is Shadi Allamezadeh. I'm an RN, a nurse, full-time nurse who's working every day with homeless people. And I just wanted to tell you that I go to them, I help them, I treat them, I bring medication to them. Homeless people, they are a very high percentage of them. They are either drug users or they are mentally, unstable. They have a lot of psych issues. They are alcoholic mostly. They even don't like to be, limited in a space. They don't want to live in an apartment or in a place. Even if you give them, they're going to just leave. They have a lot of friends, a friend of friend that they will bring to the community or to the apartment. So it's going to just bring a lot of, unsafeness and to the community. That's my opinion, and I just wanted to share it with you.
Thank you. Once again, anybody at this time would like to speak on item number 1, please come up here and do so. Hearing none.
Chair, the applicant would like to request an ability to address the commission and respond to some of the comments. The applicant.
You okay with that? Yes. Okay. Can I ask one question? Do we close public hearing at this point in time, or are we considering this part of public hearing?
Yes. Leave it as part of the open public hearing, correct.
Okay, fine.
Sure. Good evening again, Honorable Chair and Commissioners. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to respond to some of the comments from the public tonight. One comment that I heard was regarding the noticing and that they weren't given enough time and that they received the notice a week ago. Per the city's Sunshine Ordinance, we held a community workshop, one of over a dozen. But this one, again, is in response to the city's Sunshine Ordinance on November 27th. And we're required by law to notify all residents within 500 feet. And so those same labels, mailing labels, that were used to notice this meeting tonight were used to notice that meeting back in November and subsequent meetings before that. So we have made every effort. We started outreach back over the summer. We've met with many community groups, including Vela. We did the walk audit. We've held over half a dozen meetings at the church, but also at other locations throughout the community. So we started outreach early because we wanted the community to truly embrace this project. Secondly, in terms of continuing to serve the community through ministry, but also services, there will be a 2,700 square foot community center built within our project. Our Hope Through Housing Foundation, which is our sister nonprofit, provides supportive services, not only for the residents that will live in the project, but for the surrounding community, residents, youth, elderly in the surrounding community. And those supportive services are provided to the youth. We provide after-school programs, such as the dance classes or those types of things with the Boys and Girls Clubs. We provide health and wellness and nutrition, but most importantly, we provide economic mobility programs. We provide the housings to stabilize families, but then educate and give them the skill set to launch them into market rate housing. And that economic mobility program has been successful for many of our residents being able to become homeowners within the neighborhood. So we will continue to provide supportive services on site through the community center. We make that available to the surrounding neighborhood The church will continue to have a presence on site. In fact, they have office space there. Well, they will be able to continue their ministry. So I wanted to respond to just those kind of main concerns that I heard from the community tonight. Again, this is a family affordable project, truly transit-oriented development, and will leave a legacy in downtown and continue to serve the community.
Thank you, Alexi.
Thanks.
Oh, wait a minute. Alexi, there's a question from one of the commissioners.
I think we have to close the public hearing, and then I can ask her.
All right, that's fine. Anybody else at this time that would like to speak on item number 1? If so, please come up here. Having no one else to speak at this time. Would you identify who you are, and then would you fill out a card, please?
Sure. My name is Jevin Crane. I'm here for the other issue tonight. However, having listened to the developer, if they are interested in serving the community, I don't see why they would object to an extension to let all parties be heard. Thank you.
Thank you. Once again, anybody at this time wants to speak on item number 1? If so, please come up here. Hearing and seeing none, the public hearing is closed. We'll now bring it back to the commission for discussion. Lynette, you have a question for the developer.
I did. I had a question regarding unless it's someone from the church that can answer it. I'd like to know on the rental agreement that you have with the current renter, how long is that good for?
I actually might ask their business manager to come up and answer that question.
I guess secondly,
I don't have the agreement with me. However, when I last looked at the copies that I have in my office, the actual leases expired last year, and we have been continuing the rent on a month-to-month basis because we do value the relationship. I would also say that just because a church moves doesn't mean you don't do church. My church moved 8 years ago. We still have church. I come from a military family. My family did not disband every time we got moved.
Okay. Wait,
Thank you.
we have a question. Cynthia?
So will a management company be hired to vet the tenants and who will be living there, or will it be the church?
Sure. That's one of the reasons. So the church actually held their own RFP process, so requests for proposals. And so we were one of many developers affordable housing developers that competed for the project. And one of the reasons they selected National Community Renaissance is because we are a full service nonprofit community organization. So we're not only developers, we're also builders. So we're general contractors, and our VP of construction is here tonight. But more importantly, we're invested in the long term because we continue to manage the property and operate it. And our senior VP of property management is also here tonight. So National Community Renaissance will manage the property. We manage over 85 communities. We have over 9,000 units within our portfolio that provide affordable housing to over 27,000 residents. So we take pride in our high quality design and our maintenance and management.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions of the developer? Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it, Alexa. All right, bring it back to the commission and go ahead.
For staff. Could you guys tell us when notices went out to the community for the Sunshine Ordinance?
I believe the meeting was held on November 22nd, and they went out 10 days before. They would have had to be mailed 10 days before. So that would have been November 12th. 17th.
Yeah, so the meeting was held on November 27th. We're required to circulate or mail the notices at least 10 days prior, and I believe we did it actually at least 13 days prior. So around November 15th, but I can get the exact date for you.
No, I just wanted to be sure from our staff that they did go out and
yes,
when
staff
those
can
dates
confirm.
were.
That's correct. The noticing for the Sunshine Ordinance meeting was done pursuant to our municipal code, which does require a minimum 10 days before the meeting, and it also went to our Orange County Register as well.
And what staff was in attendance at the meeting?
I believe myself was in attendance and our planning manager, Candida Neal.
And what did you observe? Were there a lot of people there? A little bit? What were the
There was
sentiments?
upwards to, I'd say 50 people or so. A full summary of the Sunshine Ordinance meeting has been attached to your staff report as well. But the majority of the meeting was really about making the project 100% affordable. The community had concerns about the 10% market rate units that the developer had originally proposed. And so really the duration of the meeting was about making it 100% affordable.
Thank you.
There was a couple comments regarding the concern for the current renters, I believe.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Lynette?
Pedro, don't
Question
go-
is Pedro.
Don't go away. On page 17 of the report, it says that this project is still under public review until January 29th.
Are you referring to the environmental document?
Well, that's what I wanted to know. Is that what it is? Is it, because it's talking about responding to comments received incorporate comments and responses into the ISMND. Is that
That's
because this what we're asking to be voted on today for the density agreement. Is that different on what you're receiving the comments on that's due on the 29th? I mean, what I'm trying to understand is why we would be voting on this before the actual comment review period is over. So I'm assuming that's because there's two different variations of what's going to City Council for approval versus what we need to approve?
That's
I
correct.
just want to make that clear. So
That's correct.
Could you clarify what those comments are, what the difference is of what City Council is going to approve versus what we're being asked to approve tonight?
That's correct. And it's actually a point of clarification on one of the comments earlier. This body is actually approving the density bonus agreement solely, making 3 findings. The City Council is actually taking action on the density bonus agreement, and they're taking action on the environmental document. The environmental document chosen to be prepared was the ISMND, and that's actually out for current public review. This body is not making any sort of action on the environmental document. However, some of the comments expressed as part of the document will be incorporated as part of that final ISMND. The City Council is tasked with making that final decision whether to approve the ISMND.
Okay, thank you. That clarifies a lot for me.
One question I have is that it's my understanding that the reason why this was put on this calendar date was because based on the bonus agreement, there is financing that has to be done by a certain time period?
That's correct, and we actually have members of our community development agency in attendance today who could speak to some of the financing as well. Also, our developer could speak to some of that as well. Some of this is driven by deadlines for grant funding, but I have Mr. Judson Brown here from our CDA department.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That is correct. The developer is submitting an application on February 11th for the Affordable Housing and Sustainable Communities Grant Program made available by the State of California Housing and Community Development Department. The State Department Housing and Community Development is only making available these funds in a one-time NOFA this year in the amount of $395 million across the state of California. And the developer is working together with our staff to submit an application on February 11th, a competitive application, for $20 million. Of that $20 million, $16.4 million will go towards the affordable housing project itself, thereby reducing the amount of subsidy that would be needed by the city. And $3.6 million will go to surrounding improvements around the project. So that is very much related to the expediency of approving the density bonus agreement. And furthermore, if you read the City Council meeting agenda for tomorrow night's meeting, item 80A is a recommendation by staff for an award of $3.1 million in affordable housing funds for this project to make it possible. That award was recommended unanimously by our Community Redevelopment and Housing Commission on December 19th and follows a very competitive RFP process that was overseen by our Executive Director of Public Works, our Planning and Building Executive Director, Community Development Agency Executive Director, and myself. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from staff or for staff? No? Hearing none? We'll bring it back to the commission at this time. Would anybody like to make a motion on this item? Eric?
Sure. I'll make a motion that we adopt a resolution approving the density bonus agreement as conditioned.
Second.
Okay. All right, there was...
I'll do it again.
Go ahead.
I'm going to move that we adopt a resolution approving density bonus agreement application 2018-01 as conditioned.
Second.
Any discussion on that? Lynette?
I would just like to make a comment before we take this to a vote. There was just some things that were said during the public comments that bothered me or kind of confused me about this project, because I think that there's some misconceptions about who this project is being built for. It sounds to me like the current church is not in a position that they want to upgrade or renovate the current existing church, and so they are now working towards what is the best that they can do with this land use to meet the community needs. And it sounds like from their congregation, this was how they wanted to change the property into an affordable housing. Affordable housing is for working families. So I know there was a lot of discussion about homelessness, which I think we got off track there talking about homelessness. This is not a project that is meant to house homeless people. It is a project that is to an affordable housing project for working families. So there must be income in order for people to qualify to live in these houses. They must be working and have a certain amount of income per capita. And there is a chart that people have to go through when they apply to show how much income they have in order to qualify. So I just wanted to make that clear, because that was, I think, one thing that got people a little off track on what this project is. Again, and it's not this body, or at least not my position, to be taking a church away from anybody, not anybody in the community. That's not my intent. But on this dais, I am being tasked with what the applicant has asked us to do with their property at hand, and that is for us to approve this agreement to move move them to be able to make the applications to have this affordable housing project, which will then go to council for them to review the comments that community members will be able to make regarding the environmental impact report. So that is not what we're voting on today. Is not what council will see in the future. So I just want to make that clear as far as my position when I vote on this item.
That's fine.
I have a comment. A lot of developers come into town with the idea of developing affordable housing under California Affordable Housing Act. In fact, the city of Santiago, we need a lot of number of affordable housing availability for our residents. But again, when you're building a affordable housing complex, which means you would allow to reduce number of parking spaces of allowing for that particular project. It means the extra vehicle will park on surrounding communities. Number two, in my opinion, the project did not allow enough public input and the notices. And number three, as the devout Catholic myself, I am against destroy a church for any kind of development.
David?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank all of the members of the community who came out to speak on this matter, on this topic. Clearly a very passionate matter for people on both sides. People that would like to be able to see a legacy, as was mentioned, of continuing to serve the community out of a property that had been used as a church for over 100 years, and definitely understand the view of those who would like to be able to remain there and to hold worship services and to continue to serve the youth and the families the community by way of the church ministry. So a bit torn as I consider this. However, there's two main things that have stood out to me. One is, tonight we're not looking or considering the right to build housing at this place. That was decided years ago under the transit zoning code. The property owner, that's what housing at this site is already a use that is allowed. So the church doesn't have to, the current property owner can go ahead and move forward with that without tonight's decision. The decision tonight is whether we will allow for there to be this density bonus. So the number of units that will be able to be served, be able to be housed there. There clearly is a need for housing in our community. There clearly is a need for affordable housing in our community. And providing housing is a very important and vital ministry, I believe, particularly for those who are less fortunate. One of the things that came to mind, one of the speakers that spoke from personal, and even I could tell there was a bit of emotion there from personal experience. Having lived, as she mentioned, in very, very limited quarters until she was able, her and her family were able to move to a more adequate home for her family and her children. And it made me think about the fact that a couple of years ago, my family, we took in a couple of children, a 1 and a 3-year-old, who were living in their car with their mom because they had lost their home, they didn't have a place to stay. So when I think about the fact that through this project there will be 90-some units of homes that will be made accessible to families like this family that my family took in, I see it as a very impactful and meaningful ministry to those who are in need. And I think that any church, I respect that, and I have friends who even spoke today. I think that as we're committed to serve the city of Santa Ana, the community of Santa Ana that also has a need for ministry, there will be places and ways that we will continue to be able to serve, whether at this location or wherever else God might take us. So for those reasons, I will be supporting the item tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, David.
Can I?
Angie?
Yes. Well, thank you for that clarification, David, on what we're voting today.
Speak up. You got to speak up.
It's off. Thank you for that clarification, David, tonight. I've personally walked that area, and I've seen schools, I've seen different sizes of housing, and yes, I can see why we need affordable housing, but I don't agree to have an extra bonus because I know there are people there that can't find parking. I know the people that live there, and I don't see them tonight for some reason, but if I call them, and I don't know if they'll be okay with losing more parking in that area, I personally would not walk there after 5 p.m. in that area. I think there's a lot of cleanup that needs to happen, and hopefully we can see this development grow, but I don't support that extra bonus of density for that same reason.
Eric?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to explain to you why I made the motion I made to approve the density bonus. And Mr. Benavides commented on some of it, which is that the city is in need of housing of all types, affordable, market rate, and we rarely in this commission get the chance to vote on a project that is fully 100% affordable, that reaches people at the income levels that this project reaches. And the way in which we get there is through the density bonus. And it's in an area that is near transit, that is near the rail line, and it is, for some folks, the perfect project to put in that place. And I think because this city does have such a dire need of affordable housing, that is the reason, looking at this in isolation as just what's before us today as a density bonus, that I'm supporting this project.
Thank you, Eric. Any other comments from the commission? Hearing none, call for the question. We have the motion and a second.
Yep.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Okay. 5-2. Thank you. Okay. This is the time and place for item number 2, Final Environmental Impact Report 2018-01, Development Agreement number 201801, General Plan Amendment number 2018-06, and Amendment Application number 2018-10 for the proposed multifamily development located at 2525 North Main Street. So that we can avoid what happened on item number 1, if you have not filled out a green card at this point in time or have not filled out any kind of card from the speaker, please come up and do so right now. You will have 2 minutes to speak. You will be on the clock for 2 minutes. And right now, just so that everybody understands, we have about if you could have some quiet, please. We have about 100 cards to go through this evening. 100. So I'm going to ask, what we're going to do is, after we finish the presentations and we open it up for public comment, I'm going to call 5 names. And I'm going to want you to come up to the front of the dais here, and then we can call you in quickly so we can move through this. Also, we will probably take a break for about 10 or 15 minutes if we see that we're not, if we've got some time. So we'd like to take a break. So let me go on and... Eric? I'm going to do that right now. Okay. Before we begin, do any of the commissioners have any disclosure to make on this item? Cynthia?
I was contacted by the developer in Pam Cepeda.
Speak up. Speak up.
I was contacted and had communication with the developer in Pam Cepeda in regards to the project.
Okay. Say it again.
I was communicated and contacted with the developer in Pam Cepeda on the project.
Okay. Eric?
I, too, had a conversation last week on Thursday with Pam Cepeda about certain improvements to Park Santiago, the actual park, and about traffic mitigation issues.
Okay. Lynette?
I met with Dave Helvig from the Park Santiago Neighborhood Association on Saturday the 12th. Well, then that means that there's too many people out there talking because I'm pretty loud.
All right. Just please.
I am pretty loud. I am pretty loud.
Please. Okay.
I met with Dave Helvig on Saturday, January 12th. Is that loud enough?
That's fine. David? Ken?
I received the video presentation, I guess, of a copy of last Plan Commission meeting from the applicant, sent it to me via the city email.
Angie? Go ahead.
I would like to recuse myself from this item number 2 on the agenda due to a political campaign contribution I received last year.
Okay, thank you. You can... Okay, and I have 2 disclosures. One is that I have had a conversation with Dale Halvick with regards to the project and received correspondence from him on several occasions. And I've also received a text message and calls from Pam Cepeda, and we have talked briefly on the project. Okay. Moving on. Staff will provide a presentation. Vince, Selena, please do so.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Planning Commissioners, members of the public. Good evening. We're here to present the 2525 North Main project before you here. This is one that most of you have seen already a couple of times, but due to one new commissioner, we're going to kind of give you guys some similar information as you received the last several meetings we've had at Planning Commission. So the project before you this evening is a 476, and I'll clarify that a little bit later, unit apartment project, 5 stories, located on the northeast corner of Main and Edgewood. It needs 4 actions by this body here, recommendations to the City Council. The first one's on the Environmental Impact Report. Now, you've seen the draft EIR back last summer. And before you is the final EIR, which includes a draft EIR, responses to comments, statement of overriding considerations, and a few other elements that Selena will get into a little more detail here shortly. You have a development agreement before you, which is a contract between the city and the applicant with certain terms, specified terms in there that the developer has to comply with. You're going to get a general plan amendment, which is a request to change our long-range vision of the site. And then you have an amendment application, otherwise known as a zone change, to change the zoning to allow a different use on there than what's allowed now. And the way we're going to do that is a tool called a specific development, an SD, which is basically we're going to create some unique zoning standards for this site. So those are the 4 actions that you'll have before you this evening that you have to make a recommendation on. And again, it's a recommendation that will go forward to City Council. So a project overview. The packet that you have, that you received all the plans and comments for, are for a 496-unit apartment project. The project started off at 517 units, about 87 units an acre, went down to 496, which is about 84 units an acre. And then through some negotiations, fine-tuning of the project, the development agreement, we're down to 476 units. So that's the project that the staff is recommending before you this evening. 476, a mixture of studios and up to 3-bedroom units. That's about 30% 2 and 3-bedroom units, so more larger units than what you saw previously. And it's about a density of 81 units an acre. There's also some additional courtyards that are going to be provided on the north side of the project, which is adjacent to the Santiago Park. The project's tiered in height from 2 to 5 stories. 2 stories to the east, where the single-family neighborhood is at. And as you go closer to Main Street, it tiers up to 3, 4, and then to 5. And then the parking is 8 levels of parking with one of those levels subterranean. And it's called a wrap project, where the project wraps around the parking structure. So what you'll see is the top little pieces of the structure. The rest of it will be contained within the project site itself. So I think most people here know the site, or of the site here. Here's an aerial north part of Santa Ana near our northern border. The project site's there highlighted in blue. It's about an 8-acre site. It's currently It's currently occupied by an office building that's been vacant for some time. Then as you go farther north, and to the west, you have Discovery Science Center. You go farther to the north, you have a 10-story building plus a 3-story office building on the west side of Main Street. Then you go a little farther north, you have Main Place Mall, and then you also have the City Place project there. So, and then you get single family to the east and to the south here. So this is kind of a context of where the project area is located at. Here's a site plan. This is pretty much, it's a few minor changes that from your packet here. This plan here shows what pretty much the general layout. Kind of go on, say, from the north is to your left. So if you're looking at it, north is on the left-hand side here. So on Edgewood, let's see if I have the cursor here to orient everybody here. Edgewood is right here. So you have an emergency access here for emergency access only, which is that green area for field children. No cars will be using that access off of Edgewood. Then you're going down, you're going west on Edgewood. If I can find my cursor again. There, oh, hey, thank you. Thank you. You can go down south, down below to get to Main Street, down farther. Then you make a left, going up Main Street, and a little farther up right there is your main access to the site, access in and out of the project site. A little farther to the left there, where Santiago Park is at the intersection, Walkie Ray and Main, that's also a proposed secondary access to the site, which is currently under study. It takes a little bit of time to go through the different actions by state actions. We had some state grants, has to go through some state approvals to get it to be changed, so we're working through that right now, but that's proposed to be a secondary access point as well. So there's your site plan there, and again, it's 476 units. You can see the parking structure in the center there, and then there's an amenity deck on top of it there, and then several courtyards kind of surrounding the project. Here's a view looking at the project from Main Street. It's considered to be contemporary architecture, this California contemporary design. It's been refined quite a bit since we first saw it about a little over a year ago, about 14 months ago. We've worked with the applicant to get a better design. That's what you have here is this contemporary design. It's going to have a mixture of certain elements. Here's off of Edgewood Street. You're going to have some elements such as plaster and stucco finishes, as well as wood, metal, and some stone highlights and accents to the project to kind of give it more of a nice earth tone kind of feel. You also have earth tone colors in the project as well. So that's a couple of slides there for your architecture. And I'm going to turn it over right now to Selena Kelleher. She's going to kind of walk you through the EIR portion of it, give a little more clarity on that, and then I'll come back a little bit later and then wrap things up.
Good evening, members of the Commission, members of the public. An environmental impact report is one of the actions before you tonight, and it was prepared for the project in conformance with the California Environmental Quality Act. This document was reviewed by technical experts, city staff, and the city's CEQA attorneys to ensure its determinations are accurate and comply with the requirements of CEQA. The EIR began in early 2018 and had two formal opportunities for public comment in regards to review and comment in regards to the technical documents and documents itself. Most recently, in November, the final EIR was released, which included the response to comments, revisions to the draft EIR, and before you tonight are the findings of fact and a statement of overriding consideration for aesthetics, which is considered a significant and unavoidable impact. And the last thing that would be included in regards to the environmental and for your consideration is the mitigation monitoring and reporting program, which outlines the mitigation measures for the project and what agencies within the city are responsible for enforcing those mitigation measures. In regards to some of the comments that have been received on the environmental document, one is in regards to the cumulative projects and projects in the vicinity. A list of reasonably foreseeable projects, past, present, and those that were on file with the city was drafted, which includes 39 commercial and residential projects. According to CEQA case law, a probable future project is when a development application has been filed and when an actual environmental review has started on a project. Therefore, applications that were submitted after the NOP was released, such as the Main Place Mall project, which was submitted in May of 2018, is not included on the cumulative project list. The mall does have entitlements that were granted in the early 2000s. However, over the last 17 years, no building plans or construction documents have been submitted for those entitlements. As such, in regards to the definition of a reasonably foreseeable project, Main Place Mall, the previous entitlements are not considered something that would be reasonably foreseeable or need to be included within the environmental analysis. In regards to the environmental topics, they are based on the state CEQA guidelines, which is Appendix G, which outlines 14 environmental topics that were included, along with technical reports. The thresholds are set either through state, regional, or local standards in regards to how to analyze those impacts. If an impact exceeds a threshold, it's considered significant and may require mitigation or is determined significant. And if it's below one of those thresholds, it's less than significant. EIR comments were received on the draft EIR related to the existing street trees on Edgewood Road. More recently, it has been determined that 3 of the existing palms on Edgewood would need to be removed or relocated to construct the fire access lane, and this is shown in the circle in blue on the site plan that's below of the approximate location of the street trees that would need to be removed. This would not result in the identification of any new or potentially significant impacts in the EIR. The statements and responses that say that no street trees will be removed in the final EIR and the draft EIR were unintentional errors. This was once brought up to staff's attention, an error that was made, and as such, to fix this, a table within the errata will be updated to state that the project would maintain nearly all existing street trees, and that where feasible, city-owned street trees will be replanted pursuant to the existing municipal code provisions. The draft EIR did include those code provisions that are in place, and the project would go through the necessary channels to have those street trees and the site plans reviewed. The EIR also analyzed 3 different project access options, the main one being the access that's proposed for the project off of Main Street, which is shown here in blue. This access option is option A, and it was found within the EIR, based on the thresholds that are set, that it would not exceed a level of exceed a threshold of significance. A secondary access option is proposed via Santiago Park and the existing traffic signal at Main and Walkie Way or Santiago Drive. This is not a required element of the project. It's a secondary access option, but it was analyzed of both use of this potential access and Main Street within the EIR, and also found to not exceed a threshold of significance. If this were to be utilized, you can see here in the image on the screen, the area in dark blue is a conceptual plan or approximate square footage of the amount of park that would need to be utilized by the project. And the area shown in green is an equal amount of square footage that would need to be replaced on the applicant's development site for park purposes. This access option, as Vince mentioned, would need to be reviewed by the Parks and Recreation Department and the Office of Land Grants and Local Services and National Park Services, as it received grant funding for park improvements. Another comment that was received was in regards to traffic, and traffic is measured through level of service of congestion at intersections and roadways. This is a numerical value, which is basically the ratio of vehicles at an intersection versus the capacity of that roadway or intersection. It's measured on a sliding scale, going from A to F, with A being the best and F being the worst. And on the right-hand side, you can see some visual images to put some context of what those levels would be. The city, through the general plan, has adopted a level of service D and a level of service E as the minimum acceptable levels of service. So through the traffic analysis and the draft EIR, it does state very clearly that the project would generate additional traffic and additional trips. However, implementation of any of the access options would not exceed any of the thresholds that were previously discussed that are set by the City of Santa Ana, Orange, or Caltrans. The project would generate approximately 2,600 trips, as you can see within this table, which compares the morning peak hours and evening peak hours when people are mostly traveling to and from work. That's considered the peak time. Within those, there would be more trips within the evening, but again, none of these would exceed a level, threshold of significance that's set by the city. Also on the table is the comparison of the alternatives that were studied in the EIR. So the existing office building, what traffic trips would be generated from that would be 791 compared to the project. The reduced project alternative would generate less trips than the proposed project, and a professional office building, which would be maximized under the current zoning standards of setbacks and heights, would be approximately a 380 square foot building, which would generate 3,700 trips approximately. So this table here compares all the different uses and traffic trips. Most recently, the development agreement terms were completed and are included as part of your review as attachment A to the development agreement resolution. So I'm going to outline or overview some of the key terms of that agreement that may be of interest to the public and the commission. So the first one would be that the applicant is going to contribute $1.4 million for enhancements of Santiago Park. The image that's shown on the screen is an example of some of those, a conceptual example of some of those improvements that may be made, such as new landscaping, view decks, water fountains, bike trails, etc. And in addition to the $1.4 million, $100,000 would be paid to the city for maintenance of neighborhood entry monuments. In regards to benefits for the Park Santiago or the Park Santiago neighborhood, the agreement includes provisions to provide access to on-site amenities such as the pool or the spa, roof deck, and Amazon lockers. It also includes a provision for 24-hour roving security patrol throughout both the neighborhood and the city park. This would be for a term of 55 years unless determined during an annual review that the term shall end earlier. In regards to the physical improvements of Park Santiago, it's proposed to the DA is proposed to add 3 entry monuments at different locations at the entry of the neighborhoods, replacement of all non-LED lights with new LED lights, street lights or fixtures, and street improvements. Oh, went to sleep. Street improvements at 3 locations, whether that be on Edgewood Road or Bush Street, with the city's public works input and also the neighborhood's input. Additional terms that are noteworthy is that the applicant is, with the consent of the neighborhood, would pay all costs and expenses associated with consideration of the neighborhood as a historic district, and this is up to, including studies and surveys, up to $150,000. And public art would be provided at a 0.5% of the construction cost of the project. In addition, the DA has self-mitigating enforcement. So we would have an overcrowding mitigation plan, live-work plan, and local sourcing plan, along with a parking management plan and a overall site maintenance management plan. Some of the 3 plans that were mentioned would be recorded to the property, and therefore any future owners or anyone that any sales of the property, those terms would be attached to the property itself. In regards to the design of the project, things that are noteworthy that Vince had also mentioned was that the recommendation for, or the requirement for 2 parking spaces per unit for capacity, and again to change the unit mix to have more of the family-sized units, which are 2 and 3 bedroom units, at a ratio of 30% of the total units on site.
All right, we're rounding the corner here, just about done. We've got about 8 more slides to go. So the DA was one of the items you have to make an action on. EIR, Selena covered as well. So I'll cover very briefly the other 2 items you needed to address tonight. The general plan amendment. And what that is, the general plan, again, is our long-range vision for the city, what we envision the city to look like, and every property has a designation attached to it. This one right now has an office designation, and the request here is to change it to a district center designation, which is our most intense designation that allows a combination of uses. It could be commercial, it could be office, it could be residential. In this case, it's a residential project at 476 units. So the district center, the DC designation, is what we're recommending. And a couple of reasons why we analyzed it, took a look at it. One, it is on our Main Street corridor, which is an urban corridor. It is a gateway into the city. It's 6 lanes wide, freeway access right nearby. So it is a very heavily urban corridor, and what you typically find in urban corridors is some higher density development. So we're recommending you go forward on that one there. You've also got proximity to commercial and office and employment centers. People living here has the opportunity to walk, possibly to a job in the building, the 10-story building next door, or over at the across the mall. There's a 12-story temperature building. So you got employment, you got commercial nearby there. Again, the last one is that the project is consistent with several goals and objectives of our general plan. So that's a general plan amendment action. The final action you'll need to take some movement on tonight is the amendment application, which is again the zone changing the zoning. So properties always have 2 designations: general plan, which is the future designation, and then the zoning, which is what you can do now. So what you can do now is an office building. So we're asking to change the general plan designation to district center to allow residential. So now we're asking that we change the zoning to be consistent with what we're asking for the general plan. And how we do this is we're asking that we create a specific development plan. We have a tool in our toolbox that basically says we can create standards for properties there that are unique in nature here. So we have a 6-acre site on a major corridor that's zoned for a use. It's really not, it's been vacant for several years, and office demand has been down. So we're looking to change it over to residential. And within this SD, this zoning packet, and you have it in your packets there, there's a bunch of development standards and requirements they have to comply with. Everything from parking, what Selena mentioned, 2 spaces per unit, to the unit mix, to the landscape setbacks, to landscape plans, to public art. So everything is wrapped up in there that you find in the zoning code throughout the city is wrapped up in this tool that would apply to this 6-acre site. It would apply to this site only, no other site in the city. That's good enough. Oh, you change slides around? Oh, here we go. Yes, and let me highlight real quickly here. This is most of you have heard of this project for 14 months. It was September, October of 2017 when the project first came in. Maybe a little bit later, but we had the Sunshine meeting November 15, 2017 over at Discovery Science Center. There was probably 400 people in attendance, as our rep guess out there at that meeting there. So that was the kickoff, essentially the kickoff meeting for this project. And since that time, there's been numerous outreach activities. Scoping meeting in March of last year. EIR was released in August. Planning Commission study session and taking comments in August. November, EIR out for review. We had November 26th, last 2 meetings ago, the Planning Commission had a work study session on the project. We had meetings with the Santa Ana Preservation Alliance, a couple of meetings with their core group of them here. So there's been several outreach meetings. We've met with them. We've heard their comments, heard their concerns, tried to get as much as we can wrapped up in the project here that's before you today. But there's been extensive outreach for this project. And there's a few more slides left to cover that were details that were issues raised at previous meetings. Selena's going to kind of go over the details on those last couple, and then we will stop and turn it over to Mr. Chairman.
Yes, so just to highlight, the staff report outlines some of the key issues that we've heard over the course of this development process. Included about 20 issues, and I'm going to hone in on about 4 of the core main comments received in regards to this project, and the first one being parking. The applicant's proposal is 1.8 spaces per unit, and through the development agreement and the SD, staff is recommending a parking capacity of 2 parking spaces per unit, which is similar to multifamily projects in the city, including other specific development projects and multifamily projects that have been constructed and entitled. So you can see the range here of different multifamily projects that are similar that range from 1.6 to 2 parking spaces per unit, and then you can also see where the project falls in line with those in comparison to those other projects. In regards to density, the applicant has been working with staff through this process and has revised the density from 87 dwelling units per acre to 84, and then with the staff recommendation would be 81 dwelling units per acre. In regards to the land uses that are adjacent to the site, there are, again, commercial and the Discovery Cubes to the west. Those land uses allow for a maximum floor area of 1.5, and the surrounding to the east and to the south would be a single-family neighborhood, which would allows for 7 dwelling units per acre. So you can see the comparison of this project, which is different than the surrounding land uses, but it is also in line with other multifamily projects in the city, which range from 49 dwelling units per acre to 94 dwelling units per acre. In regards to height, the proposed project has 2 components that have different height elements, the residential and the parking and amenity deck. The highest portions of the residential are 5 stories with mezzanines, and the amenity deck rooftop parking is about 90 feet in height. And again, the height tiers on the east side closest to the residential development to help integrate visual views from 2 to 5 stories in height. In comparison to the existing zoning, the maximum height is 3 stories, and it does provide for some tiering, which would be adjacent to residential down to 2 stories. And in comparison to the residential uses that are immediately adjacent, those are 1-story homes, which are about 18 feet in height, and the other commercial buildings on Main Street range from 160 to 110 feet in height. Also, these heights are in line with multifamily projects of similar design, height, wrap products in different areas of the city. And one of the other comments that kind of integrates with ties all these together is neighborhood character. Park Santiago is a single-family neighborhood which is characterized by 1- and 2-story homes, detached single-family homes with a variety of architectural styles. In comparison, the other land uses nearby is the North Main Street corridor, which has a mix of residential and office uses, and it is something within the general plan that is called out as an area that we want to see as a cohesive, high-intense, and mixed activity center. In regards to one of the other major comments received is the historic neighborhood or nature of the neighborhood. Park Santiago is not one of our locally registered historic districts. It does have historic homes within the neighborhood that are on our local register, but it is a small percentage when compared to the overall number of homes in the community. A historic resources report was prepared as part of the EIR, and consideration, again, as one of those deal points in the DA is that the applicant would pay for possible listing of the neighborhood as a historic neighborhood. And in regards to economics, there was a fiscal impact analysis that was prepared for the project, and it compares the revenues that would be collected through property taxes or sales tax from those residents that are now added to the area and spending money in the city, compared to the expenditures that would be used for police services or fire services. And that was approximately, it analyzed the 517 unit project and used 2017 numbers, as that was when the analysis was conducted, and it would generate over a 25-year term $23 million, and in present day nominal value of $13 million. So that concludes the presentation for tonight, and the recommended actions are before you. Thank you for your time, and if there's any questions of staff.
And we also have our consultant team here as well. We got planning staff, we got public works staff, as well as our list of several consultants, our attorneys as well. So any questions, we're here to answer them.
Thank you, Selena. Thank you, Vince. Does the commission have any questions of staff? Lynette?
I need some clarifications on some of the things that are in the report. So, Selena, could you please make some clarifications for me on the report? In regards to parking, if you look on the in the packet on page 5, the applicant proposed parking in there for the 3-bedroom units. There was they proposed 3 parking spaces, and then there's also proposed parking for guest parking. But in the staff recommendation is 2 parking, and there's no mention of guest parking. So I don't understand the numbers. And then secondly, can you also, it says something about valet. Could you clarify what valet means and how that will be, how the city will be managing that valet is being used? Because I don't know that we've ever had a project where, I don't know that we've done that with valet, and I don't know if we do, if you could reference that and how that's being managed by the city or enforced.
So
that's my first question.
Okay. In regards to the ratio for parking, the 2.0 would include the guest parking spaces, which is similar to other projects within the city. And in regards to the use of valet, that is an option. It's not what the applicant has to do. The parking management plan, which will be reviewed by staff prior to it being recorded, would outline the provisions of what means would be used to get to that ratio of 2.0. Valet parking is used in other projects in our city, like the MARC. Only tandem parking, I'm sorry.
We have valet in a couple of our commercial buildings. The one that comes to mind is the Austin building down on Main and MacArthur. So that's a commercial activity there. We don't have any valet for residential right now. So this would be the test case, the first one.
Okay, and then my second question is in regards to the significant impact of the aesthetics. Can you just clarify what that means, that from an environmental impact perspective, what is aesthetics? Can you clarify what exactly that means?
Yes, so the aesthetics are the visuals of the site, what you would see with the development of the project. And our threshold for CEQA purposes is comparing the existing conditions to the proposed project. And in regards to, the existing building is a 2-story, 80,000 square foot office building that's set back significantly from Main Street and Edgewood Road. Therefore, this project, with the setbacks and heights that it's at, it would have exceed our threshold standards for visuals and would result in a significant and unavoidable impact.
And part of this application, are we being asked to approve a variance on setbacks?
Through this specific development, it outlines the setback standards, so no variance request.
Okay. And then there's a mention in the report about the district centers. Could you tell me what other district centers are on that main corridor, from, let's just say, Bowers Museum to the Orange City line?
Yes, so here on the screen you can see the area that's near the project site from 17th Street up to the top of the city. The dark kind of maroon color, if we could use the pointer, points out all of describes the district centers on this corridor, and it starts at 17th Street and continues to the top of the city. There are some interspersed areas which are currently designated as professional office, including this site, which is then proposed for a district center.
So these are all existing district centers. They're DC zoned currently.
Correct.
Or they have the ability to be zoned into DCs.
This map shows the existing district centers on the of the general plan map.
Okay. Let's see. I'll go ahead and refer to my other colleagues. I have some more, but I'll come back to them.
I have two questions. I was not around when the previous project had been approved. Under the Santa Ana Municipal Code, Section 411.322, multifamily dwelling parking ratio required 2.86 parking spaces per unit. Just be clear, explain to me how possible other unit project before said that the Lion was or the Madison or the Heritage could able approve the parking ratio of 1.6 up to 1.8 per unit, when our municipal code requires 2.86. I'm wondering, is our municipal code just put for decoration?
Thank you, Commissioner. So a little bit of quick parking history there. That code that you're quoting there was about 2.86, was written back in probably the early 1980s, when parking was very different nowadays. We've learned a lot over the years of how parking really operates now. There's other modes of transportation that people are using. For example, we did a survey of the MARC project, which was approved at 2.2. The parking actually out there is about 1.65. We actually had someone go out there and do a parking count at 11 o'clock in the evening when people are likely to be home, and counted all the cars that were out there. Then we also included 2 parking spaces for any units that were vacant. And we kept out a 1.6 parking demand. And that's the way the trends have been lately, not only in Santa Ana, but in other cities, is these higher density projects don't require as much parking anymore. So we also did a survey of the 1901, the other project that was built in the city, and it had a similar response as well. The parking was somewhere around 1.6 as well. So the young kids that are people parking here are using alternative methods of transportation. So
Thank you so much.
And that was actual counts of those projects.
Thank you so much for the clarification. My second question is, it brought my attention that there is the development in the Main Place Mall. I believe there's roughly about planned about 1,900 new residential unit plus a $2 million square foot of the commercial space. Do you aware of that? I believe the Main Place Mall is like a half a mile away from the proposed project. Are you aware of that? Any application or any talk, discussion, or the staff aware of such development from Main Place Mall?
Yes, Commissioner, we are very aware of the project. As Selena mentioned earlier, when you do an EIR, you gotta have a starting point. You gotta take a snapshot, a picture in time. Like, you gotta start someplace. And when we started back in February 2018, there was no project submitted in. We had no idea what the mall was doing. They had some ideas what they wanted to do. They never came to the city and told us what they were going to do. Never had an application turned in. I believe that was turned in May. Again, the EIR started back in February, so that's the starting point, the starting line where you start running from. We can't keep on changing it every time a new project comes in because we'll never get a document forward there. So what the mall project has to do, the mall project has to study this project in their EIR. So there will be a document done in their analysis, their traffic, and the mall parking traffic study will consider the mall project plus this 2525 project as well. So it will be analyzed in a project in the area there.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Eric?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I want to follow up on this, on what you were talking about. So the cumulative impacts, I think that's what Ken was asking about. So how do we define I get the timing. At some point, you're going to have to pick a point in time, and so the subsequent project would then be impacted by the current approval that you're making on a project. But how do we look at the area, i.e. is it a mile radius? Is it a 2 mile radius? How is that determined?
There's 39 projects on the list. The map was presented at the last study session, and it's anywhere between 2 miles within the project site to a mile. And so it's projects within the city of Orange and Santa Ana.
Okay, so I guess the analysis is that if it's going to have an impact on the streets in those areas, I could see that would go out 2 miles. Okay, I appreciate that. The other question I had was about the improvements to Park Santiago. I think I saw this in an email, but I want to be clear. In Exhibit D to the development agreement, there's a line item that says Parks and Recreation is $1.82 million. It's talking about all the impact fees. So that exhibit discusses the estimated impact fees for sewers, capital facilities, traffic, and it goes down the list. Santa Ana Unified, 2.3. But is the Parks and Rec fee, is that inclusive of the 1.4 million? No, it's in addition
Above and beyond. Yes.
Okay, now does that 1.4 get distributed to Park Santiago, or does that go citywide into a fund that funds all?
The development agreement locks it into this site only, the Park Santiago, plus the $100,000 for the maintenance is all at this Park Santiago.
So that's the 1.8 plus the 1.4? No, is it? No,
the 1.8, the 1.4 is Park Santiago negotiated through the development agreement. It's a contract. We're locked in. The normal park and rec fees can be spent in the quadrant at which this property is located at. So there's 4 quadrants in the city. Parks and Rec has 4 of them identified, and it can go within that quadrant.
Okay, I get it. So. I get it. The last question I have for now is how much have we studied the access and egress at Waukee Ray? Now, I read in the report that there was a discussion about how if we take that land for this purpose, then we've got to find a piece of land to add to this park, which I think is, am I understanding it? Is that the difficulty or the rub?
No. So actually, the applicant, one of the easiest options would be to provide that on site and adjacent to the park. So this exhibit that is shown here is conceptual, but it does estimate the square footage, which is about 8,000 square feet. The EIR analyzed a full 10,000. So the area shown in blue would be, again, the area that is used, the park space, and the area in green is on the actual development site that would be dedicated to the city for park use and improved as such.
Got it. Understood. Thank you. That's it.
Any other questions of staff at this time? Lynette?
I found my question. It is regarding the rating on Main Street with the traffic. So the slide that you put together, I appreciate that. It gives me a better understanding of what A versus E means. Yeah, that one. So it doesn't specify, though, what our rating is. It just says what are the adopted acceptable LOS for this intersection. But what's our rating in those intersections today? What do we expect? I assume if are they So I just want to evaluate, are they going to be going down? Are we already, I assume they're not. So
Right.
that's the reason for my question. But, so I'm assuming that they're bad right now. They're either a D or an E or an F?
Yes, so I'm going to introduce Ruben Castaneda. He's a traffic engineer on staff here at the city, and he's reviewed the traffic study and will kind of discuss some of your questions you may have and may better be able to explain or contextualize those.
Hello, good evening, Chairman and Commissioners. Ruben Castaneda with Traffic Engineering. So your question is regarding Main Street, currently what its operating level of service is, and with the project, what it's anticipated to be. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so it was the traffic analysis studied Main Street for the three scenarios: the option A, the option B, and the option C. And those had to do with the various axes that they were being proposed. A, having the axis off of the driveway just north of Edgewood and Walkway, and then so for Main Street, we have here. The acceptable level of service is D. Right now, without the project, we have here, I'm sorry, this is the intersection. Hold on, give me a second here.
Excuse me, could we
I thought I had those with
could
me,
we
sorry.
take ask another question? Wait until we get a.
That's fine.
response
I mean, I need the
to-
answers, but we can move
Yes.
ahead with other questions while you find that out. Come back to it.
Okay, any other questions
I
of
need to
staff
find
at this time? David?
Yeah, let me take a quick. I have a question that's related to that. So while you're looking at that, I wrote notes down that in the draft EIR section 4.11, it shows that there's a LOS of A in the neighborhood, and that same comment in the draft EIR then says, with implementation of the project, all neighborhood roadways and intersections would continue to operate at an acceptable LOS. So I want to know if we can know this, what that LOS is post-project in the neighborhood. Thanks.
Mr. Chair, should I go ahead and
Okay, David. David, ask your question.
So my question for planning,
Vince, let David has a question.
perhaps the question was addressed earlier. Well, this might be well, while we're still on this traffic, and this might be more planning because it was up on one of the slides. I just wanted to clarify. It's related to the point of traffic. You mentioned that that there was a traffic study that was conducted, and there were several scenarios that were analyzed. The report shows that there's what the traffic would be during peak hours, both AM and PM, with the project, the existing, and then there's also one that shows the office professional zone. I don't know if it's not up there. With the existing, it's showing that it's 791 daily trips, which is the lowest of all. The project shows that there would be 2,698 daily trips. Obviously, a significant increase, right? My question is specifically related to the office professional zone, which would be 3,774 daily trips, which is an exponential increase. Am I understanding correctly that the office professional zone is what is currently the allowed, the current zoning and the allowed use for that property if there were to be no change in zoning tonight?
That's correct. So the existing office, the second line there is what's out there today. Per the zoning and general plan, the floor area ratio is 1.5. So you take 6 acres and multiply by 1.5 and you can put in 387,000 square feet of office buildings. That would be the maximum you can build. That's just hypothetical. You got to add setbacks, parking, landscaping. It could be 320, it could be 380. We don't know. But that's a hypothetical maximum, which was studied. And at that hypothetical maximum, it'd be 37, almost 3,800 parking space, daily trips out of the site. Okay. So that's in and out, morning, evening, lunchtime trips, midday trips in different cars. So that.
It seemed like quite a few more trips, and
yes.
And clearly the existing office or the existing use did not suffice, in that there was a property owner and a use there. It was no longer adequate. It's been shuttered since, so it likely would be turned over and changed into something else. And so there's a probability that it could be that office professional if it were to remain that zoning. A couple of other questions that
Sure.
I do have. There was a previous question with regard to district center that showed that there are already several district center uses along, or designations along Main Street, right? And what brought the city? Typically, what brings the city, or what's the rationale behind designating a district center and behind designating district center along this corridor?
District centers are our most intense land uses, where we have pockets of activity, and also we have items, the infrastructure there. So you got freeway access right nearby, the 5 freeway, 22 freeway. You got Main Street, main corridor. You've got activity. You got large sites for large developments. You have large developments occurring there. You got the Main Place Mall. And also you're looking at areas where it can accommodate mixed uses. The district center, one of the keys is a mixed-use development where you have residential, commercial, office, maybe hotel, like what you're going to see at the Main Place Mall.
Basically in a Main Street corridor.
So those key corridors, freeway access, infrastructure in place, those are some of your key elements that you're looking for these district centers.
So this is a natural location, this corridor.
It seems to be north of the 5 freeway up to the northern state limit, seems to be a natural location for a district center.
Follow-up question, last one that I have for now. I noticed that there are several specific development sites already along, under the aerial photo. Directly across the street, SD 65, just north of that, SD 31, north of that, SD 59, northeast, SD 87. What's the reason for there being specific developments and potentially that in that quantity within that area?
Generally, you have a unique piece of property that is a unique type of land use or a mixture of land uses. We have a zoning code that's very outdated, and we're in the process of cleaning it up. But you've got a situation where you want to have a mixed-use development where our code doesn't allow it. So our options is to process 8-10 variances before you, or you do an SD to get a nice project that meets all the standards we're looking for: parking, landscaping, architecture, and you create a unique zoning designation for those properties.
So based on some of those factors, it seems like it's not unprecedented to see the DC district center designation and the specific development in this
area is correct.
Thank you.
I believe we have some traffic information for you.
My apologies, I lost my place here, but okay, so the question was on Main Street. We have, with option A, if option A were to be moved forward with, on Main Street between the 5 freeway off-ramps and Memory Lane, we have an acceptable level of service D per the city's criteria. That's what would the maximum that would be allowed. Currently, it's operating at a level of service A, and that the way. So right now, the capacity, the 6-lane capacity of that road is 56,300 vehicles. That's what the capacity of that road is. Right now, based on the counts that we're taking 31,196 trips, 24-hour daily trips were recorded for that segment. Adding the project's expected trips, it continues to operate at a level of service A. And then there's an increase of about 2% in traffic compared to the 24-hour volumes that are currently going through there. So the project would generate an additional 2.5% of traffic based on the density of that proposed development. Now, if we were to go with option B, so option B would be the access off of Walkie Way and still having access off of the driveway just north of Edgewood there. Right now, it's, again, level of service A, and it will continue to operate at a level of service A during upon opening of the project, but that would increase the traffic on Main Street to almost 3%. From the current 31,200 vehicles that were recorded about. And then, and then option C is not being considered, so it's only options A and B.
So are you saying that the current level of service right now is an A?
Correct.
And you're saying that with option A, it's going to go to a level of service of D? And you're saying if the option 2, we're going to go from a level of service A to a level of service A?
No. Level of service D is what the design capacity of that is what the city has adopted as a maximum capacity or level of service that we would be okay with before any mitigation would have to be done on that segment. Right now, it operates at a level of service A. With the project, it continues to operate at a level of service A.
Okay, so so let me clarify. These are the city's assessment. Is there some other rating by the state of intersections in major corridors, or because my understanding is there's a lot of traffic during peak hours. Trying to access the freeway coming into work and going out. So I see backup on Main Street just trying to access the South 5 and trying to access the North 557. So what I'm just trying to garner is it can't possibly be an A right now. So I'm just trying to figure out where it's going to go.
So what you just heard was daily volumes. If you take the full day and spread the traffic out, it's level of A. So now you're looking at the key times. You're looking at peak traffic now. You asked a question about peak traffic. So now we have some information on the peak hours, which is what you see going down Main Street, say at 7:30, 8 o'clock in the morning, or at 5 o'clock, 5:30 in the afternoon. So we have that information as well.
Okay. I'm most interested in that, not the whole day spanned out from midnight to 11:59 p.m. So if we can, I'll go. We can move on to other questions while we figure that. I'm looking for people.
Do you have the answer?
Yes, it's right here.
Okay.
And then also to piggyback on Eric's, which was the impact on the neighborhood, the LOS.
So, Sandeepan Bhattacharya.
Could you speak up, please?
Yes, my name is Sandeepan Bhattacharya. I'm a licensed traffic engineer in the state of California.
Please.
And I have a license to worry about. So, yes, you're absolutely right. So during the peak hours, the traffic worsens. So near the ramps and Edgewood, the existing conditions is level of service D, which is what, again, it's acceptable for the city standard. The project, with the addition of trips, does not worsen it to anything beyond the D. And
that's in the morning. In the morning.
In the morning, yes.
In the afternoon hours, it's a level of service C.
C. So level of service D in the morning and level of service C in the evening, peak hours.
And with the project, it continues to be level of service D and level of service C in the morning and afternoon.
Doesn't make any sense.
Okay.
Of course.
Lynette?
And for the neighborhood?
So for the neighborhood, again, we do not anticipate a lot of trips to go through the neighborhood. Again, in one of the options, one of the initial options when we looked at an access off of Edgewood, there was a lot of opposition to that because we were thinking that, okay, there might be trips through the neighborhood. So the design was changed. We don't have an access on Edgewood anymore. And so with the preferred alternative, the Main Street access, people would have to get out, make a U-turn, come back, and then make a left turn onto Edgewood to use the neighborhood streets. So we don't anticipate that to happen. There will be trips, which would be to the school. And those are anticipated to be about 25 trips, which will not trigger any of the, it won't trigger the screening criteria. Does that make sense?
You're saying there's going to be 25 trips daily
to the schools.
To the school.
In an hour.
That's based on your assessment of the number of children that will be living in the residence.
Community, correct. But I also want to clarify that there's 25 trips that are being projected, perhaps more, perhaps less, likely maybe more than 25. However, even with those trips, the levels of service within the neighborhood, they're all right now operating at a level of service A. Based on the design and the anticipated traffic volumes that these roadways were anticipated to have, even adding 100 trips or 200 trips, those volumes will not create any significant level of service impact. And so that's what we base our analysis on significance. Sure, there will be additional traffic, but it does not trigger any thresholds of significance based on the design capacities that these roadways were designed to take. And so I think that's kind of a clarification worth making, that sure that this traffic will generate more traffic, but based on the criteria that was set by the city as the threshold to determine whether a project has significant impacts on the infrastructure, the trips being generated by this development, we found that were less than significant.
Eric?
Okay, so I have just a brief follow-up because that was helpful to me. So the city sets the acceptable LOS.
Correct.
So how does the city decide if acceptable is C, D, or E? Is that a process that the council goes through, or you all do, or?
That is correct, and those were adopted through the general plan.
Okay, all right.
Of the city, of what the general plan for the entire city. Where do we want to head? At what point do we want to say we need to start making some enhancements to our network? And the levels of service of significance were set at D, and for most of the city, and E for the major development areas. This location has 3 intersections that fall within that major development area. And so that would allow that intersection to fall to even lesser level of service. In this case, is E, the way what the city has adopted.
So we're going through a general plan update. So is the LOS going to be updated of what is acceptable as part of that, or is that, you may not know, but
Yes.
I'm just wondering, does what is LOS and what is acceptable and not, does that change? Because the general plan that we're working off, I want to say, is 20 years old. So
That is correct. So the standard will be updated, and as part of the community input, that's where we would be look at the service level as discussed. It is something that's established by the community, by the city.
okay. Thank you very much.
David?
Thanks, Chair. What I do appreciate some of the candor in the fact that there will be impacts, right? I think, the idea, I think initially we were understanding that we were at a level A and it was going to remain level A, which is very hard to believe that that would be the case. However, I understand the explanation that throughout the day, and I've been through that street at different times of day. Certain times of day, you breeze by, there's no issue, light turns, and there's very little traffic. During peak, there definitely is a fair amount of traffic. And the reality is that it's right off a freeway. We're in an urban environment. It's only becoming more intense. And that's our reality. 50 years ago or 10 years ago, 20 years ago, we would not see as much intensity. The fact of the matter is that the county as a whole, and definitely we proudly have display on our water tower, downtown Orange County. We're an urban environment. We're an urban city. That wasn't necessarily the case decades ago, but that's the direction that we're going in. And that's frankly what I think a lot of us appreciate about our city, that you can find a variety of different businesses, shops, entertainment. That's all characteristic of a city. And with the city, there are city impacts. Some of that is traffic. So this project will certainly bring more traffic. And I think there's no denying that.
Correct.
I think part of the question for the commission and then ultimately for the council and the city is that something that is acceptable to us? Do we want to continue to embrace the fact that we are the urban center of the county, that we are downtown Orange County, and that part of that, with that comes development, and with development comes some of these impacts. So again, I appreciate the fact that you clarified that, because that's important, I think, so that there is integrity in what we're reporting, what we're hearing. I do have a question with regards to the development agreement. And one of the elements that was mentioned there, which I think if there are going to be impacts, there should be some type of benefit, at least some type of win, something that the community, the residents in that area, and the rest of us in the city would be able to avail ourselves of improvements in the park. I'm glad that that's being seen, and as Commissioner Lereta highlighted, in addition to the 1.8 parks investment citywide, there's that 1.4 specifically to the Santiago Park. So it's a total of almost 3 what is it? 3 plus 3.2, I believe. If you look at the 1.8 city and then 1.4 specific to that park. There was also, beyond that, there was this 55-year, or this what was it, the roving patrols security, and this 55-year term for that. But then there was this caveat there that I need some clarification on this annual review. Who's reviewing that? Who makes that determination? Do the impact or input from the residents? Can that speak into that, or will it speak into that? Because that's something that I'm concerned about. If it's something that, especially if it's something that the property managers wouldn't make a decision on, right? Obviously, we don't want that to be the case.
Thank you for asking that question. So the roaming security is a requirement for the project, and any change to the development agreement, because it is a contract, would require community approval going through the public hearing process. So if there is a desire to modify To change that, it would have to go through the public hearing process to modify that. It could be at the change request of the city. It could be at the change of the request of the residents, or it could be the change of the request of the applicant as well. The idea is that to maintain some level of flexibility, but to make sure that it is still a component of the project, and it is a required component. I want to stress that any change to it is a public hearing process. It's not something that can just be done by the applicant, can't just be done by staff. It would have to be done by the city council through a public hearing process.
Thank you for that clarification. And the annual, it references an annual review.
It could be an annual review.
Who does that annual review? Who's a part of that?
At the minimum would be at the staff level, just to review it, to see what is it effective? Is it something that is help to mitigate some of the intent of that, to create a sense of presence, for security presence for the neighborhood, but also for the park. But it is not meant to mitigate or to eliminate, because any changes to that requirement, as I mentioned, requires public review process and approval publicly through city council.
If the community
and planning commission, actually, because the planning commission actually recommends.
The documentation that was handed out said that the planning commission is the body that does the review
and the
on an
commission.
annual basis. Okay, so I mean that's to answer David's question. That's the situation.
No, it doesn't go away every year. The security is there as a requirement.
If for whatever reason it were to be found that it is not at this annual review, because there's one concern that it could potentially at this annual review go away, right? Which is what you're clarifying, that there would be a whole process and that wouldn't be the case. But my other question is if the community were to find that it's not adequate, that it's not actually out there 24 hours, or that they're not actually fulfilling, would that annual review be that opportunity for the community to come back and say, hey, wait a minute, they're not following through, and there, as you mentioned, there's a contract, and where they would be then held to that contract?
Yes, so like I mentioned, it is an opportunity for us to revisit that issue. It could be for a number of reasons, but the planning commission, if it feels that that's not something that should be in here, you can also recommend that component of it be removed in terms of the annual review, but still require the roaming security as a component. But the intent is to, as you know, needs changes over time, and also there could be changes in the area that may require us to look at a different implementation mechanism. So it maintains control and flexibility, but for the community, in terms of, I really want to stress, if there's any changes, it has to go through the public hearing process. So it's not something that just could be done independently and unilaterally by any single body.
I appreciate clarification, and I'm actually, the annual review is, I see it as a positive thing in that, again, if what's being provided is not adequate, I want to make sure that there's a place so that we can ensure that they're held accountable and that there's a place to be able to bring that forward. Anyway, thanks for the clarification. Thank you.
Any other questions of staff at this time? Okay. Thank you, Selena. Thank you, Lise.
Thank you.
Okay. Would the developer like to talk at this time?
Good evening, Chairman and members of the Planning Commission. I'm Pamela Cepetto, representing Vineyard Development. We truly appreciate the opportunity to address you tonight and to answer any questions you may have of us. Our team is here to answer any questions that you might have, in particular regarding parking or the development agreement or any of the public benefits that have been proposed. So what we'd like to do is start with a video on the project, and then we'll represent we will finish
the developer's allowed to speak at this time.
Thank you. And we will then finish with accepting questions that you have. Go ahead and start it.
What if the old abandoned office building on the corner of Main Street and Edgewood Road could be transformed into something new? something that integrates with the bustling Main Street corridor, but is sensitively designed to be a good neighbor to the surrounding Park Santiago community. We're a local, family-owned company that acquired the property and has been working with the city and nearby residents for more than a year to develop a vision that accomplishes this goal. Rather than just another major office building or retail strip center, we're proposing the Addington, a luxury apartment community. It is designed to function as a part of Main Street, but will bring less traffic, less noise, and fit better with its surroundings than an office complex. It will create a buffer between existing neighborhoods and the high-rise towers along Main. And it will provide the thing the city needs most: residential housing. And right where it's needed, close to jobs, transit, and the freeway. The process started by listening to our neighbors, and we've designed our plan as a result of their feedback. First, we located the project's driveways on Main Street, away from Edgewood, to ensure residents have little reason or ability to travel through Park Santiago. There will be no driveway off Edgewood. Studies show that proposed luxury apartments would generate 40% fewer car trips than an office building. For some, that may be difficult to picture, but far fewer people would live in the apartments than would work at an office building. Just think about how many cubicles filled with workers coming and going could fit into a single living space. We've also provided ample guest parking that is well beyond what's needed, eliminating any need to park in the surrounding neighborhood. In fact, the Addington includes more guest parking than would be required in cities such as Irvine, Long Beach, and Los Angeles. To ensure greater privacy for adjacent residents, we located the buildings within the Addington away from existing homes by creating a large landscape buffer that includes existing and new trees for visual screening. Typical setbacks for a project of this size range from 10 to 20 feet. The Addington calls for setbacks of 40 to 120 feet, nearly 6 times the standard across the majority of this eastern edge along Spurgeon Street. We've also reduced building heights along this edge and strategically placed windows. In fact, the closest upper story windows are more than 125 feet from any existing home. An environmental impact report studied the proposed project and found the Addington on all measurable accounts will have less than significant impacts. But being a good neighbor also means creating benefits to the city and surrounding community. We'll provide 24-hour security patrols for all of Park Santiago, not just the new apartments, making our existing neighborhoods safer. The proposed plan also includes $1.4 million in funding to significantly improve city-owned Santiago Park, paid for by the developer, not using city funds. New monument signs for Park Santiago, private lockers for deliveries to Park Santiago residents, improved lighting within Park Santiago, and the project amenities will be available to Park Santiago residents. More than $5 million in immediate taxes and fees to fund important city services, and more than $1.2 million net after services annually to the city's general fund. That's more than $1.1 million more per year to the city than if the site reverted back to office use. And it will generate more than $6 million to help address our city's affordable housing needs, making it possible for more than 100 affordable housing units for Santa Ana families. This thoughtful approach is why so many Park Santiago residents and local leaders support the project. People for Housing said, "We know the only solution to the housing shortage is to build more homes, which is why we are excited to support the proposal for 2525 Main Street. Its location is ideal for moderate density development. According to one Park Santiago family, we support the 2525 development because it is the quality and positive kind that we need to grow well, stay competitive, and financially secure our city." So to recap, the Addington provides a number of benefits to Santa Ana and Park Santiago. 40% less traffic than a new office building on the site, more than $5 million in immediate revenue to the city, more than $1.2 million in ongoing annual revenue to the city, more than $6 million for new affordable housing facilities for Santa Ana families. That's enough for more than 100 new affordable units. More than $1.4 million in improvements to city-owned Santiago Park. 24-hour security patrols for all of Park Santiago. New monument signs. New traffic calming features. Improved lighting. Amazon lockers for all of Park Santiago residents. And the Addington will create a buffer and natural transition between Park Santiago and the activity along Main Street. As you can see, the Addington was designed to be a better neighbor than just another office building. A better neighbor to Park Santiago, a better neighbor to Main Street, and a better neighbor for the city of Santa Ana. We hope that you agree and ask that you please join with local community and business leaders in recommending approval of the Addington.
Thank you. We also have given to you tonight. We also have given to you tonight binders of support letters of folks from the community that in fact support this project, and that should be on your dais at this point.
Okay.
Oh, okay. 2 of them did not get it. Okay. There were only 5. Okay. So,
could we please allow her to finish her speech?
Then I'd like you to review that. Also, we are here to answer any other questions that you may have of the developer, including the commitments that are listed in the development agreement.
Commissioner, have a question or any questions of the developer?
Mr. Chair, I'd likely will have some after hearing from the public.
Okay.
Right, and then we'd like the opportunity after the public speaks to speak again.
Let's just we're okay with that. Yes, we're fine.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, David. Madam Secretary, have we received any written correspondence on this item?
Yes, and those were all distributed to the commission.
Okay. Thank you. All right, we will now open up the public hearing. Again, what I'd like you to do is, I'm going to call 5 names. If you would come up and line up on this side of the room, and then each of you will have 2 minutes to speak. Susan Ball, Gary Crane, Walkie Ray, Patty Mays, Rory Kirk. Yes, that's right. Would you state your name?
Suzanne Blau.
Pardon?
Suzanne Blau, B-L-A-U.
Okay,
Sure.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, everyone, and to my fellow residents behind me. I just wanted to bring up a couple of notes that I took away from the presenters here this evening. And maybe these are ideas that you have considered and perhaps not. One in their, I think the agreement, they talked about access to the lockers and to the workout facilities and pool. It does not, however, indicate that these are free access. So were this actually to happen, it does not indicate that this is something that the residents that actually live there won't have to go through the burden of having this development come in, that there is actually a benefit. Because if they turn around and say, yeah, you can join and it's $1,000 a month, we're not going to join and we're not going to make use of those items. So it just kind of bothered me that the word access doesn't mean free access or actual access. The other point I wanted to make on that was the 55-year contract issue and whether that's only for the roving patrols or also for the access to this alleged access to the amenities. As it seemed to indicate by the reaction here from everyone that the parking there is insufficient. The development is too large. They talk about other modes of transportation, but the price point of these apartment homes is too high for people to not have cars that are going to go with that. And so you're going to have 2 or 3 cars per unit minimum. So I think the math doesn't work on that. I just wanted to read something that I got from the city on the general plan. It says, "Together we envision," this is the general plan 2020 vision that's put out by Santa Ana and that came with my water bill. It says, "We envision Santa Ana as a city that promotes the health and wellness."
Susan, we've got to finish. Sorry.
Got to finish it. Okay. Well, nothing in what is stated in the goals is met by this project. And lastly, I would just say that I do have a...
Thank you, Susan.
Okay. Thank you.
We need to move through. Gary, is it Gary Crane? Please. When you get up, please identify who you are.
My name is Gary Crane. I'm a homeowner near Edgewood in Maine. I've lived there for 62 years, and I was born and raised in the city and have watched all this development over the years. I'm also a registered professional engineer in the state of California. I'm not a civil engineer or traffic engineer, but I'm an industrial engineer, and I've been involved in over 100 projects in and around the Southern California area with a special focus on site planning, including widening of the 5 freeway with the help of Caltrans and the Southern California Association of Governments. I've looked at tachograph studies and understand peak traffic loads, and I can assure you, with 1,000 more cars in those buildings and equally 43% more homes, there's going to be a dramatic effect, an impact on traffic, and that's the basic focus of my remarks. What's going to actually happen is that the entrance and exits of this development are going to load heavily during peak traffic periods, such that no one will be able to get into the development because they'll be backed up. If you want to see it, go down a street or two and enter it, the side entrance on the north side for the Children's Hospital, and you'll see those loads back up and take traffic all the way back on La Vida to Maine. This is what's going to happen. So what you need to do, if I could make a suggestion to folks, I would compel the developer to run a computer simulation. They're now run on a PC. It's quite simple. Run a computer simulation under various conditions from day to day, evening, night, and so forth, and include a 5-mile radius, which will pick up Angel Stadium, the old Anaheim Arrowhead Pond, and the new major light rail traffic center. When all of those finally, especially the train station, evolve, and that's also a bus station, I'm sure you know, this will probably not include it in your counts, but simulations allow you to look forward and backward under a wide range of conditions. So please be sure to do that.
Thank you, Gary.
Okay?
Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Walkie Ray.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is James Walkie Ray, and I represent the board of the Discovery Cube, which of course is across the street. I was born in Orange County, and save for brief absences, I've been a resident here my entire life. I am also the founding chairman of the Discovery Cube, which opened in 1998, and I have served on its board since its inception. I have met with the development team of 2525 North Main multiple times throughout the last year, and I have a sound understanding of the proposed project. In addition, I am myself a developer and am currently under construction on a 388-unit complex in Irvine, which is nearing completion. This project is uncannily similar to mine. I believe I have an excellent grasp of the product type. I am here to report that the board of Discovery Cube, after considerable discussion at the executive committee level, voted unanimously to support the project. Our reasons are as follows. First of all, professional traffic studies demonstrate that the use will have less of a traffic impact than the development of competing office or retail uses. Secondly, the project will directly generate significant revenues for the city from development fees, etc. We hope the city will use some of that to alleviate the homeless problem in the neighborhood. Next, the developer has thoughtfully reduced the height of its buildings and otherwise created an attractive architectural product. We believe that the massing and architectural style are complementary with the Discovery Cube. Next, we are to understand the developer is willing to provide.
Thank you, Walker.
I'm almost there.
Time's up. 2 minutes. 2 minutes, Walker. That's it. Walkie. We're giving everybody 2 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I hope you'll consider the project.
Patty Mays.
Good evening. My name is Patty Sigmund Mays. I've lived in Park Santiago for 30 years, and I'm just here to say from the Sunshine meeting where we had 500 of my neighbors who were against this project, until now we come out every meeting. Now tonight a lot of people have gone home, but can I have a show of hands of how many people are here from Park Santiago? Yes, because last time we had a lot of people here from other cities, but this is our neighborhood, this is our community, and when you tell me traffic's not going to change, I can tell you, when I leave 24-hour fitness on Memory Lane and Main Street to go home, to change, or to go on Edgewood, it will take me 5 traffic signals to get down Edgewood. So it is not going to be better. It is not going to be less. It's going to be worse. The other thing is, access on Main, like I think somebody said before me, it's just going to stack up. It's just going to stack up. Main Place Mall, okay, you didn't have to consider it in their environmental plan, but you should consider it. You know about it. You know what's going to happen. That's really going to affect us. And then I think the annual review, will that annual review continue if this developer sells? And will the next developer have to also live by those same, guidelines? I don't know. I've heard in the past where developers sell from one developer to another, and then they don't have to live by these guidelines of 55 years. But I just want to say that Park Santiago, this is the wrong project for that corner. Okay? And the current developer, he should keep it clean. You should see it right now. The homeless have invaded it. When I go on a bike ride down to the end of that, just on the outside of it,
Thank you, Patty.
It's bad. It is bad.
Rory Kirk. All right, the next 5 names are going to be Clay Henderson, Phil Schaefer, Lisa Crane, or Gans, Edward Gans.
Thank you, Commission, for having us and listening to us tonight. I'm Rory Kirk. I also live in the Park Santiago neighborhood. There's all kinds of traffic things that I'll let other people talk about. My problem is, from the start, this developer has done things that are not kosher. He keeps saying that he worked with the neighborhood. They've never worked with the neighborhood, starting with the Sunshine Committee or meeting. He has funneled money to council members and various other peoples. They've had dinners for people to try to coax them on their side. They've given neighbors or told neighbors they would give him money if they would get alongside of his project that are on the Spurgeon side of the street. Trying to sneak in a rushed vote with this gentleman here on one committee. Everything's been kind of questionable. Questionable payments to council members as well, which are under investigation, I know, on one incident. And these paid voices, he's got a gentleman out in the parking lot that is paying these people, checking them off. And I wish these people would give their addresses and names and let them know where they're from, because what they're saying is not impacting them directly. How much time do I have there?
You've got about 45 seconds.
When you have to pay people to speak, you can't trust what they're saying, and their interpretation is not a true of the agenda or the representation of what you want to see for this project. Nothing about this project is conducive to our neighborhood, which this project is in our neighborhood. It is not on the corridor of business or whatever. It's actually in our neighborhood, and the only project that was there was a 2-story building. This gentleman bought this place for $17 million, knowing that it was a 2-story permit. There's also an area just down the street from us in Orange that sold for $6 million. They put $1 million homes up. It's the same, I believe it's the same size. And this gentleman knew there was a ton of money in putting a high-rise up. And Vince and this staff is like they're working for this developer.
Thank you, Rudy. Okay, please, Clay Henderson. Clay, go ahead, Clay.
Good evening. Well, I live over the road from where that abortion's going to get built. And I really can't see myself living underneath those windows looking down over my residence. The first house in my street was built in 1940. Those houses now, old single-family houses, where the kids play in the streets, it's quiet, and we don't have a lot of traffic, and it's been marvelous. We don't need all the aid that they offered us, and we don't need any improvements. Everybody here is quite happy with what we got. If they weren't, they wouldn't be here. The developers have told us some marvelous stories tonight about all the wonderful stuff they're going to give us. They're not giving us anything. They're giving themselves a bonus. Nobody does anything for nothing. It's a business. They're making a business out of making money out of it. They're taking a low-density residential area and inserting some cancer into it. High density, thousands of cars, traffic jams. The Edgewood Main Street intersection's probably one of the most dangerous now in Santa Ana. There's an accident every single day, and we need to inject another couple of hundred cars a day into that. Not a good plan. I really think you people should just think about it nicely. None of us, I'm sure none of us, want the improvement that they offered us. It's not beneficial to this, and we don't want it. Thank you.
Thank you, Clay. Phil Schaefer, please.
Planning commissioners, city staff, neighbors, my name's Phil Schaefer. I do live in Santa Ana on Riviera Drive and have been in Santa Ana for 34 years, since 1984. Many of you know that I'm a local real estate agent. I make my living. I've sold more homes in Park Santiago than anyone else over the last 20 years and helped some of these people get into their homes. This project breaks my heart to see what it will do to this neighborhood. What some of you don't know is I have 2 architectural degrees with the emphasis in urban planning, and what I was taught in school is you look at your context, you take what's there and you elevate it. This project does nothing to elevate the Park Santiago neighborhood. It may be appropriate for Main Street. It is not appropriate for backing to the single-family homes that are on Spurgeon and French and the immediate streets nearby. I would love to see some kind of a lower density housing product put there. I'm in real estate. I'm a pro-housing advocate, right? But this project is a behemoth. And I ask, would you want this over the fence of your backyard? I ask that to the commission, to the city staff members, and to the developer. Would you want this in your backyard, this behemoth? The answer is obviously no. And we can do a lot better than this, I think, in this city. The other thing I want to speak to is I'm vice chair of the Historic Commission. The Historic Commission took a vote last year to stand against this project, saying that it was inappropriate, and we were shut down at our commission meeting by the city attorney after they'd had a visit from the developer's attorney, and I just want people to be aware of that. We voted to have a resolution that it was inappropriate design. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Phil. All right, please. Hey. Please identify yourself.
My name is Clay Henderson. I yield my time to Rob Richardson. Can I do that?
You can.
I did.
Please start it.
like to thank my next-door neighbor, Clay, for this privilege. I did submit a card, so I'll submit mine to somebody else. I'm Rob Richardson. I've been a resident of Santa Ana for 57 years, and I've lived in Park Santiago for the last 18 years. This project is too big, it's too dense, and it's not in the right place. And when we met with Mintai a few months ago, we met with him and some of the staff, he told us this project is going to look dramatically different by the time it gets to the commission. Well, it looks just about the same. It was 83 units to the acre, and somehow we went through a bruising battle, and we got it pushed down to 81 units to the acre. Thank God we advocated, because if we hadn't advocated, the staff might have given the developer more than he asked for. This project is out of scale and it's out of sight of any concept of what ought to be there. You read the staff report and it says, this project is not in character with the neighborhood. This project is not in character with the neighborhood. I repeat for emphasis, which it shares two sides with. As the neighborhood is comprised of single-family homes, and the project is a high-density multifamily project, not a moderate density project as the video displayed earlier. This is a high-density project. I would submit to you, members of the commission, that we deserve to have a better project at this location on the gateway of our city. There are thousands of units of housing being built in our city today, and there are thousands that are planned immediately north of this site. This is not the crucible of housing for the entire city. This is just one location. And I want to encourage you to send this project back to the staff and demand that they actually work with us legitimately and demand that the developer build a project that is truly discretionary. This is a discretionary project. Don't forget for a minute that when the developer bought this property, it wasn't zoned for this use. Every use that is planned here is discretionary. The general plan amendment, the amendment application, everything is discretionary. And let's not negotiate against ourselves. Let's get a good project that we can rally around and support. Thank you. And thank you. And thank Clay for getting me up here a little earlier. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Edward? My name's Edward Gant. I've lived in Park Santiago for 18 years, so I'm a new guy compared to the rest of you. I'm against the project, and I'm not being paid. And I want to give the rest of my time to my wife, Lisa.
All right, before you speak, I'd like to have Brian Potere. Stop the clock. Sharon Gullison, Thomas Carterberry, Jesse Arena, and Christine Helvig. Okay, go ahead, Lisa.
Hi, Lisa Gans. I've been in front of this board numerous times, and I came prepared. I actually read the staff report, and I came prepared to discuss a lot of things, but in an effort to save some time and let you guys all go home a little bit earlier, I'm going to whittle it down to a couple of points that I'm not sure that have been established yet. First off, I'm very concerned about what was presented prior in the number one point, and there seems to be this general consensus that the city of Santa Ana needs this high-density building. We're the most dense city in Orange County. There needs to be some serious relooking at the general amendment plan and the high-density building. I don't know if anybody's been really reading the Orange County Register, but there have been numerous reports regarding the OC housing market slowdown and the overconstruction that's led to the oversupply of homes. And the demand is actually down. So we don't need this density that's you guys the city is pushing for. More importantly, I went through the development agreement, and what a huge nothing burger. I think that the biggest thing that is of concern to me is the economic analysis, and the staff had actually, it was an eye-opening thing. The numbers that I pulled together was the $23 million over 25 years. That was $940,000 a year, and then it was amended just on that report to $13 million in present-day value, $520,000 a year to affect these residents. This is ridiculous. That piece of property can be used for other ways to get increased taxes. Do not destroy the neighborhood by building this monstrosity. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Brian?
Hello, Brian Potere. I'm a longtime resident. My wife will say how long. I don't remember how many years. When I was listening to the developers and I guess staff up here talking, it just reminded me of Benjamin Disraeli's famous quote, there are three types of lies. Lies, damn lies, and statistics. They were very good with, hey, the road impact is going to be an A. And then when Lynette stood up and said, explain to us. Well, A is 24 hours, not when people use the road. So it was completely distorted. Everything that they presented to us tonight has been distorted. When they came up, you could hear, I almost wanted to play Dance Fever or something because they were dancing around all the questions. They didn't want to give a straight answer. This is going to ruin our neighborhood. People are going to leave. Property taxes are not going to get paid. It's going to have an impact because California is also already one of the highest tax states. You impact this where we don't want to live here anymore, we pick up and we move. Why do we want to live in California? Why do we live in Santa Ana anymore? Santa Ana, it's been exciting to live here for 20 years or so. The neighbors are great. It's like a little Opie and whatever that show is, Mayberry. Everybody knows each other, but this property is going to damage the neighborhood beyond what we can do. So I just beg you, deny the change in code. They bought it knowing that it wasn't the zone for this. Let them build what it was zoned for. It's zoned for commercial. Let them keep it at commercial. They tried to put, Angie, I guess that's her name there, had to walk out because she was already paid off. So how many others have been paid off but haven't been honorable to stand up and say, I'm just a pawn?
Thank you, Peter. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sharon Gullickson, the wife of Brian. And they mentioned that the people who live there will be able to go over to the mall and work. Somebody who works at the mall can't afford to live there unless, am I right? I've worked in retail. It's practically volunteer work. The boxes they're going to put in for Amazon, they already have those at the mall, so that's redundant. They mentioned kind of like we're neglecting our duties by not having historic homes, not designated as historic homes. We don't, because we don't want the city to have us under their thumb telling us what to do, how to do, etc. That's the only reason our 1930 house is not on the list. Otherwise it could be. That's pretty much it. I'm totally against this, as are the ones who were not paid off.
Thank you, Sam. Thomas?
Good evening. My name is Thomas Cartney, and I am an 18-year resident of Park Santiago. And just keying off of some of the prior speakers, there really is no integration of this project with the neighborhood, period. Architecturally, and the biggest issue is the density, of course. 81 units per acre on a 5-acre site. The thing that I really take issue with this developer is there's been misrepresentation of the overall size of this project in everything that's printed. It's a 5-story building with a mezzanine. A mezzanine is another level. It's nearly it's over 60 feet tall. The majority of the building is 60 feet tall. The parking garage is 90 feet tall. That is 8 full stories, okay, against an R1 neighborhood. There are a lot of projects being built here in Santa Ana, but none of them are of this type of a density slammed up against single-family houses in a neighborhood in which I once wanted to move away from. And then when I started looking around, it's like, what, are we crazy? There is something special about this neighborhood. It is Mayberry. People know each other, we care about each other, and since I moved into the neighborhood 18 years ago, I think some of the last houses that had iron bars on their windows all went away. People have been doing nothing but improving the quality of this neighborhood because we love it. And I'm failing to see how over 1,000 people who are apartment renters who have nothing really vested in a permanence in this community are going to add to our community. Thank you.
Good evening, Planning Commission. My name is Christine Denny Helvig, and I've lived in Park Santiago since 1990. City leaders made a decision years ago to zone 2525 for professional office purposes. True, times have changed and no one predicted the population growth and environmental impact of that growth in the area. But there was something else no one else could have predicted. That rarest of rare situations where a government decision made so long ago would still be the most viable option today. With this historic decision, the city is now in an ideal position to get it right, to increase its housing capacity and minimize the accompanying long-term environmental impact by offering quality jobs within walking distance for current and projected neighbors, filling the already planned and approved new 3,800 housing units, roughly 5,000 people, within 1/2 mile of 2525. The city has laid the groundwork to establish North Santa Ana as a sought-after living location with dining, shopping, entertainment, educational, cultural, recreational, and healthcare service opportunities within walking distance. All it has to do to complete the picture of an attractive live-work environment, including off-hour parking for Discovery Center facility, is bringing a long-term steady income to the city, is to stick to the plan. Provide residents and local students with the incentive to not only live, learn, and shop in Santa Ana, but to work here too. Address our changing society's requirements to minimize residents' environmental impact and increase quality of life by reducing driving requirements and commute times. This will increase time spent on relationships and community involvement, which in turn will strengthen the fabric of the community as a whole. We have a great plan here. We don't need to change the city plan. We need to put an office building in that location.
Okay. The next 5 people: Janelle Johnson, Gary Hendricks, Jeff Dresser, Peter Katz, David Hackett. Jesse, please.
Hi, my name's Jessie Aaron, but I've kind of drove through that many years. My family lives on Palmyra and Maine, and now that they're college students, I still drive that area to take them to college. And I've already been sharing with them, after I take them to college, I do walk that Santiago Park where all the homeless hang out. So it was nice to hear that they would have security in that area to change that environment. But also, they don't want to live in a low-income area either where there's a lot of trouble. So it doesn't have to be a cheap quality apartment they're looking for, but they also don't work across the street. They do work in offices and other offices with the banks, so it's not like only poor people are going to live in that area. But I know that it is needed. Some more apartments are needed in that area, and I think it's called progress. And whether we do it or not now, it's going to be done eventually because it is part of progress, and it's not going to destroy Santa Ana, And the people sound like Mayberry are probably going to be wonderful neighbors to the new neighbors coming in. That's it.
Thank you. Candia. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Jeff Dresser. I live in the Park Santiago neighborhood. I object to the Planning Commission making a vote on this development tonight due to the current open investigation by the Fair Political Practices Commission into campaign finance violations involving individuals who are currently in a position to vote on this development. I'm talking about the Political Action Committee titled Californians for Ethical Patient Care, Yes on Tinajero for Mayor, and Sarmiento and Rihanna for City Council, No on Becerra for City Council. This PAC was formed last October. I have joined in filing a companion complaint with the FPPC into the source of over $300,000 in contributions into this PAC from a company called 19th Green OC LLC. The 19th Green OC was a company created last October at approximately the same time as the PAC to provide contributions into that PAC and to conceal the true donors. This, as I'm sure you're aware, is a campaign finance violation. The 19th Green has yet to provide the legally required documents which would disclose all of its members, who made the donations, and how much they donated. I verified this afternoon with the FPPC the case is still open and under investigation. You can't, in good conscience, make a decision on this project tonight and send it to the City Council when there's a current open FPPC investigation into over $300,000 in dark money, the true source of which has been intentionally withheld by the 19th Green OC so as to not reveal a possible play-to-pay scandal. The FPPC findings may reveal that attempts were made to financially secure yes votes for this project. The only responsible option tonight is to wait until the FPPC investigation is complete. Don't make a decision tonight that you may regret later. What's the rush?
Thank you, Jeff. Gary Hendricks.
Gary Hendricks, Park Santiago. Without any rhetoric, there are certain things that I think the board does need to, the commission does need to address here. Things that are not in the EIR. For example, there's no mention of the closure of the 5 freeway and how that impacts traffic in this EIR. We know that's going to happen because we were told in a previous meeting that the on-ramp, off-ramp of the 5 freeway at Edgewood there is going to be closed. Therefore, it's going to put more pressure on the other on-ramp and off-ramp just down the street. 2, the Main Place Mall is not in the EIR. Now, they can say it wasn't planned at the time. We've met as a community with the Main Place Mall. They've been planning this for years. The only thing that held them up was the purchase of the land. They've known what they're going to build. They already stated they're going to put 1,900 apartments in first phase, 3 more apartments after that, 3 more hotels, 2 million square feet of office space. Where's all that traffic going to go when you don't even have the same on-ramp and off-ramps that you had before? The second thing was changes from the original EIR. For example, no one here tonight has mentioned option C, the Edgewood Road and North Main Street project access. Everybody has said they're not going to access off of Edgewood. However, if you sign this document, it gives them the right to have an egress and an in and out off of Edgewood. Parking, there's been no mention at all of the 120 construction workers that are going to be there on site per their mention every day from 7 in the morning to 8 at night. Where are they going to park? They're going to park in our neighborhood. Now, you may not think 120 workers are a lot, but I live on Spurgeon. 120 construction guys are going to be parking on Spurgeon. I had many other things to say. There's not enough time to say them all. I do not see how you can vote on this particular motion tonight. Thank you.
Peter Katz.
Good evening. I'm Peter Katz, President of the Comlink Board that oversees all 64 neighborhoods for the city of Santa Ana, and one of the #1 issues that I get from residents is the density of this city. But first, I would ask that David Benavides recuse himself from a vote on this issue. He was appointed to this planning commission by Roman Reina, who has received campaign development funds from the developer. So his vote would not be fair on this issue. But I want to quote somebody on that has more experience than anyone in this room, and she is Carol Galante, former Assistant Secretary for HUD for 6 years. She spent 22 years in the housing industry, and she now currently chairs the Housing and Economic Development Department for Cal Berkeley. And she said to Congress in a speech, as planners, we need to elevate our practice of public participation and our commitment to it. Our residents are very important for urban planning success, and we need to listen to them more. She cited 4 EIR issues that affect neighborhoods: climate change, sustainability, health, and social equity. And in these issues, she deals with green and open space, parking, utilities, noise, air quality, and density. And she says that the quality of life is very important to the residents of a city. We need to preserve our neighborhoods. And Santa Ana is the 4th densest city in the nation. Only Houston, Los Angeles, Chicago, and New York are denser per square mile. So we need to preserve the quality of our neighborhood life. And this city is 150 years old this year. So we need to preserve, not destroy our neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Janelle, before you start, if I may, Esther Lopez, Frank Lopez, Sue McDonald, Lydia Natuli, and Kelly Medina. Thank you. Go ahead.
Good evening. I'm opposed to this project on a lot of levels. It's too dense. It doesn't support our neighborhood as far as being, because it's not a single-family residential or low-density neighborhood. The number of apartment buildings that have been built in this city or any other city of its similar size never have enough parking. Never, never, never. I've lived in apartment buildings before, a long time ago, and we never had enough parking. There's the apartments that are on Santa Clara between Lincoln and Grand park in our neighborhood, Park Santiago, because there's not enough parking there. The apartment buildings built south of 17th Street near Main and between Main and Broadway many, many years ago, those don't have enough parking. There is never enough parking. And just changing some of the units from studios or 1 bedrooms into 3 bedrooms to get the unit count down does not change the parking requirements. There will not be enough parking, and they will be parking in the neighborhood, which causes more traffic. And sometimes I can't even park in front of my own house as it is right now, and I'm not immediately adjacent to this development. This needs to be reduced in size. Nobody wants this in their backyard. Nobody. I'm not opposed to development. I'm just asking that you consider something reasonable or maintain what's currently there and get it back into operation. Thank you.
Thank you, Janelle. David? What's my? Janelle. With a G.
Hi, my name's Dave Pocket. I live on Spurgeon. I've lived there for 20 years. Having said that, for the right price, I'd sell out, but I'm not sure how much money that would be. I've worked in these kind of developments my whole life, 40 years so far. I've worked with all the large developers, all the home building large developers for 40 years. I've never been involved with a project where the builder bought a piece of property that was zoned differently and then hoped and wished and prayed that it's going to change somehow to allow them to do what they're doing. It's your responsibility, it's the city's responsibility on the zoning to have buffers between high density to medium density to low density. So to take a one piece of property out of all the properties and change them from the lowest possible density that you could have and put it to the highest possible density to have is outrageous. And I think it's your responsibility to not let that happen. And I've been there for 20 years. I know that's not as long as the other people. I've raised my families there. I understand that there's a problem with housing. But even the project before us, where they're doing it for nonprofit, for low income rental, which was what we need, all they're asking for a density change. This builder is asking for a complete change in zoning, a complete change in the general plan, and not to mention using part of a public park possibly to be part of the project. All those projects I've been involved with never took a public park. They took property to create parks. This just seems completely upside down to me, and I don't know how you can have that density growth right next to the lowest possible density that's allowed by your laws. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Esther?
My name is Esther Lopez, and I've lived in this neighborhood over 40 years, but I was born in 1936 in Santa Ana, so I've seen many, many changes. When they talk about affordable housing, what do they mean by that? How much you make a week, how much you make a month, how much you and your partner make? What is affordable housing? My father used to make $30 a week shining shoes on 4th Street and paid $30 a month. Now, how many of you here can say what you earn in 1 week will pay for your home? Another thing, you've heard a lot of facts here, and I'm really emotional about this. And I want to know, how many of you play Sudoku or play chess? Either way, every move you make affects something else. When I first studied chess, when I was in Mexico, and the word was jaque mate. Checkmate. Does mate mean mate? What does mate mean? Don't kill our neighborhood. Thank you.
Frank Lopez?
Yes, my name's Frank Lopez, and you just heard my wife speak. I have a problem, especially with traffic and density. I can't believe what I saw here with the staff that could not figure out what the density and the ratios and whatever. You guys asked questions, but they couldn't answer them. What is wrong with our staff? I mean, they sit there, write notes, doesn't mean a thing. It doesn't. Look at this guy right there. Look at, he's bewildered. He doesn't believe me. But I lived in Santiago Park for many years. We've seen many changes. Most of you have not seen what we've seen. We live it. You don't live it. We see the traffic density. We see the homeless. We see all the different things that happen, traffic, and you sit there, he doesn't really understand. And the traffic staff that you have don't seem to understand. I don't know what is needed to wake you people up. I'm sorry that I feel the way I do, but what I see is what I see. I'm not Trump. Trump sees in his inauguration millions of people. The guy is blind. Are you guys the same way? Please think about it thoroughly before you do anything and make a vote. And it goes for all of you. Please think. You need to think. Thank you.
Thank you, Frank. Sue McDonald?
Hi, I'm Sue McDonald, and I wrote up something really nice, but I don't feel really nice right now. Listening to them, I've lived in Park Santiago on the same street for 63 years, and I guess maybe I feel too much ownership. But when they're talking about the palm trees on Edgewood, they don't even put it in the report, and then suddenly there's 3 of our, they're not historic, I don't know what they are, but we're fond of our palm trees, and you can fly over Orange County and see them from an airplane, and you know where you live. But, you know, and then they talk about our park. Okay, so when does a private group come in and demand parkland? And it doesn't seem like they ask, they just demand stuff. And they want to take that land, and it belongs to the parks, it belongs to us. We don't have that. And, you know, if you put an exit out there, going out there on Walkie Ray, the traffic is backed up completely during, you know, the heavy traffic times. And there's only going to be 1 or 2 cars that can even turn out onto there. And they'll be sitting in the middle of the intersection because it is blocked completely all the way through there. So it is just ridiculous. And Orange, you know, they're putting all these big projects in. But they're not next to their bedroom communities. They were smart to put them over by the business districts. And so they got you know, I think you guys have enough. I really do see the vote going. I think you guys see what's going on here. And I would hope that, you know, you'd use your logic. And you've saved our neighborhood many times, the commission. Took a big project that was going to go in by Guarantee Chevrolet, and the commission voted it out because at request of the residents. And, you know, it was a big project led by big project people. And so don't be afraid to just say no to these people. Yeah, and I'm really proud of all our residents who have spoke. One, I like seeing everybody here because that's what I like about our neighborhood is knowing all these people that come up here. But they're also very intelligent, so please listen to everybody. Thank you.
Lydia?
My name is Kelly Medina, and I've lived in Santa Ana for 58 years, not all of those in Park Santiago, but we always drove through there on our way to Fashion Square when it was Fashion Square, and thought that the homes were so wonderful, and I aspired to live there one day, I thought. And one day I did get to live and rent a garage apartment. That was when I was single and I had hardly any money, and it was a great place for me. And I really wanted to move there one day, and I got my wish, finally. And 22 years ago, we moved there with our 1-year-old. I raised my daughter. Both my kids are graduating from college and so forth. But as I've gone through this whole life in Santa Ana, we would come through from the east. There's so many people who come from east to west through our neighborhood. There's only there's about 3 different ways to get over to Main Place, and our neighborhood is one of them. And it will add to the traffic to have that other development there on the corner. Anyway, the point I was also going to make is having that high development has already ruined, as I have seen, over to the south of 17th and the west of the freeway. It's ruined neighborhoods over there by putting high density right in the middle of everything else. I think this just doesn't work for our neighborhood at all. And just because somebody spent $17 million on it, that was his own problem. It's not up to you all to rectify his mistake by assuming or paying off someone. I don't know. It just makes you wonder. But assuming that you're going to just change the zoning, I think it's just wrong, and it will just diminish our neighborhood. I could have moved out to North Tustin 7 years ago, but I chose to stay because we do love our neighbors and our neighborhood. You can walk there safely, and you don't have to worry most of the time, except for this new homeless ingress. But otherwise, it's a great neighborhood, and we take care of each other, and I don't want that project built. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. Lydia?
Yes, sir.
Please, before you start, David Willard, Jane Mahanic, Adrian De La Rosa, Judy Amador, and Justin Chapman. Go ahead, Lydia. Thank you.
Good evening, Chairman, Vice Chairman. All protocol reserved under community. My name is Lydia Natolo. I always say I'm a proud African child, born and raised in Uganda, but I've been living in this country for 20 years, and to me, that's a privilege. I stand here, and just a disclaimer, no one has paid me to be here. I just saw a social media post with my friend talking about housing affordability and how people need to show up and share. I'm here to share my personal experience, but also the work I've done. I just graduated from UCI with 2 degrees, biology and political science, but also as a student body president. And just the little work I served there, we talked about housing insecurity. And just like food insecurity, housing is a basic need for everyone. And for me, the stories I heard from the students, and I believe that. Thank you, sir. The stories I heard from my fellow peers, these are students literally living in their cars. These are students who cannot afford to live in Orange County. Since I just graduated, I'm also battling trying to afford living in this county. But I have a job, thank God. But still it's a struggle. I'm here to talk about the issue that was talked about before and also the one on board. I really humbly stand in front of the community. Like, I don't live here, I live in Irvine, but I work in Santa Ana. And for me to see the homeless in this community, for me to see people living in their cars, for me to see people who cannot afford, these are young people. We are actually losing a lot of brain drain from Orange County, and students are just flying out of here because they can't afford to live here. I just want to have a consideration that let us be able to serve everyone. And I share this with my work because I personally have lived in a car for three months without being able to afford 10 years when I came to California. I know what it means to be homeless. And let us not actually throw words and numbers and statistics. These are human beings. Imagine if this was your daughter. Imagine this was your sister, your father, your cousin, your uncle. And the Bible says, to those who are holding on a church, the first commandment is to love God, your God, and love your neighbor as you love yourself. There's so many opportunities out there you can find a church.
Thank you.
But I believe that we can support our people. Thank you.
Just in case there's a question, if there's a question on how this is timed, the timer was not working on the screen. We have a backup timer that's on the secretary's desk and my desk. So it's set for 2 minutes. Okay. You are?
My name is Adriana De La Rosa, and should I wait? Yep.
You're on time. You're on the clock.
Well, thank you very much for allowing me to speak. And I've been here before, and this has been an amazing learning process. And I didn't prepare anything, but I do want to just emphasize my perspective, which has been just incredible to watch the whole process for a year and a half unfold. And there's only been one thing that has been consistent. In spite of the significant opposition from the neighborhood, in spite of the strong voice from the community, and as well as the experts, the group of experts that our neighborhood leaders have so diligently put together and have given the strong arguments about why this project is not appropriate for our neighborhood and not acceptable, and how we haven't been worked with by the developer. Only one thing has been consistent in the whole year and a half, and that has been the position of the developer to state that they are working with the neighborhood and that they have the support of the neighborhood and that they are listening to the neighbors and doing a project that is responding to the neighbors. And it's amazing to me. And however, and one of the questions that I asked Mr. Mintai when we met with them last at a very, what seemed to be, or what seemed was going to be a good meeting where we were going to be listened to, but we quickly realized that we were just being worked. I said to him, I said, "Sir, what is the value that you give to the voice of the community? Because ultimately, if this ends up in a lawsuit, that is going to be the ultimate question." And he would never answer that question. He still hasn't. But you know what, sirs and madams? This is the answer tonight. You get to hear the voice of the community, and you get to give the value to, I have 15, well, there it is. Well,
you're okay. That's all right. That's okay.
I thought I had 15 seconds, and I'll just finish my sentence if that's okay.
Fine. Finish your
Thank
sentence.
you that you will give the value that the voice of the community deserves. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Judy Amador, and I'm just here on behalf of the future residents of that development, that they will have the chance to live in Santa Ana. And no, I'm sorry if the neighborhood, of Mayberry feels that these children that are going to be able to live there with their parents and be able to have a place to live instead of going out to Riverside because they can't afford the rent here. Because they would like to live in Orange County instead of Riverside or Corona. And
please.
I wish I could talk, but I haven't.
Please.
Okay, thank you. Anyway, I just want to state, like the college students in Santa Ana, that they'll be able to live closer instead of coming from different other parts of the county. And sorry that, I would like to live in Mayberry also, but I could never afford to. My daughter has lived there, and she's gone on a little farther into Santa Ana. We've been here since 1958, and I've did my life, my last 13 years, with a nonprofit for the children that are at risk. And no, I don't have no extra income for me to be able to afford a home or something, but I have something better. I have children that have come to have known love, and that I've just tried to give the best I could to them. And you know what, Mayberry? Things change. It's progress.
Thank you. David, okay, before we go further, the next 5 names, please. Paul Mag, Peggy Stargell, George Atala, Steve Gorgon, and Ariana. Good. You are?
Justin Chapman.
Okay.
My name is Justin Chapman, and I live on Spurgeon Street, directly up against the proposed 2525 development. I'm here to share with you that I've searched between 3 counties, including LA, Orange, and San Diego. I was unable to find a single apartment development of this size and density next to R1 zoning. The largest complex I was able to find next to R1 was called the Luce, L-U-C-E Apartments, which is under construction in the city of Huntington Beach. That building is 510 units on 8.5 acres for a density of 60 units per acre. Also, the design for the Luce building has 2 streets with both left and right turns in and out of the complex, as opposed to this development, which has a single access with a right in and right out on the main street. I could have missed another complex of this size and density next to R1, which is why I asked the city to provide me with one actual example of a building of this size and density next to R1. Show me that the complex had a neutral or even slightly negative effect on the adjacent neighborhood, but had a positive impact on the community as a whole. Until you can show me that example, I consider this project as designed to be dangerous at best. By voting yes on this project to move forward, you will be setting a new precedent for density up against R1. The most dense apartments against R1 in Santa Ana to date is the Line Apartments, which is currently under construction, and it has a density of 58 units per acre. Mr. Benavides, from what I found, the density of the 2525 project is not only unprecedented within the city, but the entire region. I'm not saying the city and developer can't have luxury apartments here. What I'm asking is why this big and this dense? Does Santa Ana want to set a new precedent? I just watched this panel approve a development next to single-family homes. You increase the density of the project from 34 to 52 units per acre. This project is asking for 81 luxury apartments next to single-family homes. That's all that needs to be said.
My name is Paul Mogg. I'm a property-owning resident of Santa Ana. I would like to present the case for an immediate moratorium on any and all zoning change requests and/or general plan amendments whose primary intent, whether directly or indirectly, is to pave the way for additional housing in Santa Ana. As with all cities throughout our county, there exists a very finite and unchanging amount of land. Some years ago, the Santa Ana Planning Commission blueprinted, for lack of a better term, the city of Santa Ana. They decided how to zone the land and for a balance of commercial and residential uses. Through the years, the population has increased and many have grown to call Santa Ana home. Whether one wants to believe it or not, even the slightest change to the original city plan could be considered a bait and switch. Of all Orange County cities larger than 5 square miles in size, Santa Ana is at the top of the list regarding residents per square mile. Based on the most recent data I could find, Santa Ana has, on average, 12.1 thousand residents per square mile. This is over double, that's right, double the average density of the other 39 cities. So if you took all the other 39 cities, the average of those, we have doubled that amount of people in Santa Ana. 3 times the density of Irvine. I think it's not up to us to house the world. It's not up to us to house Orange County. It's not up to us to house the state of California. We have the best weather anywhere in the nation, probably. There's just a limited amount of land, and when you come to us, and when we made our home years ago here, based upon the plan you told us, now you say, well, we're going to build some huge high-rise next to you. Is that not bait and switch? Is that not screwing us as residents of our neighborhood? It's simply high time. I'm sick of hearing this thing, affordable housing. Suppose you were talking about Newport Coast. For goodness sakes, are there huge apartment houses being built there? Do you think you could buy a house there for $100,000 or something? Obviously not. Why? Because there's a very limited amount of space down there in Newport Coast, and I'm sick and tired of us just going berserk over the amount of people we think our community should have.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you.
Well, that's a hard act to follow. My name's Peggy Stagel. I've been in the neighborhoods for 39 years, and I'm opposed to this, and I'm going to tell you why. I think you guys need to do the right thing. In this time and era of this country, no one out here believes in politicians. We know they're all crooked. I would like you, for the first time in life, do the right thing. If this project was the right thing, the developers would not be knocking door to door up and down Spurgeon and Edgewood buying votes. Oh, I'll fix your roof. Oh, I'll make you a barbecue. Oh, I'll do this, I'll do that. I'm not making that up. That has been a testimony here. You guys all heard it. If this was the best project ever, the developers would not have to pay people to come here and agree with them, who don't even live in our neighborhood, who are not even impacted like we are. If this was the best project ever, the developers would not have to put money into campaign accounts to buy votes. Hello? If this was the best project ever, we wouldn't have this many people here opposing it. Do the right thing. Vote no on the rezoning and the EIR. And one more thing I want to say. When Mr. Walkie left, I decided to go up and ask him. He was the chairman of the Discovery Center, thank you. And I said, you know, you have employees that park in the 2525 building right now, and this last Saturday they had 50 extra cars in there for overflow. I said, what are you going to do with all those people? He said, and I will quote, I don't know what you mean. I said, no, what are you going to do with all these cars? He said, what are you going to do about it? And then he left, and he patted me on the back. They don't care how many cars are parking in our
Thank you, Peggy.
area. Thank you.
George? Go ahead. You're on the clock here.
Mr. Chairman, honorary commissioners, my name is Steve Gorgoni. I live at 2556 North Valencia in the beautiful community of Park Santiago. First, thank you for this opportunity. I know it's a long night. I really do appreciate all that you're doing, and I really hope that you're hearing us. I'm here to speak against the project, of course. You know, I want to make it perfectly clear, though. Me, along with a lot of people in the audience here, we are not against development. Okay? In fact, I'm very much for all that's been happening downtown. I teach at Santa Ana High School, and I brag to my students about all the things happening in the city. And I want it to continue, and I understand that we need development, we need progress for these things to continue. Here's the issue. This is not the progress that we need right there in that location. It's simply too big. It's too large and it's too close to this neighborhood. We're the ones in Park Santiago that are going to have to deal with this parking situation. We're the ones that are going to have to deal. We're going to be on the front lines. And to hear that there's going to be a test case for some valet program, that doesn't make me feel any better. I mean, does it make any of you feel any better if you were in that situation? We're simply going to be overloaded here. It's irresponsible development. That's what it is. It doesn't take into account the uniqueness of the neighborhood. It doesn't take into account that once the neighborhood is changed, it's changed. Once traffic becomes unbearable, it will be unbearable. And it's going to be a long time before anything gets fixed, if it does get fixed. We need to preserve these neighborhoods. We need to protect them. They are cultural centers for this city. They are icons. I hope that you please take these comments into account and make the right decision.
George?
Yeah. Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is George Atala. I'd like to preface this by saying that I do not live in Park Santiago, obviously, because I did not have the opportunity to buy a home when they were actually affordable. I'm a resident in Costa Mesa. I was educated in UC Irvine. I lived in Santa Ana for 2 years when I was a student at UC Irvine. I was an environmental major. I'm currently employed as a CEQA planner in the city of Tustin. That is all to say that there's one thing that reigns true across all those disciplines, is that housing near job centers is a good thing. If people don't have somewhere to live near where they play or where they work, then they will drive from elsewhere. And that would probably be Riverside County, coming from what I hope to be is a population I represent. Very, very limited voice in this audience is that the millennials in Orange County that are being pushed out. And whether I know I can argue that this probably isn't affordable to the common student or whatnot, it's definitely much more affordable than a $500,000 one-bedroom condo would be to me. My fiance is a nurse. I'm currently employed. Maybe I could afford a $2,500 or one bedroom, but I can't afford a $4,000 mortgage on a $500,000 condo. So I'm a housing advocate. I truly believe that each project incrementally over time will increase the supply, and therefore housing costs might actually taper out to where it's affordable. Just like to make a couple points about the project itself. I think it's hilarious and ridiculous that people Traffic is the one thing everyone hates. No one likes it. I would rather live in a county where I have to be in traffic rather than be in a county that doesn't have traffic. I'd move to the Midwest where it doesn't exist. There's a reason why so many people are here. There's no such thing as addition of traffic. You are traffic. You are those cars that are being, like years ago, someone before who created Park Santiago had to go through this process, and there was a traffic engineer who projected how much traffic. You are that person. You are that statistic.
Thank you, George.
Thank you.
We're working. It's fine. All right. Okay. Your name is?
Ariane.
Ariane. Okay, hold on, please, if I may. The next 5 names: Allen, Jensen, Matthew Miller, Gilbert, and Freddie A. Go ahead, Anya.
Good evening. My name is Ariane. I currently go to Santa Ana College, and I am currently studying for occupational therapy aid. I have had to take on the responsibility of additional student loans to help me with my housing situation while I attend school. While I am looking forward to graduation, I worry about whether or not I am going to make enough money in my first 10 years of working to make ends meet. More than half of Orange County's workers' incomes goes towards rent. However, I am also going to have the added stress of student loans that will start 6 months after graduation. Though my family would welcome me back home, after several years of living on campus and having some independence, I would like to continue with some of that lifestyle, even if it means I have to get a roommate. So I think adding affordable housing would help me not only help with those student loans, but also help me get to a place where I won't have to add to the traffic. It'll be really close to where I want to work at Chalk Hospital with the pediatrics. So I approve this. Thank you.
Thank you. Alan? Go ahead, Alan.
Good evening. My name is Alan. It's not hard to understand why housing prices are so high in California, and especially in Orange County. It's basic economics, science of supply and demand. With the state population increasing by 6 million since 2000, the problem is that housing supply has not increased to accommodate the amount of people that live here. Since 2000, there's only been about 2 million houses that have been approved by the state during the period, and that is reported by the OC Register as of this last March. The lack of permits is not about the issue of land availability. A study by economists at Harvard and University of Pennsylvania found that 90% of the issue was attributed to local governments giving restrictions on the building of new buildings. Only 10% was due to land availability. The primary factors found to be driving this trend are not in my backyard, residential groups, and the environmental lobby. Millennials like myself are asking the Commission and City Council to end the bottleneck of supply and demand by approving the construction of new housing supply for the future of our young families to thrive in Santa Ana. Thank you.
Thank you. You are?
Jensen.
Okay, Jensen.
My name is Jensen. I would like to speak on the challenges that are affecting so many of my peers in my age group with respect to sufficient housing. The prospects have been pretty low for us as we save and search for opportunities to move out of the family home. Even dealing with private landlords to rent a single bedroom has its downfalls and seldom lasts more than 6 months. We need better options. An article that was published earlier this year in the Orange County Register addressed that the housing crisis in the state, with the shortages exceeding 3.5 million homes. The author cited the root cause for this on the abuse of state environmental laws, local ballot initiatives that undermine good planning, and the city councils that stagnate on new home delivery. With local reports that celebrate a booming economy recovering from recession, it blows me away that even with working 40 hours a week, I cannot secure a decent apartment that is close to freeways and shopping centers in the city. I have to look outside of Santa Ana towards Irvine and South County, which are far more expensive than what I can afford. My friends and I would like to see more housing options in Santa Ana. That's why I'm asking for your support on this development and future ones.
You are?
Matthew Miller. Okay, good evening. My name is Matthew Miller. To me, this project looks like an opportunity for me and my young adult peers to venture out of the family home. Some of us have started, all right, calm down, it's not the end of the world. Some of us have started families or are planning to start them soon with upcoming marriages. It'd be nice to have someplace new and local to keep our roots here instead of moving out of the region or state. Right now, the vacant building is a magnet for homeless trespassers and potential criminal activity. New housing would revitalize the area and minimize criminal elements. This land has the potential for small families to have a nice place to live, visit the park next door, have access to public transportation, and easy freeway access. Also, keeping a young workforce in town would benefit the city and our fellow residents when more tax dollars are generated and stay here in town. Please support this proposal to develop more housing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Matthew.
Hi, good evening.
You are?
My name is Gilbert Anthony Rojas, and I've been working 2 jobs to sustain a full-time schedule in hopes to move out soon. And it's been a struggle since part-time employees seem to get cut first out of a full-time. And my plan is to take welding certification courses at Santa Ana College. That being said, I'm not sure when the next step could be possible for me to move out without some more affordable housing buildings. With the average cost of houses being around $800,000. But for now, I could start at these apartments that may or may not be built. I've always been a diligent and hard worker for the past 4 years in the service industry, and I'd very much like to officially start my adult life by finally moving out of my family's home. And I think that this might be an opportunity to do so. And I ask you to support this project, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Gilbert. Before you start, Freddie, Jim Maynard, Madigal Cancino, Dennis Stokes, Michael A., and Haley Barnett. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Good evening. My name is Freddie Arvizu. I live at 1420 North Broadway and have for the past 3 or 4 years. I am not a resident of Santiago Park, as I am 24 and can't afford that. Santa Ana is the highest population density in Orange County, 3rd highest in the state of California, and it also exceeds the state average on age cohorts between 0 to 35 years of age, which includes me. The highest percentage represented in this group are 20-year-olds, just 4 years below me. Students. I just wanted to bring this to your attention as part of a generation who's currently looking to secure their future here at home. I have grown up around here, I have family that lives here, and I intend to want to buy a home around here. I just want to bring this to your attention as part of a generation who's currently looking to seek their future. Said that, but millennials who have fewer years of work experience are facing challenges securing housing in Orange County, where we currently rank as the 5th least affordable housing market for our group in the U.S. And while a lot of people here are saying that this isn't affordable, it's simple economics. If you increase supply, then prices are going to teeter. The average price of an Orange County home is close to $800,000. Excuse me, I would appreciate if you gave me respect. Thank you. The average price of an Orange County home is $800,000 with a median household income of $83,000, as reported by the OC Community Indicators Project. And a report out of the University of Connecticut researching housing affordability for millennials lists Orange County as one of the nine worst places to live based on housing that require 80% of a college graduate's starting salary. Now that sounds a little excessive to me. With such a bleak prospect on housing, it's no wonder that the greatest challenge facing my generation is the ability to move out of our parents' home before the age of 30. I am so tired of seeing my friends older than me not being able to have the life that you all had. You bought your homes when you had the money for it, didn't you?
Thank you, Freddie.
Inflation
Thank you,
is a
Freddie.
thing.
Freddie, thank you. You are?
Okay.
You are, your name?
Madrigal Cancino.
Okay.
I'm 17 years old and I live in Park Santiago. I'm very concerned with the apartments that are going to be set up on Main Street. I live across from 2 really, really kind little girls that love to play outside. How do you think they're going to feel with cars speeding down our street and be scared out of their mind? We already have people speeding down. I know that some of you guys are in favor of this project, and I know that you guys would love to pass it. But we have our whole entire neighborhood here not wanting to use it. I know that you guys may live in nice Santa Ana neighborhoods, like Flower Park or Casa de Santiago. This is very important to us that you guys don't push this through. We don't want this at all. And we are here as a community to be here. Like one of the ladies said, our palm trees, they're not historic, but they're historic to us. They've been there for so long. There are people here that lived here in the neighborhood for over 60 years. How do you think they'll feel when they're opening their blinds and they see a huge apartment building looking down into their backyard, like right there? How would you guys feel if you guys had a apartment building looking into your backyard? You open your curtains and there's a person. If we're allowed to use this rec center that he says that we're allowed to use, then I'm gonna bring all my friends from my school. I'm gonna bring all my friends, and my mom can bring over her coworkers, and we can just use it for ourselves. We will work out, and we're gonna play in the water. How do you think then the people in the apartments are gonna feel if they're like, oh, these teenagers are in there? But I'm allowed to use it because I'm a resident in that neighborhood. There are little kids on my street that are gonna be scared to play outside because there's gonna be people speeding down our street. I know I can tell that you're in favor of the idea, but how would you like it if there's an apartment building just right there in front of your house? Like it just gets me very emotional that it gets to this. I can't believe that 6 people are going or 6, 5, I'm not sure, are going to debate the way this feels.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. You are?
Michael.
Michael A?
Yeah.
Okay. One thing we're going to do is we're going to take a 10-minute break after Michael A. Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Michael, and I would just like to say or add more perspective of the young family populations leaving the area because of the lack of housing and affordability. There are several negative effects this can take on our community. Reduction of skilled workers is very critical as the current population ages and young families move out. There is also potential impacts to public school enrollment due to fewer young families. City infrastructure is also impacted with reduction of retail tax based on reduced purchases and decreased city revenues. With migration of millennials and their future families, this would increase the need of working commuters who don't invest their income in the city and pay local taxes. Commuters would also bring more street and freeway traffic to Santa Ana. Also, DMV dollars won't come here. New construction brings a positive economic impact, turning around the market, which increased housing options, easing the supply and demand, and supporting affordability. There is also a positive community impact. New construction revitalizes appearances, replacing vacant and tired-looking industrial business and retail buildings and centers. Young families contribute to tax base, increase retail transactions, populate schools, and bring a resilient workforce. Planned construction supports local transportation and retail centers, support city cultural centers such as museums and visual performing arts. I hope you consider these benefits as the Commission looks to approve this and other building permits for housing in the future. Thank you.
Take a break. We'll be back at 5 after 10.
Is this thing on? If anybody needs parking, can you hear me?
because it directly affects them. So for me, it makes no sense. I don't want a long commute. I don't want to go teach somewhere I'm not invested. I'm here quite frequently, and I know the students, and I plan on teaching here. I know everyone's concerned about traffic. You guys can walk. So I'm here, and I'm for this project because I want housing. I want housing, and I want people to be able to live somewhere. We have a dramatic bottleneck that's not going to be able to, support anybody at this point because older generations can't change. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to Hayti Burnett, Dennis Stokes, Jim Maynard, Patrick Coleman. Okay, nobody's answering to those? Okay. I will repeat. Heidi Burnett, Dennis Stokes, Jim Maynard, Patricia Coleman. Not here, gone. Done. Ray Freddie, Charles Conley, Vince Ramono, Irene Montenegro, Veronica Conley. Okay, come on up. You are?
I'm Patricia Coleman. I'm a 30-year resident of Park Santiago. And I'll keep it really, really short. It just seems like this project is too big to the point of literally too big. It's overlapping into the park. It's taking park land to try and make a project that shouldn't be there in the first place. I was looking at the diagram again, and I didn't think of this, but you've got an emergency access road on the east side. There's none on the north. But I didn't see any easement for emergency access on the north side and no provision for compensating the park for that. So just wondering about that. And then I don't know how you can vote on something tonight that has so many things up in the air. It's not decided where that entrance and exit is going to be yet, because there's still something that's put before the federal and the state government on whether or not there's going to be a land swap. So there's a few questions that I think are kind of key that are still undone. It's not baked yet, and so I think it's too big and too messy right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Patricia.
How you doing? My name is Ray Freddie, I'm for the development, for the fact that once I heard some apartments were going up in that area, I was speaking to my fiance. We just had a baby in March. I was like, hey, it's a great opportunity for us to relocate from where we live, and to let you guys know, parking shouldn't be an issue, because just like you guys are coming in and petitioning here, you guys could get permits like everywhere else in the city of Santa Ana. And the homeless issue is not just in the Santiago neighborhood. It's a citywide issue. So why should you guys complain? What are you guys doing about it? Are you guys going out and trying to outreach to these people and giving them a hand, you know? And you guys over bashing Benavides for the fact that you guys are thinking he's getting paid. Do you know what he does for the community? He works with the high-risk community here in Santa Ana, and you guys are over bashing him. He's out there on his own. So I just want to let you guys know, man, I'm going to defend him because I know what he does for our community. I'm a community worker myself. We go to at-risk neighborhoods to work with at-risk youth, okay? So I'd appreciate if you guys just, stop bashing him and stop knocking the homeless people. Because you know what? They need to be loved just like everybody else does.
Thank you.
I won't be very long. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Board, for hearing us out. I know it's getting late. I am in favor to do this project. I hope you guys vote yes on this project. I've been here before, and if you guys remember, what I do is I work with at-risk youth. Me being myself, as I shared a little bit of my story last time, coming from where I come from, a lot of people in this audience don't come from that lifestyle. They don't come from where I came from. And to be a success story, to see what I'm doing now and helping out our young people. And when I see all these young people up here, saying, give us a chance. We're trying to get our own lives. We're trying to, advance in life. We're trying to do good. Give these young people a chance. You know what I'm saying? Because as this gentleman right here helped me when no one else was helping me, when I was down and out, this gentleman helped me, Paul Maury. I asked that we help these young people and give them a chance for a good future. Build this for them. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Vince Romo.
Hi, my name is Irma Montalongo, and I'm here for the project. And I believe that everybody is created equal, and they should have an opportunity to buy a home in Mayberry. That's all I got to say.
Thank you. Thank you. Charles Connerly, Veronica Cooney, Richard Lopez, Danny Ortiz, Robert Placencio. First up, please. State your name and address, sir.
Hi, my name is Richard Lopez, and I'm here in favor of the project. I think everybody deserves the opportunity to live where they desire to live at, and I think it's a good. The project will bring more people and it will create more jobs because businesses will be attracted to where the population is growing. So I'm just in favor of it, and I just hope you guys all approve of it. Thank you.
Okay, next up. You are?
Danny Ortiz.
Okay.
My name's Danny Ortiz, and I'm here. I'm in favor of the project. I'm a resident of Orange County for 4 years already, and I've worked in model homes, working for model homes and installing the furniture, and I see the growth when you add a community to a new open land. We're working in Irvine, and I seen the expansion of these houses and stuff, and I think a project like this would be good for the community because it's gonna set economic. It's gonna be jobs and everything for everyone, and the struggle is real. The struggle is real, and I won't let someone tell me no that I can't buy a property. I'm going to try my fullest, and I thank God for a contractor like that. It's going to help, it's going to help the community and like that, and I hope you guys vote for the best thing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Danny.
My name is Robert Placencio. I'm a resident here in Orange County. I grew up in Orange County all my
Robert,
life.
time. Stop the clock. Okay. I'd like to get Darcy Cancino, Susan Hyatt, Mary Osborne, Dale Helvick, and James Martin. Okay, go ahead.
All right. Well, again, my name is Robert Placencio. I grew up here in Orange County. I live here. I work here in Santa Ana. I'm an entrepreneur as well. I've had business here on 4th Street, and I've seen the work, the struggle. You know, coming back, I've moved away from Orange County, came back. I've seen the struggle throughout the nation, and the struggle's real out there, like you said earlier. They're going to continue to have traffic problems. You're going to continue to have these things because people are moving in influx from other places. They're coming to beautiful California because they're entrepreneurs. They want to achieve things in life, and they're coming into our towns. So we got to create opportunities for the young people to develop and move forward in life. I've seen Vince in the community doing work. I've worked hand in hand with him in our neighborhoods in Orange County and throughout LA County and through wherever there's a need in the community. So there's a passion, you know, for our communities to continue to advance, and we need these opportunities for our young people. As a victim, I went through the subprime market crash in 2008 and seeing that there's people that are still trying to recover from that. We need that in our communities now. Opportunities like this for people to get back on their feet, get back into the workforce. You know, come out of the systemic poverty and those issues that we are facing in our community today. So thank you.
Thank you, Robert.
Hi, good evening. My name is Darcy Cancino. I'm a 20-year resident of Park Santiago. You've heard me before. I'm very opposed to this project because of the density and the proximity to the single-family homes. But I'm going to bring it back from some of this, you know, archaic or, you know, kind of obscure conceptual discussion and look at some items on the materials that you were provided. In section 9.17.13, it talks about the traffic impact analysis detailing the capacities of the neighborhood intersections. I didn't know that neighborhood residential streets were designed to have capacity to handle cut-through traffic. I thought residential streets were designed to service the residents. So I'm very concerned about the traffic impact to our neighborhood. I'm also concerned about the fact that there is no guest parking anymore at 2525 North Main. So with all those fabulous amenities, people are going to be having guests come over. Where are those guests going to park? Again, going to the development agreement, section 4, item 4.2.1c, talks about the neighborhood. The owner met with residents of Park Santiago and agreed to provide the following amenities. I don't know who the owner met with in our community, but it's not like it was a big community meeting and we all agreed on these things. The way this is phrased, it seems like the neighborhood agreed for everything. Then the access to the amenities is, you know, to be determined by the owner as acceptable. So what does that mean? As my daughter said, can she bring 25 of her high school friends? I say, yeah, why not? Again, traffic calming measures that the owner has agreed to install, such as bulb outs, whatever those are, traffic circles and medians. If there's no impact to traffic, why do we need traffic calming methods? Obviously, there's going to be a huge impact to traffic in our neighborhood.
Thank you, Darcy.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Dale Helvig, and I live in Park Santiago. This is the fourth development this applicant has brought before you. The previous three projects saw the applicant sell its majority interest in those properties after obtaining entitlements and before a shovel hit the ground. As some of you might know, after the entitlements were obtained for Legardo at the Met, the owners came back to the city, the new owners came back to the city proposing changes to the layouts, proposed number of dwelling units, and made other requests. It's hard for me to imagine that anything different will happen based upon the track record if this applicant were to obtain the discretionary approvals they are seeking tonight. The city should not be known for an easy mark to build high-density projects whenever and wherever the applicant desires. An EIR is a public document designed to provide you with an analysis of potential environmental consequences. It is not the sole tool that you are responsible for using in evaluating a project. Community input, long-term economic and social impact should also be evaluated. As Art Pedroza said at the October 22nd Planning Commission meeting, developer knew what he was buying when he paid $17 million. He knew that the property was not zoned for a mega huge apartment complex that's going to ruin our neighborhood, end quote. The only change I would make is it's going to negatively impact North Santa Ana as a whole. Discovery Science Center needs parking, and I understand the developer promised maybe millions of dollars in Discovery if Discovery supported the project. The city should step in to help as well. The North Santa Ana is seeing an influx of 3,752 housing units within a half mile of this site. We don't need this site next to single-family residents. What do you want as your legacy? The commission that acquiesced to the demands of a greedy applicant, or a commission that kept the best long-term interest of Santa Ana in mind? Let's build something that says welcome to Santa Ana. I am a YIMBY, and I want to see this property developed in accordance with the general plan and current zoning.
Thank you,
Vote no on the request.
Susan Hyatt, Mary Osborne, James Martin, Juan Vu, Veronica Morales, Paul Morales.
Paul Morales.
Okay.
Hi, everybody. I think some of you have seen me before. I work with Project Kinship here in Santa Ana, and I come kind of behalf on my family, and I'm part of the Tongva tribe, and before Santiago Park, before all this, my family was here. Before the city hall was here, my family was here. Genocide, I mean, everything happened, but my family was here, we survived. But I'm here today to say that, just to remind you guys, man, I'm so appreciative. We got beautiful people here on both sides, but that you guys represent all of Santa Ana, not just that area. That we got people here who work here in City Hall. We got people here in probation who approve of this development. You know, we look at 4th Street, how 4th Street was. If you guys were around, you guys all look young, but 4th Street was pretty bad. But you guys approved. Approved development. Now look at it now. Look at it now. So I just want to encourage you guys that let's be a city that welcomes investors. People invest in different ways spiritually. They're investing in our city, and I think just to remind you guys that it's not just that area. You represent us all. All of Santa Ana. So I ask that you would approve it. Approve the zoning, the new zoning, and just thank you guys. Appreciate it.
You are?
Veronica Morales.
Okay.
Okay. Hi, good evening to everybody. I lived here in OC for about 8 years now, and I think this housing is or would be beneficial to the community. Also, it would bring revenue to the local malls, the museums, the downtown, the mom and pop shops, and I hope you will approve this development to benefit Santa Ana. And then also I agree with the college students that were speaking earlier. It's important to have housing, and I know there's a lot of shortage in housing, so I definitely approve this development. Thank you.
Yvette Estrada, Lisa Flores, Erica, Annette Aurello, Joel Solis, one of you can start. Go ahead. Your name?
My name is Yvette Estrada. I was born and raised here in Santa Ana. I am all for this project. The older generation can't accept change, and it's hard for change. Yeah, all of us have a hard time dealing with change, but change is okay for us. We need to learn how to change. We need to learn how to accept things. We need to learn how to build up our community, build up our city. This is a beautiful city. And when you go down Main Street, any main streets in any city, you're going to see it. This project's going to beautify Main Street. And when you go down Main Street, there's going to be traffic. There's traffic everywhere. There's Civic Center, Bristol, Main Street, Grand, everywhere you go. And I feel that, you know what, if you don't want traffic, you know, maybe you should sell your house and go live up in the mountains or something, you know, because there's going to be traffic. And another thing I just want to say, I thank you for, you know, but I like to say that God has the final say in all this. God's the one that's going to move here today, whether he's going to go for this project or he's not, but God's the one that has the final say here. Amen?
Thank you.
Hello, my name's Annette Ariano, and I've been born and raised here in Santa Ana. I currently live in French Park right now, and I pass through the area where the new apartment buildings are set to be built. And I speak that in positive terms because I speak life into Santa Ana, to beautify it, to bring more people. And the ones that are against it, I understand that change is hard. I understand they don't want people from different races and different backgrounds coming in. You know, I understand that. I think that's part of the problem here. I think that's part of the problem. But I think that also that it would help unite the family, that they would help unite the people here in Orange County, that they would bring diversity to the places where there isn't diversity. And so I agree with it. I hope that it continues to grow. And like the first person here that was here before, it is in God's hands, and whatever it comes out of it, I am good with it, regardless of what it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Hello, my name is Lisa. I'll keep this short, sweet, and brief. I was born and raised in Santa Ana. Unfortunately, I no longer reside in Orange County, and the reason being is I wanted the American dream, and it wasn't going to happen in my hometown. However, I'm still employed in the city of Santa Ana, as a matter of fact, across the street from the proposed project location. I'm in favor of this project 100%. Reason being, I would be interested in renting a studio to avoid my weekly commute. And for all you Mayberry residents, maybe consider parking permits like other neighborhoods, such as Washington Square. With that being said, council members, please vote yes.
Thank you, Lisa. You are?
Erica.
Erica, okay, before you start, Erica, Karen Egar, Chris, Deborah Hicks, Richard Gomez, and Jeffrey Katz. Okay, go ahead, Erica.
Good evening, everybody. I just wanted to say I am for this project. I do work in the city of Santa Ana, and I think it is good to put some more housing out here. Either way, traffic's always going to be there, you know. If anything, it is going to get worse. And like she said earlier, like, move to the mountains, move out of state, you know, if you guys don't like it. But it's always going to become a problem, you know. So like I said, I'm for it. I'm young, you know. I go to school, I work, and I do work with probation. I do that as well, you know. I work with foster. And you know what, being young, you know, and going to school and doing what I got to do, like I'm going to school because I want to eventually have my own place too, you know, and I need something affordable as well. So I'm for the project, you know, and I hope you guys say yes. Thank you.
Thank you. You are?
Hi, I'm Karen Igar, and I'm a resident of Park Santiago.
Okay.
And you'll be shocked to hear that I'm against the project the way it's currently envisioned. Park Santiago is a neighborhood of single-family residences. We're 7 dwelling units per acre. This project, as proposed, is 81 dwelling units per acre. That just makes no sense right next to the single-family residence neighborhood. For everyone who spoke so eloquently about housing shortages, There are over 3,000 units of housing already approved between where 2525 is proposed and the 22 freeway. There's an entire building for everyone here. For those of you looking for the American dream, paying $2,000 a month in rent is not going to get you saved for your down payment for your $800,000 house. You're supporting the wrong thing. So for Planning Commission, I would really appreciate you taking into account the just absurdity of the density of this project, sending it back to the developer and to the planning staff, and coming up with something that's reasonable for Park Santiago. In the staff report, there's table 5, I think it is, that shows other densities of other things that have been approved, but not a single one of those is next to a single-family residence neighborhood. It's comparing grapefruits to raisins. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen.
My name is Deborah Hicks, and I am a resident of Park Santiago. I watched the presentation by the developer, and yes, Park Santiago does deserve better. We deserve a developer who listens to its neighborhood about density. This developer has not attempted to reduce the density of this project at all. Less traffic? I don't think any of you planners have ever come down there and stood on the corner in the morning during peak traffic hours or in the evening for the rush hour. I lived in our neighborhood while Wells Fargo was active, and the impact of their daily trips was never a problem, not to most of us. They were good neighbors and kept their property in tip-top shape. Since this developer purchased 2525, it has gone into a state of disrepair. Trees and shrubs have gone without water, and the general state of the property is just plain sad. And as far as presenting it as a buffer, how could you call the construction of 476 units a percentage drop of 0.9% from the original 517 a buffer for Spurgeon Street? That's actually a quite ludicrous statement. Do they really think that a looming project of this size is a welcome buffer? I know the palm trees may not mean a lot to a lot of people, but having lived and driven through this neighborhood since I was 18 years old, those palm trees have always been there. When I turn on Edgewood and I look down that street, there are the palm trees on the other side. They can't be replaced. You can't rip out 3 of them and put in palm trees that are this size. You can't do it. The project is too big. It needs to go back to the drawing board, and something that is appropriate needs to go there. I am vehemently opposed to this project.
Thank you, Deborah.
Good evening. My name is Jeff Katz. I'm a resident of Floral Park. I'm also an advocate with Second Chances Orange County, where we advocate and get housing and employment for the unsheltered and the homeless here in Santa Ana. I'm here in support of my brothers and sisters in Park Santiago, and I also speak on behalf of many people in Floral Park who could not be here this evening to tell you that we are against the project. The topic tonight is an EIR, an environmental impact report. I will just speak briefly. Traffic is an issue in EIRs. We are already suffering in Floral Park we have just 2 arteries, and in the mornings they are jammed, and in the evenings they are jammed, and it is ironic. I was here a year and a half ago on an appeal from a zoning administrator's decision to allow a variance with the support of the city to allow a variance to allow a neighbor to build a wall. One of the reasons justifying it was because it was the belief of the zoning administrator that there was too much traffic on 19th, and he justified a 5-foot wall for this person. And yet tonight, traffic is no longer an issue. The LOS is an A. How does that happen? I understand change is important. Change is inevitable. But what I don't get is that with change, Santa Ana seems to shoulder a disproportionate amount of the negative repercussions for the sake of Orange County. And when it comes to Santa Ana, somehow Ward 3 suffers the negative consequences by far the most. Who will stand up for this ward? We do have a gem in Floral Park and Park Santiago and all the neighborhoods. These are not preserved by compromises. We have to stand by our zoning. We have to stand by what's right, so we keep these things that are valuable. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeffrey.
Hello, my name is Chris. I'm in favor of the project. The reason why is because I do believe in building things up for a community. There's a lot of innovations that's coming towards us. We're at a pinnacle in our society right now where things are going to be changing. We're not going to be using fossil fuels, so you're not going to see these cars on the road as much as you used to. All right? There's going to be flying cars. There's going to be tunnels. You've heard of Elon Musk. You guys got to prepare for the future. You know, this is the time where you get to see what's going to be like in the next 50 years. That's what they're planning. This isn't yesterday. This isn't. Mayberry's going to be a beautiful place regardless. All right, but you got to look at the impact of the people that are going to come in, and they're not going to need all these places to park. They're going to be getting Lyft and Uber and all that, and they got already the licenses with the FFA coming in. All right, so they're going to be picking them up, dropping them off. Things of that nature are going to be happening. People are going to be getting their own licenses to fly up to places. This is already in the development. In case you guys aren't aware of that, that's what's going on. Now, you've had a lot of flack tonight from the audience, on both sides probably. You got tough choices to make. You know, I get it. And I believe in what they did. They invested in their lives. And there's nothing wrong with that. That's the American way. All right? And it's also the American way to move forward. None of us stayed where we were at the beginning of this country. All right? So for us to move forward right now is the pinnacle of this moment. So I believe in this process to move forward, to build this building, because it's going to help out a lot of families. Thank you for your night.
Okay, thank you, Chris. You are?
Rich Gomez. Are you going to call 5 more before I start? Just want to know before.
Michael Platamura, Hubert View, Horace View, Anna Cano, and Cassius Butterford. Go ahead.
Good. Chairman, board members, thank you. My name is Rich Gomez. I'm here representing the Southwest Regional Council of Carpenters. I was here last month. And I'm representing the 1,000 men and women carpenters who reside in the city of Santa Ana. Now, we had a few here tonight. We had 45 members here tonight. No, they were not paid. This is important to them just as it is to me. This project here, and the residents of Santiago, Park Santiago, you're pretty adamant about protecting your neighborhood, correct? Yeah. Yes? Yep. Yeah, you're pretty adamant about protecting your neighborhood, correct? Exactly. Okay, so what we're here to protect our work here for our local carpenters who reside in Santa Ana. Now listen, if this project is built or not, we still want to work with whoever the new owner, the new developer is, but to hire, these developers need to hire contractors who are reliable, right? Qualified, who pay a livable wage for their employees, and provide benefits for the carpenter and their immediate family members. All right? Hire local, belong to an apprenticeship, a state apprenticeship program. Do the right thing. Keep the work in Santa Ana, right? Keep the money in the community. But like I said, we have not been guaranteed anything or given anything here. All right? So, like I said, we want to make sure that these men and women that live and reside in Santa Ana, not just the carpenters, but the building trades men and women also, don't have to drive 4 hours to and from work. They can work local in the community, spend time in the community, and spend time with their family. We are here about protecting our work. Thank you.
Hi, good evening, council members. My name is Mike Plenamura, and I live in Park Santiago. And I'd like to talk, I sent each of you a letter last week. Hopefully you guys read it. If not, I have a copy that I'm going to submit. This project's been flawed since the very beginning. It's basically slanted towards the developer in many ways, and I outlined that in my letter. Before the developer even bought the project, they represented it as unlimited height and unlimited density. Now, would you let your teenage daughter or son have a credit card with unlimited spending? Of course not. There was also a rush to vote to get this to the city council before the new members were seated. And of course, you folks saw through that and told them to postpone the vote here at the council. They listed 7 projects, and I sent you Google Earth pictures of those 7 projects. None of them are adjacent to single-family residents. It's apples and oranges if you're comparing them. The general plan policy 2.10 land use, this violates it. That policy says support new development which is harmonious in scale and character with existing development in the area. When I mentioned that in a comment to the EIR, they said, well, these parcels are not part of Park Santiago. Well, that's a wrong statement. This is part of Park Santiago. You can look at the neighborhood maps that the city provides. So to say that it isn't is a lie. The municipal code requires 1,420 spots for this. They want to do 904 and use valet parking? Come on. You're going to use a valet to go to the market to get a bottle of milk? No way. General plan floor area ratio for North Main is 1.5. They want to do 2.28. If you went back to 1.5, you'd reduce this project by 35%. Why not keep what's in the general plan right now and use the floor area ratio of 1.5? No, because the developer wants to go up to 2.28. The regional housing needs allocation for 2014 to 2017.
Thank you, Mike.
Okay.
Thank you. You are?
Cassius.
Cassius, okay, hold on, please.
Good evening, Planning Commission. My name is Cassius Rutherford. Sorry, you wanted to read the 5 minutes?
Okay, keep going.
Oh. So my name is Cassius Rutherford. I'm with the Associated Students of the University of California, Irvine, Office of the President, where I work as the Chief of Staff on behalf of our student body at UCI. And I'm here tonight because we recently passed a really strong resolution urging lawmakers across the county to do exactly this and approve projects like this, because this impacts so many students just like me. It's a conversation I have on a daily basis with other people that are seniors at UCI like me, who are struggling to find living conditions where they can stay here in Orange County and continue with their work, raise a family, establish themselves. This is our future in our county too. So I want to make sure that you are aware of that perspective tonight. This impacts my generation. We're not just millennials, we're the paycheck to paycheck generation. We're hit the hardest by this housing crisis, and we really need projects like this, projects like agenda item number 1 that was also voted on earlier. These are good projects, and I urge you to support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Elizabeth Hansberg, Andrew Ganal, Kimberly Adams, Marilyn Fuller, sorry, I can't figure out the last name of B is the first name. Bea? Okay. Please, one of you come up. That's okay.
Good evening. Good evening, Planning Commission. My name is Elizabeth Hansberg. I run the Orange County YIMBY organization, People for Housing. I'm going to make a few just points because we've had a lot of discussion. The first thing I want to say is regarding the EIR traffic study. There's been a lot of contention about level of service and folks objecting to the fact that traffic may get worse. I'm here to tell you, if you didn't already know, or to remind you that within the next couple of years, level of service is no longer going to be the metric by which projects' traffic impact is measured. We're leaving the level of service, meaning how quickly can we get through an intersection, to vehicle miles traveled. So we're going to start looking at projects and judging their impact by, do they enable people to walk? How well does the project reduce vehicle miles traveled? So we can get hung up on level of service, but in 2 years, it's not even going to be a factor. Level of service is not going to be a factor. We're going to be looking at VMT. So that's my first point. And then the second point, because I know I'm going to run out of time, I just want to remind you that in 2017, SB 167, AB 678, and AB 1515 strengthened the Housing Accountability Act, which basically puts limits on why cities can disapprove or reject a project. And everything that we heard from Gavin Newsom in the last 3 days has said, we are going to set regional goals, and cities, if you fail to meet those goals, we are going to take your state funding. You can find it. It's LA Times, it's Cal Matters. I mean, all the reputable policy organizations are blasting out what his position on this is. So it's a new day. The winds of change are coming. So NIMBYs, hold on to your decorative garden flags. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth.
Hi there. I'm Marilyn Fuller. I live on Santiago for 42 years. That's why I'm a gray hair. My husband and I went to see every single one of the projects that were listed in the EIR. All of them are in vacant lots, not next to houses. Or the only one we found was at Harbor and Westminster, and we had to drive all the way around to try to get to the houses there's about 6 houses facing the back of that one. My husband got out and talked to a gentleman that was a homeowner, and he said that there was meeting after meeting after meeting, but the city jammed it through. We don't want to be jammed through with this project. My second point is I don't know how Caltrans could approve that density 50 feet away from an off-ramp that rises up and is going to be stopped because people are going to be jammed up trying to get into this project with the Main Street entrance. I don't see how that's going to work. It's bad enough as it is now because a lot of people turn right on the red, and it's crazy. So I would appreciate you really thinking through this project. It's the wrong project for this parcel. Thank you.
Thank you, Marilyn. Hey. John Fradkin, Billy Lee, Bill Bonnet, Nancy Feldman, Art Mendelson.
John Fradkin, 26-year resident of Park Santiago. I am opposed to this project because it is way too big and it's way too intense for that site. And it backs up on 2 sides to residential, as everyone has stated, and that's a big deal. For a long time I wondered, how did this happen? Why did this developer conceive something so large? And thanks to the staff report, now I know. I'm gonna read this on page, I believe it's page 20 of the staff report. Envisioning map. Early in the general plan update process, which was late 2015, early 2016, Planning Division staff drafted an envisioning map which identified study areas and areas that could potentially have an increase in development, density, and building heights. The North Main Street corridor, north of 17th Street, including the subject property, was identified as an area that may be considered for high-rise development and unlimited density. Where did that come from? Was that a typo, or was it something that was not corrected on spell check? Or, unlimited density? That's just ridiculous. Should never have been printed, I think. Okay, secondly, this applicant wants to apply for a zoning change using specific development, which they call an SD 93, which is a unique zoning standard for this project. I believe that this is being used improperly. And I'm going to read from the Santa Ana Municipal Code on specific development. The specific development district and suffix is authorized and established for the purpose of protecting and promoting the public health, safety, and general welfare of the city and its residents by, number 4, recognizing the interdependence of land values and aesthetics and providing a method to implement the interdependence in order to maintain the values of surrounding properties.
Thank you.
It doesn't maintain the values of surrounding properties. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Bill Bonnet. I'm a 15-year homeowner and resident of Park Santiago. I've been on the executive board for the last 8 years. I am currently their treasurer, as I've served for the last 8 years. As I've told you in previous meetings, I'm also a real estate developer. My family owns over 18 office buildings and a shopping center. I love development, but it must be responsible. I understand, in speaking with the planning department, the city does have interest in raising our tax basis. That is property taxes. We don't mind that in Park Santiago, but it must be done responsibly. We cannot pop these mega apartment dwellings on every corner. By the way, we don't need to anymore. Not for budget purposes anyway. We passed a bill recently that raises our sales tax for many, many years. This sales tax was pitched to us to save our budget problems. We no longer have to sell out to developers because we have a budget crisis. I have a few other items here I'm going to discuss. I have over 500 signatures of people that could not be here until midnight tonight on a petition opposing residential development. As you know, as you should know, we are in favor of development, but it must meet the current zoning and general plan that is for that property. We need local jobs for our residents. We have many, many apartments in the pipeline. Goodness gracious, Main Place Mall, 1,900 more apartments that are not in the EIR, 1.2 million square feet of commercial space, not in the EIR, 750,000 square feet of commercial space, also not in the EIR. Thank you.
I'm Art Mendelson.
Hold on, Art, just
sure.
please.
Don't start my time.
Yeah, you're not gonna. Noah.
Hear a joke?
Noah Garrison. Mark Trimble. Barbara Taylor. Kathy Moorhead. Steve Swatek. Go ahead, Art.
Okay, so two developers walk into a bar. I've sat here for so long. By the way, I've lived on French Street in Park Santiago for 25 years, and I'm one of the new ones. I have no problem with building, and I have no problem with housing. It's not that I have a problem with housing. I have a problem with this development because of its size. And I really don't know how many millennials are going to actually be able to afford to live in this place. However, I've been here long enough to where I was organized, then I was outraged, then I was irritated, and now I'm just tired. So, and millennials, it's late for me, okay? But coming from a developer who's actually actively tried to bribe Park Santiago people, to a planning commission that is under investigation for dark money and possible bribery, staff that uses paid consultants from the developer to develop reports. This sounds like a sham to me. And I'm sorry, we live in a fake news world, and I'm getting that fake news vibe. Don't vote for this. It's a mistake. Thank you.
Thank you, Art.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and Planning Commission members. Thank you for taking time to hear our comments. My name is Noah Garrison. I'm appearing for the law firm of Lazo and Drury on behalf of Laborers International Union of North America, local number 652, or LIUNA, and its members who live and work in the Santa Ana region. My comments are going to be limited to the EIR. We find that the EIR fails both as an informational document and to propose all feasible mitigation members as clearly required by CEQA. We request that the Planning and Building Commission address the shortcomings of the EIR and circulate a revised draft EIR before making any planning decision. In particular, the EIR fails to analyze indoor air quality impacts. LIUNA previously submitted comments of an air quality expert, Francis Offerman, which concluded that it is likely that the project would expose future residents to significant impacts related to indoor air quality, in particular emissions of formaldehyde, a known carcinogen. Mr. Offerman concluded that the potential impacts would be 10 times the South Coast Air Quality Management District's CEQA threshold, even using potentially CARB-compliant materials. It also fails to analyze any mitigation measures because it doesn't see this as a potential issue. Second, the EIR fails to address or adequately mitigate significant soil contamination impacts, including those raised by DTSC related to MTBE and arsenic. This is an inadequate response in the response to comments or the EIR and needs to be addressed. Third, the EIR fails to adequately mitigate the project's significant transportation and traffic impacts, even those raised by Caltrans, and certainly you've heard plenty about traffic impacts tonight. That needs to be addressed. And finally, the EIR fails to, or the project fails to provide any affordable housing units. This is an entirely market rate project, which goes against its general plan, which could be in violation of CEQA for failing to address urban decay. And finally, it fails to mitigate the project's air quality impacts. All these need to be addressed. Thank you.
Good evening, Planning Commission. Hopefully we'll all get to go home soon. It's been a long night.
You are.
I'm Kathy Moorhead. I live in Park Santiago, and I'm here to ask you to please not support this project, to please not vote on it, not even to have it move forward. I think everybody has put the cart before the horse when it comes to this whole piece of land. I think it could be developed to be so much better for the community, everyone in the community, which if I had my way about it, or maybe we could just have a bigger picture. Let's think museum district. We have the Bowers Museum, we have the Bowers Children Museum, we have the Science Museum. This is such a perfect piece of property to add another museum in this district that in the long run will benefit everyone in Santa Ana, regardless of what type of museum it is. I think that we really need to give a rethink to the general plan and think of the big picture and not the developer's small picture that he's put in front of us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Steve Switek. I'm a resident of Park Santiago, and we bought in '76, and we love the neighborhood. A few things. There's a pinch point on the access to the parking structure, and an engineer earlier mentioned that there should be a traffic study. Probably it would show that the traffic going in and out of the 8-story parking structure will find itself the traffic will find itself stopped at Main Street. And as a result, many of the residents, the 955 residents on their way to work, will find it much better to park in the neighborhood and so avoid the difficulty in exiting the parking structure. That's not addressed at all in the EIR, but it's a common sense observation that anyone who looked out the window would find. Mr. Castaneda, the traffic engineer for the city, apparently was unaware that traffic is stopped on the 5 freeway and the 22 freeway during rush hours. And he would need to look out the window and stop reading books to use common sense to observe that. And I think one of the commissioners mentioned that she was aware that traffic is very bad. In the staff recommendations, I believe they mentioned that at the 5 on-ramp off of Main Street and the 22 on-ramp, I figured east or westbound, to me they're both the same, that the traffic is more or less at a stop, and the additional traffic won't change anything because it's at a stop.
Thank you, Steve.
Thank you.
Kelly Reinberger, Julie Tomlinson, Melinda Rojas Platford, Michael Oval, Sabrina Malone, Looks like it's just you, my friend.
Hi, I'm Michael Valle. I'm the president of Park Santiago. I've been the president for about 5 years now. My wife is the secretary, and we do not approve of this project. The project is too dense for its location. There are no other projects like it. Like staff had pointed out earlier with their slide of the other density size projects, and then also informed us that there are no other projects of this size near residential homes. In addition to that, we have almost 4,000 apartments coming into our neighborhood within 0.5 miles of the project. So this project in its location is not appropriate in its current density and formation at its location. French Park, Lacey, all those other neighborhoods, all you have to do is walk through them. You see this, what may have been considered a great idea sometime, and you wonder how that apartment got there. Before we had bought in Park Santiago, we had looked at a historically restored home over in Lacey, but it was against apartment buildings, so we ruled it out. We looked in Floral Park, we were in escrow in Floral Park. Day 17, we backed out and we bought our house in Park Santiago, and we've been working very hard to make that home. Apartments don't create community. People stay for a year, they stay for 2 years. This has been a long project. When I first signed up as president, our big thing was traffic. I don't know if any of you remember the traffic circle on French and Santa Clara. It was the traffic circle that was put in there to stop and slow down traffic because we had speeding and traffic problems. The traffic circle went up, and within about a month, all the markers and all the cones that were placed there were run over, and we were left with some bumps and some signs in the road for about 3 years before the city came back to remove them. I actually think some of the remnants may still be there if you want to take a walk down there. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Michael. Okay. Jane Chapman, David Slayton, Rob Richardson, Dimitri Lujar, and Tim Johnson. And that is it.
Good evening. My name is Jane Chapman. I'm a millennial, and I live on in Park Santiago on North Spurgeon Street. We actually have a lot of young families in Park Santiago. My house shares a property line with 2525 North Main. It is in my backyard. I think while the points about young people, college students, young families, they're very well taken. They're close to my heart as well. The issue on the table tonight is a luxury apartment complex. And these things, I don't know if everybody knows, are going to be running for like $2,500 to $3,500 a month. So I don't know how applicable those two things are to each other. Anyhow, my message to the City Planning Commission is that, as proposed, this apartment complex is too dense to go next to single-family homes. It has too many units. The number of units needs to be significantly reduced. The density of this apartment complex being next to homes is unprecedented in this region. The developer is requesting a zoning change for the property, but he is also requesting that you set a new precedent at 81 dwelling units per acre directly adjacent to R1 properties. Does the Planning Commission want to set a new precedent for high-density apartments right next to single-family homes? Please be cognizant that this is what you're voting on. In the document, the Planning Commission staff report, request for Planning Commission action, dated today, 7 other apartment complexes are listed with their corresponding number of DUA. Notably, only one of the listed apartments is next to R1, and it is the Line Apartments on Westminster and Harbor. The DUA for the Line Apartments is 58. 2525 North Main is next to R1, and it's proposed at 81 DUA. The EIR lists an alternative 2, which would give the developer 347 units for an approximate density of 58 DUA. This is similar to the Line and would make 2525 truly comparable to other developments in the community. Why wouldn't you vote for this?
Thank you, Jane. Thank you.
Hi, I'm David Slayton, and even though I am a Park Santiago resident, I think growth is good, but it should protect the values of the neighborhoods around it. To the young people that spoke earlier wanting to get out of their parents' house, I can empathize. I mean, I was one of them many years ago, and they can. There's going to be 3,700 apartments within a half a mile of this project. We don't need this particular one in the middle of a single-family home neighborhood to accomplish that. Plus, as the previous speaker noted, it doesn't really accomplish it anyway because it's a luxury apartment. Earlier we heard from someone from the Carpenters Union, and I agreed with him. He and his union people need jobs. But this is the wrong project. There's plenty of projects. There's, for example, 3,700 units are going to be built very close to that 2525 Main. That's a great place for his people to work. And during our break, I made friends with a new friend, Native American here, and we had a kind of a heated discussion back and forth, pro and con on this issue. And it looked like we were not going to agree, but we finally did agree on one thing, and that's that if you've put your hard-earned assets into something, that they should be protected. And I said, should they be able to build a meatpacking plant right next to your house? And he said, well, that's ridiculous. I said, of course it is. But to build a 5-story, 500-unit apartment complex in the middle, right next to a beautiful, beautiful single-family home neighborhood is just as ludicrous. So I do approve of growth, but not this. This is just the wrong project. Thank you.
Thank you, David.
Hi, my name's Dimitri, and I'm opposed to the project. I've heard a lot of crazy stuff tonight. I've also heard that traffic on Main. I'm not too concerned with traffic on Main. I'm more concerned with traffic coming through the neighborhood. This freeway is backed up now. If with this additional 1,000 people on cars, they're going to get off on 17th Street. They're going to come through the neighborhood. It's not parking. It's them driving through while my kids are playing in the street. It's not a project that should happen. And then the developer sees they can't do something because of zoning issues, like they can't use Edgewood. So now they want to take our park instead of giving up some of their property. You know, and I'm not in agreement with this project at all, but my thing is, why in the world are we going to give up our park so that they can build additional apartments? It's like, it doesn't make sense to me. If you can't build something, if I can't go 3 stories on my property, I can only go 2. Also, I have a big enough lot. I could build an apartment. Can I? It's down the street. Well, can I get it zoned? No, I don't think so. But that's what they're saying. Hey, and they bought the property knowing what it's going to be. Well, what do they know what they can do with the city of Santa Ana? Yeah, they do, because they've done it all over. I know what they've done. They can get things done in record time. Permits, everything passed when it would take my neighbor close to 6 months to get a garage redone because of permits. But they know what they can do. And I think it's just like, no, you should fix that building up like you purchased.
Thank
I
you,
can't
Dimitri.
buy a house and put an apartment on it.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Tim Johnson, and like so many here, I live very close to this project. And like so many others here, I am concerned about traffic. So much concerned about traffic that I have to take an alternative look to some of the other speakers here. Cut-through traffic is going to go the wrong way. People are going to get off on the 5 and 17th, and guess where they're going to go? To get to an office building through the neighborhood. They're going to come from the east through the neighborhood to get to the existing zoning. The traffic is going to be worse with it zoned as it is right now. The alternative of a residential development, yes, it's going to increase traffic from what we have today because it's a vacant lot. There's something there, but it's not utilized. So of course it's going to increase, but it's not as bad as the existing zoning. The economics are strong on this project. $1 million a year, $1.4 million for the park, $6 million for low-income housing. Those are real dollars. $6 million. We're saying that there's no low-income housing. There is. It's in lieu of fees. We can put the units on property, but that's not what the community wanted. $6 million goes a long ways in a city like Santa Ana for low-income housing. Santa Ana has a housing density, as we've spoken about, very high. We're at over 12,290 people per square mile. Guess what it is up in my area of town, where everyone else is at? It's about 6,000 to 7,000. So we're not going to put it in an area that allows for it, that's lower in density than it is already, on a piece of property that is primed for development, for economic development that can bring money into a city that needs it. The sales tax money is going to get blown through. Guarantee it. So if it's not going to be there, we're going to put it somewhere else that is already. We have neighborhoods that have 40,000 people per square mile density in the city.
Thank you, Tim.
Thank you very much.
Okay. That's the last of the cards that have been submitted at this point in time. Is there anyone else that would like to speak at this moment? Okay, please come up. Not Pam. Pam, not you. There's a person behind you.
Hi, thank you for letting me speak. I know it's been Michelle Ovalle, and I live in Park Santiago.
Okay.
I'm the secretary for the Park Santiago Neighborhood Association, and thanks everybody for being out here staying so late. And I'm sure that everybody wants to go home like me, but I believe in fighting for what you believe, and that's why everybody's here staying so late. So first, we started this about 1.5 years ago. We went to the Sunshine meeting. There were over 400 people there. We've been fighting since. That's a lot of us fighting. We continue to fight because we know that this is something that is important to us. This is a neighborhood that is trying to protect itself, and we know that there's going to be development close by. So it's not that we're against development, because we do believe. I was a student also, and it was hard living with my mom, but you know, you make it through. You work hard and you continue on. So and yeah, I got old. I'm not really old, but I am older. So and you're going to get through it, and there's got to be right decisions made by you guys. So you work hard, and you get a house, and you know, maybe I wouldn't have gotten a house, but no matter what, I would have wanted the right thing for Santa Ana, whether or not I would have lived in an apartment or not. I wanted it to look right. If maybe I would have lived in Main Street on one of those apartments there, but I would want responsible development. And that's all I like to say. Thank you guys for being here.
Thank you. Okay, Pam, no, not yet, and not until we have a question that we need to answer. Okay, thank you. All right. Again, We're at the end of the public hearing. Is there anybody else that would like to speak at this time that hasn't filled out a card? Okay. Hearing none, seeing none, the public hearing is now closed. Okay, we will bring it back to the commission to discuss. Pardon? Okay.
Were you going to let the developer address the comments while
That's
the
fine.
public hearing is still open?
That's fine.
Can we address your comments then after that?
Thank you for allowing me to do that. The request for a general plan amendment that we have before you continues the corridor that already exists along Main, as demonstrated by the planning exhibit. With regard to parking, the speakers continue to comment that we are under-parked. However, we are over-parked by more than 200 spaces, which includes the guest parking. With regard to traffic, the evidence and analysis clearly demonstrate this project creates less traffic and impact to the neighborhood than an office building, which is allowed by right. This project generates 40% less traffic than an office building. This project will provide a better buffer to the neighborhood than an office project, and many more benefits that have been discussed tonight. With regard to access on Walkie Way, it is a requirement of the project and in fact drives project traffic away from the neighborhood. The park dedication and improvements are not a giveaway, but in exchange plus $1.5 million in additional improvements. This project has had significant community outreach, planning commission workshops, and public information disseminated. The aspects and details of this project have been thoroughly discussed and analyzed. It is clear that while many neighbors here are not in favor of this project, there also have been multiple speakers in support of this project too. These opinions have been expressed through public testimony and written letters throughout the processing of this project. It is the applicant's request that the Planning Commission make a decision tonight. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Pam. Okay, at this time, we will bring it back to the commission. Is there any comments or discussion at this point? Cynthia?
Excuse my voice as it's gotten later. I think I'm starting to get sick, so now it'll be a little hoarse. So, I wanted to thank everyone for sticking it out tonight. Obviously, we all have families at home and so forth, but this is has been a very touch and go project. It's full of passion for some, for others. They see opportunity in, in being able to find housing some way. But at the end of the day, this is not about, millennials. It's not about affordable housing. It's about a project that, and please hold your comments and anything you might want to express till I'm finished. I'd appreciate that. I think on its face value, the project itself is a good project, but the project doesn't fit where it's being asked to be put. It's plain and simple. Santa Ana deserves projects like these. We absolutely do. We deserve luxury projects. Irvine, South County aren't the only ones that should have them, but we need to find the right place for them. They cannot come in and, overshadow our neighborhoods. Santa Ana is very unique. It has, 40 to 52 neighborhood associations that are active. Every neighborhood is unique, and we need to preserve them. The integrity of our neighborhoods reflect the people that live in them in our city, and I truly believe in that. I know that personally, where I live, if all of a sudden that was plopped right outside my neighborhood, I'd be disturbed. So I think that we need to look ahead. Yes, there's traffic. I agree. We all don't like it. But it's also our responsibility as a city to make sure that it doesn't happen too quickly. You know, we need to grow within the space that we're in, and we can't just let the floodgate happen. Up ahead on the other side of the river, Main Place is going to be built out. We don't know what that's going to bring yet. But if we make a decision now, and whatever comes of that, we won't be able to come back and fix this. So we have to think ahead. So therefore, those are my sentiments. I think it's a quite amazing project. If I was single, out of college 5 years later, in a decent job, I'd love to live there. Amenities are great. You know, I could walk out, you know, to different locales and stuff, but it just doesn't fit. It overpowers the integrity and the preservation of the neighborhood. So that is my position.
I would like to thank everybody for being here tonight. Your opinions and concerns are very important to us. I am also, you know, Santa Ana has been known as not a business-friendly city for many other surrounding city and visitor development. I am appreciate developer have expressed interest to invest in Santa Ana, but and also willingness to work with our city and our staff. For example, willing to increase the parking ratio from 1.8 to 2.0, and et cetera. But myself, and I'm not only speaking for myself, I am here for the interest of city and the resident of Santa Ana. As I said before, I'm your voice. I'm here to advocate for your interests. I want to promote Santa Ana as a business-friendly city and promote development in our city. This added to economic of our city. But again, the economic and development should be able to meet with interests of its resident. And also, just like you moving into neighborhood and the whole entire most majority of that neighborhood against you, how could possible you able to live and able to work and survive and being in that neighborhood? I have heard majority of the residents of Santa Ana are supposedly Park Santiago neighborhood are very strongly opposed to the project. For that, I am not going to support the project.
David?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Clearly, there's a lot of passion and sentiments, and it's definitely understandable around this project, particularly those who spoke out in opposition. And I understand that bringing a project that is something that is perhaps out of character for a neighborhood is a concern, something that would bring in a certain amount of traffic or activity that is not currently experienced in the neighborhood is something that would draw concern and bring people to be in a place of opposition and speak out against a project. Not too long ago, well, actually it's been a number of years now, it's been well over a decade, I believe, there was a project that was being proposed in my neighborhood at the corner of Wright and McFadden. It was actually a church that had sold their facility, and there was a school that was being proposed right in the middle of residential neighborhood. And it was a relocation of a school previously called Mountain View High School that was located at the time at Centennial Park. Mountain View is an alternative high school that had a reputation for having quite a bit of conflict on campus. It was an alternative school, and at the time, a fair amount of gang activity that had some history and reputation for. So, needless to say, myself and some of my neighbors were very much in opposition of this school being relocated to our neighborhood. We went out and spoke at the school district on numerous occasions. We had neighborhood meetings. We had petition drives. At the time, the president of the school board came out, met with us, and asked us what our concerns were. The district ended up committing to a number of different things that they would do to be able to address some of our concerns. The school got approved and was built. 10 or so years later, some of the concerns that myself and some of my neighbors, including the president of the neighboring neighborhood association, now Councilman Roman Reyna, some of the concerns that we had actually did not come to pass. And the president of the school board, Rob Richardson, was actually, I guess, had a point in that the fears and concerns that we had to bring that school into our neighborhood were not necessarily, they were reasonable concerns at the time, but the reality of it, again, the school didn't bring the negative impacts that we anticipated that it would have. As a neighbor in that community and seeing change and seeing the proposed project, again, I was adamantly opposed. So I understand that the sentiment that is being expressed tonight. I do have a question for staff. With regard to the item that we're considering tonight, there is a recommendation by staff to take the 4 actions. One of those is certifying the final environmental impact report. And I understand that hearing from the community is vital to any project. However, as I looked through and read the impact report, some of the concerns that were expressed, such as traffic and transportation and traffic, the finding is less than significant impact. A variety of other concerns, parks and impact parks, less than significant impact, existing recreational facilities, less than significant impact. I believe the only one item that had an issue that could not be mitigated is the aesthetic, and that was because there would be the construction of this project. So there really isn't anything you can do around aesthetic. Is my understanding correct in that if we're going to recommend a denial, that we have to have adequate findings to deny the project, or can it be just simply that if we're being provided something where there's been a report that's been handed down, research that has been done, an analysis done by experts and consultants that is demonstrating that the findings are less than significant. It seems to me that we would need to, and my understanding is that there needs to be actual findings in order for us to recommend denial.
No, so one of the actions that's before you is recommending that the city council certify the EIR. If you want to recommend that the council not certify the EIR, that would be your prerogative as well.
Okay, so we don't have to have any type of reason, rationale, or findings to be able to make a recommendation of denial. It's basically an arbitrary. Right, but we don't have to. My question is whether we have to list our reasons for the denial recommendation.
No, you would not have to make any CEQA findings in order to recommend to not certify the EIR.
Okay. So thank you for that clarification. Ultimately, again, I understand that the reason, the rationale, behind the concerns and change is something that is difficult at times to become comfortable with. However, when we look at the city and we look at progress and investment in our community. There's comments about being business friendly, and I think it's sending a strong message that we don't want to see investment in our city. We don't want to see progress. We don't want to see growth. So, because I do believe that this being in a main street thoroughfare right adjacent to a freeway freeway on ramp, this is the prime location for this type of project, basically, if we're going to have density. So for that reason, I would be in support of the project.
Lynette?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much. I appreciate everybody staying so late, and my comments will probably go on for quite a few minutes, so be patient with me. I've been on the Planning Commission. I've served under 3 city council people and now the 4th, and who knows how much longer I'll be able to sit on this. But while I'm here, I'm going to do what is right and what is responsible, which is what has been my position since I started serving many, many moons ago. And during those years, I've approved a lot of housing projects that I've been very proud to say that I was a part of the process with. I am an advocate for affordable housing, and this project does not have an affordable housing element, although there is in lieu fee, so we would get affordable housing out of it. But I think most importantly for me, as a homeowner and as being homegrown here in Santa Ana and wanting to live in the city, because there's so many great things about this city. I've been through bad times and good times and seen the uplifts of the downtown, the revitalization, business owners coming in all over town, not just downtown. At the south end of town, we're at the Target Shopping Center on MacArthur. They're doing great things down there, and we've had new restaurants that are coming in. North end of town, Main Place, we brought in, the Volcano and Lucille's and all these other great places I've been proud to be a part of on this commission. But one of the great things about our neighborhoods in this city is their true love of where they live, their true passion and investment in being a homeowner in the city, because honestly, we get a lot of flack from other cities, like, oh, how can you live in Santa Ana, and it's all a very much negative thing. But when people come in here and they come into the neighborhoods, when my coworkers come to my house in Washington Square, their whole thought process of the city changes, and they say, oh wow, what a great neighborhood you live in. I go, yeah, we have wine walks, and we have a newsletter, and we have activities for the kids and movie night in the summer. But who did that? It wasn't the city that did that. It was the people in the neighborhood that did that. We made a conscious effort many moons ago, before I was ever a board member, but the neighbors gathered together and said, we want this to be a place to live, not just now, but for future generations. And it started a long time ago, and now it's a place to be proud of, that young families want to move into. I don't want to move out of, that I want to leave to my children, because it's such a great place to live. With that being said, this project should be part of Park Santiago. It should be something that the neighborhood is proud of, something the neighborhood is welcoming of, something that the residents that live there will feel like they're part of the neighborhood, not we're an apartment complex and they're a neighborhood. It's something that should have been merged, something that when it came about, when the neighborhood opposed it, the developer should have said, we want to be part of Park Santiago and not just give you Amazon lockers and access to the pool. Because I'll tell you, if I had to pay $3,500 to live in a luxury apartment, I don't think that I want to share my pool time with the neighborhood that gets it for free. I'll be honest with you. So I'm really disappointed, and just that we're not in a better place here. This should have been a win-win. There's so many other housing projects that I've been part of that have been win-wins in the neighborhoods that maybe weren't even adjacent to them, but they embraced it and came and supported it because they knew there was a need for housing. And we do need housing. And I'm not saying that this isn't the right place for housing. I'm just saying that it's high density residential, and it could have been a great, it could be a great project, could be a great housing project. But we're down this road now, and we have to make a decision. And I'm not going to be responsible 20 years down, or even 10 years down the road, when people are leaving a great neighborhood like Park Santiago because they can't get out of their neighborhood within a reasonable amount of time, or that people are parking in their neighborhood and they can't have people come over for a party because the street is lined with cars. That I'm not comfortable with that. So, with that being said, I will not be supporting the motion.
Yeah, this has probably been the most difficult project to deal with while I've been on the commission. I want to say I respect that all of you have stayed this late. I know it's not easy. I've handled planning commissions in New Jersey and in New York. I've been someone who's testified at those, and the latest we've gone is 11. So this breaks a record. I want to say that there are a lot of things I do like about this project. I think Santa Ana needs a diverse mix of apartments, of housing. It needs luxury apartments just as it needs affordable housing projects like the one we approved earlier where we gave the density bonus. I think projects like these are going to create negative impacts. Those negative impacts are going to be to traffic. I think if this project were built out under the current zoning, the traffic would be worse for the community. I think based on the traffic study that we had, there would be 1,000 more trips generated by the build out of the current site to code. So the commercial project that it is now. So that means tear it down, build it up as a more intense use. I bring all these things up because one of the speakers came up and had mentioned that our newly elected governor had said that he's proposing $1.75 billion for a housing trust that he's going to use to combat what he considers the biggest civil rights issue of our time, which is affordable housing and housing in general. The state is in a housing crisis, and he has said that he will withhold transportation money from any city that doesn't build adequate housing within its city boundaries. Now, I know we talk about the project over at Maine, at the Maine shopping center. That isn't a project. That hasn't been proposed. We don't know what it looks like. We know what they might propose, but when that comes up to this commission for review, we'll be able to deny it or change it at that point. The reason why I think people have been making an issue out of the cumulative impacts analysis in the EIR is because they know of this project, but it wasn't included. And I should rephrase the word project, because it's not really a project, it's an idea. And the reason why the city picked February 12, 2018 as the kind of the cutoff date is that was the notice of preparation for the EIR. Why is that important? Because I think the city at some point has to pick where it's going to draw the line in the sand. Now, if we approve this project tonight, that doesn't mean that the project at Maine gets approved. It does not mean that. And it actually means that we're going to evaluate that, and with that cumulative impacts analysis in that EIR, this project will be included in it. And so we'll be able to assess the impacts from this project in the next project, if it ever comes to us, for Main Place Mall. So I think folks ought to understand that just because that project has been proposed doesn't mean that it will be approved. One of the other things that I think is a huge benefit of this project is it gives $6.1 million of housing opportunity ordinance funds. That's real money that's going to be used to build projects throughout the city. If this project were proposed as a fully affordable project, I don't think many people here they'd be more upset than they are with the project that we have right now. But the reality is that we have to build affordable housing, not just for luxury, but we have to build it for people that are at 30% of the median income, people that are at 60%. And this project, while those units are not on this site, they will help do that. The other issue I want to talk about is the density. Now, we have in our packet a list of the projects and their density. This one falls in the middle of recently built projects. You've got 1901 that's at 49 density units or units. You've got this one at 81. You've got 3 more that are one that has been constructed, 2 more that have been entitled that are at 91, 94, and 94. Now, I know that doesn't give you a lot of solace. Is the question, are they adjacent to residential? I think that the mark is. I don't understand the question.
The mark is not adjacent to
Okay,
residential.
define, well, okay, I'm not going to debate the audience, but I will tell you that it is near residential. The reality is it is.
Here is the house. That
Right.
is it. That is it.
That's not how you define adjacent. That's not how I define adjacent. You know what? Floral Park is adjacent to.
Would you approve it if you lived in the house next door?
Yeah, sure, I would. You want to know why? I bought a house on Flower Street. And I bought it before a bunch of homes were built behind that were 2- and 3-story homes. You know what? I knew that. I knew that coming in that was a possibility. I bought the home anyway.
Okay,
Yeah, it's
please,
not
please.
apples to apples. What I will
Please,
tell you is
allow-
what the developer
allow-
did is they tiered this project down from the front on Main Street down to the back. That is a fact. It goes from 5 to 2. That is a fact. The other reality is you're on a main arterial. Main is a main arterial. The city needs to take advantage of building housing on main arterials. It just does, because the reality is the demand for housing is not going away. No, I don't live in Floral Park. I live Floral Park adjacent. Yeah. No, I don't live in West Floral Park. I live in the Loop.
Fisher Park.
Fisher Park.
Fisher Park.
Right. I live in Fisher Park. So you know what? This project will impact me. You know, in my neighborhood, we have cars that cut through all the time. And you know what I realized? I grew up in a city. This is what I'm used to. Santa Ana suburban, I grew up in a city. I'm used to these things. And I think more people in Santa Ana are going to have to get used to this. It is, actually, because I'm up here and I'm making a decision. It is. It is because it is about the city. That's exactly right. And I've been saying that the city needs housing. The city needs housing, and it's desperate to need. All right, well, we'll disagree about that. Go look at the arena numbers. No,
Please.
no.
Please allow.
All right. Yeah.
Everybody.
All right.
Okay. All right. Please. Let's just. All right.
They're
Hold on.
facts to me, and I stated them as fact because they are fact. Go look at the arena numbers. They're in the report. You can go look at them, and you can verify them. The other issue. My vote is going to be, I'm going to vote yes on this project. I don't think you're surprised about that.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve all 4 items as recommended by staff.
Can you do it in 2
Okay.
minutes?
Do you have a second?
Second.
Okay, so a motion is second. All right, I will make some brief comments because I think everybody's a little overtired and getting cranky. I support what Cynthia said earlier, and I don't want to go through the details of what she said, but I support her statements and her position. I also want to just say that people came in the public comments and said that we should go for this project because of the money we're going to make. Okay, and the fact is that if we went with every project with the money that we would make, because a lot of the fees that are associated with this type of project are going to apply to any multifamily project. Doesn't matter where it's built, you're going to get Parks and Rec fees paid. You're going to get school board fees paid. It doesn't matter, you'll get them. But I think if we as a commission just vote everything through because of the money that's going to be associated with it, we're being irresponsible. And I think we have to have some kind of plan that is responsible. We have to we have to continue to work with what we have as our general plan and make sure that our general plan reflects what's best for the neighborhoods, the city, and the businesses that are in the city. And I think at this point in time, that's my statement. I'm going to leave it at that. We have a motion and a second. Is there any further comments at this point in time?
What was the motion?
I like to make a very quick comment. Normally, at the commission, we should focus on the project based on land use issue. In this case, this project should be considered on land use issue, but I have heard the concern of Santa Ana resident. I appreciate some younger public comment have made that for the affordable housing and all that concern. But again, and also especially from the union, the worker union. But again, I am representing Santa Ana resident. I'm here for Santa Ana resident. I am a proud Santa Ana resident. For that, I will support regardless what Santa Ana resident wishes and concern. So,
all right. The motion on the table is, David?
To approve the 4 items as recommended.
Okay. And it's been second?
Yes, second.
All right. Is there any further discussion at this point in time? Given the sensitivity of this particular project, I'm going to ask the secretary to do a roll and a roll vote.
Commissioner Benavides?
Aye.
Commissioner Verino?
No.
Commissioner Alderete?
Yes.
Vice Chair Contreras-Leo?
No.
Chair McLaughlin?
No.
Commissioner Nguyen?
No.
It is the final vote. The final vote is 4-2 against the proposed amendments, and we had one person who recused himself. Okay. I want to thank everybody for taking.
Excuse me.
Right. Pardon? All right, hold on, please. Hold on, please. Okay.
I'd like to make a motion to take a vote for a denial of the project.
Okay.
Is that
Second?
Second.
Okay. All right. Again, we'll do the roll call.
So recommendation for denial, Commissioner Benavides?
No.
Commissioner Verino?
Yes.
Commissioner Alderete?
No.
Vice Chair Contreras-Leo?
Yes.
Chair McLaughlin?
Yes.
Commissioner Nguyen?
Yes.
I want to thank everybody. I want to thank everybody for their patience and their time. We know it's been a long evening, but thank you for coming out. Unfortunately, we have to go. Okay. Let's see. Okay, let's see if we can go down through this thing quickly. Bye, Liz. Okay. Min. Candia. Min. Can we address any staff comments at this point in time if you'd like to?
No staff comments, sir.
No staff comments? Okay. All right, then let's go to commissioner comments. Ken?
I would like to welcome to two new commissioners, David Benavides and Angie Cano.
He just
Okay.
welcomed you.
And also but anyway, in 2 weeks will be the Vietnamese New Year's in Le Saigon happening on February 9th, the Year of the Hawk. Will be a lot of celebration in the Vietnamese community throughout the Le Saigon, especially on Bosa Avenue on the Saturday, the February the 9th. Actually, New Year falls on February the 5th, but the celebration could be from the 5th to all the way to the 10th. Again, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ken. Cynthia?
I just want to welcome Mr. Benavides and Angie Cano to the Planning Commission. And I want to say thank you to staff. It was not a very easy night at moments, and I just want to say thank you for your professionalism.
Thank you. Eric?
Welcome, David. Welcome, Angie. Staff, thank you for putting up, and thank you for the food. I really needed those cookies at the end. Thanks. Yes.
Just quickly, I want to welcome our new commissioners, and I appreciate all staff time. It is a long night, and you guys have been very patient and diligent through this whole process, so thank you.
David?
I want to thank everybody for the warm welcome, and I hope that the rest of the meetings are not as intense.
I hope you didn't
All the way up. But I look forward to serving with all of you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks, Steph.
Okay, thank you very much for everybody's efforts and work on this project. It was very time-consuming, as we all know. Appreciate staff's work on it. Would like to welcome David and Angie, and at this point in time, so that we can we haven't beat the record that Eric has, but before we can get out by midnight, it's now. Yeah, that's good. Have a question, go talk to somebody else and ask the question, all right? We're adjourned.
Thank you, Sarah.
1 minute to midnight. Right. Let's just say midnight. Let's call it
You guys,
Oh, these are in order, right? All right, I'll go back. I love my city. All right, thank you.
Sarah, good job. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, guys. Experience. Sadly to say, experience these guys. But I wonder if Eric would have voted yes if they were on him so much. He was kind of going back and forth, and when he started jumping on him, he stood his ground, didn't he? Oh, Lisa, you're here today?
Thank you.